They are the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers. So now, can any number from these three, either it is a natural number or it is a whole number or it is an integer, can satisfy x here? No. The x can be satisfied only when x is placed as 3 by 2. When x is placed as 3 by 2, then what will happen? So 2x, that is 2 into 3 by 2, this 2 and this 2 get cancelled and you are getting your RHS, that is 3. So only 3 by 2 can satisfy this. That means we are finding some other set of numbers which are in the form of p by q. We are finding the other set of numbers which are in the form of p by q. So here we got the value of x as 3 by 2 and this is in the form of p by q, and you see the denominator is not 0, and both the numerator as well as denominator both are integers. 3 is an integer and 2 is also an integer. So we are finding another set of numbers. So that another set of numbers we call them rational numbers. So what are rational numbers? The numbers which can be expressed in the form of p by q. The numbers which can be expressed in the form of p by q, where q is not equal to 0 and both p and q are integers. So such a set of numbers we call them as rational numbers. The numbers that can be expressed in the form of p by q, the number must be in the form of p by q. The number must be in the form of p by q and the denominator should not be 0. Why it is the reason he is saying denominator should not be 0? We know 0 by something is always 0. Say suppose 0 by 5. How much is 0 by 5? Is 0. Now what happens if it is 5 by 0? If the 0 is in the numerator, the result is 0 no matter whatever is the denominator, irrespective of 0. It's a different form. 0 by 0 is an undetermined form, that is different. So here, if the numerator is 0, then the result is 0. But if the denominator is 0, then we simply write that it is not defined. That is why the denominator, that is p by q, q is the denominator and the denominator should not be 0. And moreover, one more condition, both numerator as well as the denominator, both must be integers. P and q must be integers. So now these kind of numbers, these set of numbers, what we call them? Rational numbers. So now these rational numbers are denoted by q. We represent the rational numbers with the letter q. Is it clear? So we can have some examples of rational numbers. So you can try on your choice. Should have in the form of p by q. Should be in the form of p by q. Say suppose you take 3 by 2. It can be negative also, no problem. Minus 4 by 3. Minus 5 by 6. 0. 5. So these type of numbers. So up to here it is fine. Then what about these two? Do they are in the form of p by q? Say suppose 0, 0 by 1 you can write 0 by 2, 0 by 10 you can write anything, 0 by something is 0. Whereas 5, the 5 can be written in the form of 5 by 1. 5 you can write it in the form of 5 by 1. It is in the form of P by Q. And the denominator is not 0. Both 5 and 1. Both 5 and 1 are integers. So it is a rational number. So here what should be registered in our mind? That the number should be in the form of P by Q and the denominator should not be 0. Both the numerator and denominators must be integers. Such numbers, what we call them? Rational numbers. What we call such numbers? Rational numbers. Now let us see here what is our observation. See, we got the natural numbers, set of 1, 2, 3, so on. Whereas the whole numbers, we got them 0, 1, 2, 3, so on. And then we learned about integers. So they are the negative numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, like that, positive numbers. And then we learned about the integer rational numbers. The rational numbers are in the form of P by Q, where Q is not equal to 0 and both P and Q belongs to integers. So it is clear, we already learnt the natural numbers are subset of whole numbers. Whole numbers are subset of integers, we already learned. And you know, all the integers, they can be written as rational numbers. Say suppose 5, it is an integer, you can write it as 5 by 1. Say suppose minus 10, that can be written as minus 10 by 1. So all these numbers are present in the set of rational numbers. So we call the integers are also the subsets of rational numbers. Then what happens the converse? Say suppose 5 is a rational number. 5 is a rational number, since you can write it as 5 can be written as 5 by 1. That means, does it mean that all rational numbers are also integers? 5 is a rational number and 5 is also an integer. That means, can we conclude? See, we just earlier concluded that all the integers are rational numbers. Based on that statement, let us take the converse of that statement. All the rational numbers will be integers. Let us have one example that we have considered 5. 5 is a rational number that can be written as 5 by 1 and 5 is also an integer. So with this, can we conclude that all rational numbers are integers? No. Then how? Say suppose you take 2 by 3. 2 by 3 is a rational number. 2 by 3 is a rational number, but 2 by 3 is not in the set of integers. 2 by 3 is a rational number, up to that is fine, but it won't be in the set of integers. So what you can conclude from here? All the rational numbers, the rational number may or may not be an integer. The rational number may be an integer, but it is not true for all the cases. The case like this, it is a rational number, but it is not an integer. So we can say that the rational numbers may or may not be integers. So the rational numbers may or may not be an integer. Is it clear, children? Now Let us see some kind of numbers. See, we learned what are natural numbers, what are whole numbers, what are integers, and what are rational numbers. So the naturals are subset of whole numbers, and whole numbers are subset of integers, and integers are subset of rational numbers. Let us see some kind of numbers. Say suppose you take the number root 2, you can have another number root 3, you can have another number root 5, something like that. These kind of numbers I am taking now. Then do they are rational numbers? First we will verify. Let us see how we can verify it. This root 2, you can write it as root 2 by 1. No doubt in that. So it is in the form of p by q. What is the first case to be verified for rational number? It is in the form of p by q. So it is verified, no doubt. And second one, the denominator should not be 0. So 1 is not 0. So the second case also verified. Now let us see what is the third case. Both p and q must be integers. This is to be verified. So here it is clear 1 is an integer. 1 is an integer, it is very clear. But what about root 2? Can we find root numbers in integer set? So the root 2 is not integer, so this case is failed. That case is failed. That means other than rational numbers, we also have some other set of numbers. Other than rational numbers, we have other numbers. So the numbers which are not rational, they are called irrational numbers. What numbers we are going to introduce now? Irrational numbers. So the numbers which are not rational are called irrational numbers. And these irrational numbers these are denoted by the letter Q dash. So we have natural numbers, we have whole numbers, we have integers, we have rational numbers, and we also have irrational numbers. So now let us come back to irrational numbers again. Let us see now. I am taking root 2. So it is an irrational number. Root 3 I am taking, this is also an irrational number. What about root 4? Is it an irrational number? You know perfect squares, perfect square numbers. If a number is multiplied by itself, you get the square number. So what are the perfect square numbers? The perfect square numbers we have 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49, 64, like that we have the perfect square numbers. Now what happens if you take the under root of those numbers? So under root of 4 is 2. So this 2 is a rational number. So that means what should be in your mind? The square root of a perfect number is rational. The square root of a perfect square number, not perfect number, the square root of a perfect square number. See, there are two numbers, children. One is a perfect number, one is perfect square number. There is a lot of difference between the two. Perfect square numbers means what? These kind of numbers. See, 1 you can write it as 1 square. 2 you can write it as 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, 5 square, 6 square. These are all perfect square numbers. So if you take the under root of those numbers is always rational. Say suppose I am taking root 10 for example. Now can you say whether it is rational or irrational? What is root 10? Is 10 a perfect square number? No, it is not a perfect square number. So under root of 10 is not a mere number. So the answer is an irrational. The answer is an irrational. So the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational numbers. Say suppose I am giving you root 16. Now can you verify whether it is a rational number or irrational number? Root 16, how do you verify it whether it is rational or irrational? See, you know 16 is a perfect square number. 4 square is 16. So its answer you will get it as 4. Root 16 you get the answer as 4. So this is a rational number. Suppose I am giving you under root of 21 for example. What is under root of 21? Under root of 21. 21 is not a perfect square number. 21 is not a perfect square number. So it is an irrational. Is it clear? So the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational. So we learned about natural numbers, whole numbers, integers, rational and irrational. So is there any set consisting all these numbers? See, we have discussed natural numbers are in whole numbers are in integers are in rational numbers, but the rational numbers are not in irrational numbers, remember. But there is one set which has all these numbers. The set of all the numbers comprising of rational and irrational, such a set we call it as real numbers. The set of real numbers. So now let us come to our topic, real numbers. So what are real numbers now? The set of all the numbers. What are all the numbers? Like natural, whole, integer, rational, integer. The set of all numbers comprising of rational and irrational. The set of all numbers comprising of rational and irrational numbers is called the set of real numbers. Is called the set of real numbers. So these real numbers the set of real numbers are denoted by the letter R. R is the letter which we use to represent the set of real numbers. So what are real numbers, children? So this is nothing but the rational numbers and irrational numbers, they together they are in the set of real numbers. The rational and irrational, they are together with real numbers. Let us see actually this number system how it will be. Say suppose, see children, you have got two types of numbers. Basically you should have a knowledge about two types of numbers. They are real numbers and you have complex numbers. So what are these complex numbers? You will understand in your higher levels. So you have got real numbers is one set of numbers and another set of numbers are complex numbers. So these real numbers are denoted by R and complex numbers are denoted by Z. So these complex numbers generally they will be in the form of a plus ib. A is a real part and b is an imaginary part. So how that has come, that will be discussed in higher levels. Let us see. Just remember one point, small point, I square is equal to minus 1. One small point you remember in this class, that is enough for you. So now these real numbers, what we have got? One, we got it as rational numbers. And another one we got it as irrational numbers. So the real numbers will have rational as well as irrational. First, real numbers and complex numbers. That's a number system has two parts, real numbers and complex numbers. These real numbers, what do they have? They have rational and irrational. They have the set of rational numbers as well as irrational numbers. Now again, from these rational numbers, what we have got? We learned about natural, whole and integers. All these are present in this. Is it clear? Now, let us see how to represent these numbers on number line. Now, representation of numbers on number line. Representation of rational numbers on number line. Let us see how to represent these rational numbers on number line. Let us take one number line, children. This is one number line I am taking. So now this is a line, straight line in a plane. So on this, first I am writing the counting numbers. 1, 2, 3, like that it goes. So now the number line, the numbers, counting numbers are present on the number line. So then we say it is a natural number line, natural set of number line. Is it clear? It is a natural number line. Now what I am doing, what is important here, children? The between the numbers, the spacing must be uniform. The spacing must be uniform. If it is a normal scale, like how 1 to 10 millimeter, 1 centimeter is divided into 10 millimeters, here the spacing between the numbers should be uniform. Whatever the space that 1 to 2, the same space must be given to 2 to 3 also. It should be uniform. So now it is a natural number line. Now what I am doing, I am just adding one 0 here. I am taking 0 on the left side of the positive numbers. So then it becomes a whole number line. When positive numbers are there, when only positive numbers are there, we are saying it as a natural number line. Now what I am doing, for this I am keeping 0. Now it has become whole number line. Let us see, we are introducing negative numbers. -1, -2, -3, -4, like that. So then what it is? This is an integer number line. We have got integers, 0 and positive numbers. So 0 should be in the middle. Right side of 0, they are positive numbers, and the left side of 0 should be negative numbers. Now let us see how to represent one rational number on a number line. Say suppose, for example, I want to represent 2 by 3 on the number line. For example, we want to represent 2 by 3 on a number line. It is a rational number. So here 2 points you should remember. First case, you have to check whether the numerator is more than denominator or numerator is less than denominator. So here 2 is lesser value than 3. 2 is lesser than 3. So it is a proper fraction. There are two types, proper and improper. Proper and improper. So that is 2 by 3, 2 is less than 3. So then just one point you should remember, that is it lies between 0 and 1. It lies between 0 and 1. That should be in your mind. When numerator is less than denominator, whatever the given fraction, whatever the given rational number, it lies between 0 and 1. So now let us see representing 2 by 3 on the number line now. So 2 by 3. So this is positive, children. 0, 1, 2, 3, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. The spacing must be uniform between the numbers. Now we got it now, just now, that this value lies between 0 and 1. That means this portion. The value lies between here. This is the portion. The value lies between 0 and 1. So I am taking that 0 and 1. So this is 0, children, this is 1. I am taking only that particular area, I am separating it here. 0 and 1. So now we want 2 by 3. Let us see what is the denominator. The denominator is 3. You divide this spacing into 3 equal parts. So this is the first part, second part, and this is the third part. Is it clear, children? You have to divide the spacing. You have to divide the spacing which is equal to the denominator. So the denominator is 3 here. If suppose the denominator is 5, then we will divide into 5 equal parts. If the denominator is 7, then we will divide into 7 equal parts. Now which part you want? You want 2 by 3. Which part we want? We want 2 by 3. So this will be 1 by 3, children. This will be 2 by 3. And this will be 3 by 3. Now this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. So this is 2 by 3. Let us have one more example. Say suppose 4 by 5. We want to represent 4 by 5. Any number can be done so easily. 4 by 5. What is? This is numerator is less than the denominator. The numerator is lesser than the denominator. Here it is a proper fraction. So the value lies between 0 and 1. Value lies between 0 and 1. The value lies between 0 and 1. So now I am taking only 0 and 1. I am taking only 0 and 1 because the value lies between 0 and 1. So here now what you have to do, these denominator, what is the denominator here? The denominator is 5 here. So you divide this space into 5 equal parts. 1, 2, 3 and 4. So you have to divide this into 5 equal parts because the denominator is 5. So 1, 2, 3, one more you want, 4, 5. 5 equal parts. So now this will be 1 by 5. This is 2 by 5. This is 3 by 5. Now what is the answer we wanted? We wanted 4 by 5. So this is 4 by 5. This one is 4 by 5. So what should be in our mind? What you have to remember? You should remember that if the denominator See, whatever the denominator, you divide it into that many equal parts. That many equal parts. Let us see one more example. Say suppose we want to represent 5 by 7. Let us see we want to represent 5 by 7. So here the numerator is less than the denominator. The numerator is less than the denominator. Let us take a negative number, otherwise minus 5 by 7 you take. You take minus 5 by 7. So far we are done with positive numbers. Let us take one negative number. Minus 5 by 7. Numerator is less than a denominator. Now here leave the sign for a moment. Just leave a sign. So the value lies between 0 and 1. But here it is negative, so it is between 0 and minus 1. The value lies between 0 and minus 1. So let us see now. First we will draw the line. 0. On the right side of 0, you will have all the positive numbers, and on the left side you will have the negative numbers. So we wanted between 0 and minus 1. This is the region we wanted. So you take only that particular area. So here this is 0, children, and here it is minus 1. So this spacing should be divided into 7 equal parts, because what is our denominator here? Our denominator is 7. So let it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is here. It is divided into 7 equal parts. 7 equal parts. Now this is minus 1 by 7. We wanted minus 5 by 7. So it is minus 1 by 7 here, minus 2 by 7, minus 3 by 7, and this is minus 4 by 7, and this one we wanted. So this is what? This is minus 5 by 7. This is what? Minus 5 by 7. So what is important to know? First you have to verify whether the numerator is less than the denominator or numerator is more than the denominator. If it is less than the denominator, always the value lies between 0 and 1 if it is positive. If it is negative, between 0 and minus 1. Now see the denominator. See the denominator. So this denominator you divide into whatever the denominator into that many equal parts you divide. You divide the denominator into that many equal parts. And whatever the numerator, there you mark it. You just count it. First will be, suppose here if you take minus 1 by 7, minus 2 by 7, minus 3 by 7, minus 4 by 7, this is the one we wanted, minus 5 by 7. So you take some random rational numbers of your own choice and you practice this representation of rational numbers on number line. Let's have more discussion in our next class. Till then, bye children, God bless you all, stay tuned.
Oh, I'm on camera. I'm so sorry. Hello everyone. Welcome to this session of English on Classroom TV. I was so stuck up looking at myself in the mirror. When we look at ourselves in the mirror, what do? Yeah, we usually try to, get our hair done neatly. Our face, we make sure that it's all neat and proper and decent. Yes, well presented. We groom ourselves in front of a mirror. Sometimes we admire our beauty. But whatever it is, mirrors are very important, aren't they? Now, have you ever heard a story about a lion where the lion was looking at its reflection in a in a, in a glass of in water. Yes, in a well, remember? Do you know that story? Yes. So there was a lion, and the lion was looking at itself in water. And what did the lion think? The lion in the story, the lion thought it was, beautiful, handsome. Probably that was what the lion was thinking. We have no clue. But have you ever seen an animal looking at itself in a mirror? Have you seen that? Well, here we have a lesson in our English books, and every time we have our English class, I want you all to open your English textbook, have a pen and book handy. Now, the first lesson in our book here is the snake and the mirror. The snake and the mirror. Now that is your very first lesson. Now this is a funny story. It's a witty story, a funny story. We like to have fun, don't we? We like to have some kind of laughter, and we like to laugh, and we like to enjoy ourselves. So this is a short story. What is the genre? The genre is, it is a short story. And here in this short story, a funny incident is presented, just to make sure that we have some kind of laughter in our lives. Yeah, laughter is the best medicine, they say, isn't it? Yes. So today we can have a little fun by looking at our very first lesson, the snake and the mirror. Who is the author? Who is the author of the story? It's very, very important. When you read any kind of story or any kind of article or anything, when you read something, it's very important, number one, to know the genre. Okay, and genre means type. What kind of, literature is it? When you watch movies, you kind of identify that is a, it belongs to this genre. That's an epic movie. Or you say that's a tragedy. Romeo and Juliet, for example. It's a tragedy. Yeah? And there are movies that are all biographical. So you have a genre of movies, of any kind of art. You have genres, guys. You have types. So in this lesson, when you have any kind of reading to do, when you have literature in front of you that you have to read, always understand the first thing to do is look at the type of the genre. What type of literature is it? Now this here is a short story. This is a short story, and the second thing that you should know is, you should know the author of that particular piece of literature. Very, very important, genre and author. Now who is the author? This author, he is a Malayalam writer. He is a Malayalam writer, and his name is Vaikom Muhammad Bashir. Okay, Vaikom Muhammad Bashir, and he wrote this story, this interesting short story. And what is the name of the short story? Yes, The Snake and the Mirror. What kind of story is it? Yeah, it's a short story. Is it a poem? It's not a poem, it's a short story. So that is the type of literature. And who is the author? The author is Mr. Vaikom Muhammad Bashir. Now, before we start the story, let us go ahead and have a basic idea about what the story is going to be about. Now here in the story The Snake and the Mirror, we have a discussion that is going on among doctors. There is a table. There is a table. Can you see this table, guys? Yeah. Okay. So there is a table, and around that table, there were few doctors sitting. There were doctors sitting around a table, and they were discussing something. What were they discussing? What was the topic of discussion? They were not talking about vacations. They were not talking about medicines. They were talking about snakes. Okay, so those doctors were having a discussion on snakes. And there was a doctor who was a homeopathic doctor. Homeopathic. He was a homeopath, it says. He is a homeopathic doctor. Have you ever gone to a homeopathy doctor? He gives you sweet pills which are very, very small, white in color, and when you eat them, you love having those pills. Yeah, he is a homeopathy doctor. Who is a homeopathic doctor? Yeah, he gives us these kind of pills. Very small, sweet pills which every one of us would love to have. Yeah, so he is a homeopathic doctor. And here, so this is our homeopathic doctor. And this here is Mr. Bashir. Okay, so in this discussion around the table, we have the author. Who is the author? The author is the one who wrote the story. So we have someone called the author. The author is the one who wrote the story. And we also have a homeopathic doctor here who tells us the story. Okay, he wrote the story of about the homeopathic doctor and his what happened with the snake, and his encounter with the snake is what the author wrote. But who told the story? It was told by the doctor, the homeopathic doctor, and he is called the narrator. So here we have two important people. Number one is the homeopathic doctor, who is also a narrator. Narrator is the one who is telling the story. And we have the author, Mr. Vaikom Muhammad Bashir, who wrote the story. And we have other doctors around the table. And what was the topic of discussion? Snakes. When they were actually discussing snakes, the narrator, the homeopathic doctor, talks about his encounter with a snake once. And while he was talking about his encounter, everybody is silent, and they all attentively, means focused, they all attentively listen to the doctor. When he presents his story, when he starts off his story, he starts off by talking about his his earlier experience as a doctor. When he started off being a doctor, he was a very poor man. He lived in a very small house where it was, the house, half of them were rats, and it was he who were living in that house. So rats and that man were the ones living in the house. It was a very poor house. There was no electricity. So in this kind of environment, the doctor was living. And in that house, he had an encounter with a snake. And let us read the story to know whether the snake had killed the narrator, or what happened to the snake, what happened to the narrator. Excited to read the story? Okay, so we'll go ahead now. Now, let's read the first thing that the narrator, that is the doctor, asked. Let's see what he asked. Has a snake ever coiled itself around any part of your body? A full-blooded cobra. All of us fell silent. Who is all of us over here? The group of doctors. The question came from the homeopath, the doctor. The topic came up when we were discussing snakes. We listened attentively as the doctor continued with the tale. Now, here we are talking about tale. What does tale mean? T-A-L-E. T-A-L-E, tale. It means a story. Story. Okay? So, has a snake ever coiled around any part of your body? What is coiling? This is coiling. Look at the way the snake is going up the coconut tree. Up the tree. Yeah, that is called coiling. Okay, that's how a snake, walks or crawls. So here we have a snake coiling around someone, very famous character. Yeah, Mowgli. Yes, the jungle boy. So, has a snake ever coiled around your body? Is what the doctor asked. And when the doctor asked, everybody were like silent because that never happened to them. But that did happen to the doctor. It was a hot summer night about 10 o'clock. I had my meal at the restaurant and returned to my room. I heard a noise from above as I opened the door. The sound was a familiar one. One could say that the rats and I shared the room. I took out my box of matches and lighted the kerosene lamp on my table. So it was a hot summer. It was a hot summer, about 10 o'clock in the night. So he went to a restaurant, had his meal. That's what bachelors do. They don't cook at home. So he went to a restaurant, had his meal, and he came home. He opened the door and he heard a noise. He heard a noise, but he said, oh, it's a familiar one. What does the word familiar mean? Something that you're used to. You see someone on the road. He's a familiar person. That means you have seen him quite often. You may know who it is. Okay, that is called familiar. Am I a familiar face? Have you ever seen me? No, I don't think so. So familiar means someone you know. Here it was a familiar sound. When he was opening the door, he heard a sound, and that sound was a familiar one. Why? Because he has a lot of rats in his house, and he thought that it's probably one of the rats or the rats making that sound. So he said, oh, anyway, I have a room that is filled with rats. The rats and I shared the same room, so probably the rats. And he just opened the door, he went inside, and there was a kerosene lamp on the table. He lighted the kerosene lamp and that's how he lighted his room. Why did he light his room with a kerosene lamp? Because I told you at the beginning, when I gave you the introduction. Yeah, because there was no electricity in his house. Let's see the next paragraph. The house was not electrified. That means there was no power. It was a small rented room. I had just set up my medical practice and my earnings were meager. I had about 60 rupees in my suitcase along with some shirts and dhotis. I also possessed one solitary black coat which I was wearing. So he says that the house was not electrified, there was no power in the house. It was a small house and I just started my clinic. And whatever I made was very, very less. Meager. The word here is meager. M-E-A-G-R-E. It means less. So whatever he made, his earnings, his income was less, and that's why he couldn't afford a very big house which was electrified. he had to live in a small house which was not electrified. He had how much in his pocket? In his suitcase, he had only 60 rupees. He had 60 rupees in his suitcase and some shirts and dhotis, and he had one nice black coat and that he was wearing. So that those are the only things he has. What are the things that you have? Can you list them in less than one line? Not many of us, yeah? But this man didn't have much. He had a suitcase in which he had 60 rupees, few shirts and dhotis and a black coat. So a very poor man, a very poor doctor, because he was beginning his career as a doctor. I took off my black coat, white shirt and not so white vest and hung them up. I opened the two windows in the room. It was an outer room with one wall facing the open yard. It had a tilted roof with long supporting gables that rested on the beam over the wall. There was no ceiling. There was a regular traffic of rats from the beam. I made my bed and pulled it close to the wall. I lay down, but I could not sleep. I got up and went out to the veranda for a little air, but the wind god seemed to have taken off. So here he was retiring from a long day of work. He was ready to go to sleep. So he took off his coat, his white shirt, not so white shirt, vest, that means it was dirty, okay. It was not so white, that means he was not maintaining it so well. He was not washing it properly, I guess. It was not so white, that means it was creamish in color. He took that vest and he hung it on the wall, against the wall. And look at the house. This is the kind of house he may have been living in. It had gables. It had tilted roof and it had gables and it had beams. These are beams. Okay, it didn't have a ceiling. When you look up, you have ceiling. The house did not have a ceiling. He could see all these wooden structures there. Those are beams, metal beams or wooden beams. He could see the beams because there was no ceiling. Okay, this is the kind of house that the doctor was living in. And when he was living in this house, there were a lot of rats on the roof over there, around the beams. They would just be running around the beams or in the corner here and there. He was living amid rats, okay, and he could hear a lot of the traffic from the from the rats moving here and there, but he didn't pay much attention to it. So he pulled his bed, he made his bed and he wanted to sleep, but then he just couldn't sleep. So he said, why, fine, I'm unable to sleep, let me go out and take some fresh air. Yeah, especially during summers when we have no electricity, we usually go out to the veranda and we take some fresh air. But that day there was no air, it was not windy, it was not breezy. So he didn't have much to do outside, so he came back into the house. I went back into the room and sat down on the chair. I opened the box beneath the table and took out a book, the Materia Medica. I opened it at the table on which stood the lamp and a large mirror. A small comb lay beside the mirror. So because he wanted to take some fresh air, he was not sleepy, he wanted to, feel fresh for a while, or he wanted to take in that fresh air, but it was not windy and the house did not have any power. So he said, fine, anyway, let me go back into the house. So he went back into the house. He went back into the house and he said, fine, I'll read. And he sat at his table and he opened a book called the Materia Medica and he wanted to read. On the table there was a lamp and there was a lamp. See the lamp here? There was a lamp. There was a large mirror. And what does it have? There was a small comb. This is what was on the table. You see a few rats here, rat here, rat here. So he was living with the rats, and he was a very poor man. That is what is being described in the first few paragraphs. One feels tempted to look into a mirror when it is near. I took a look. In those days, I was a great admirer of beauty, and I believed in making myself look handsome. I was unmarried and was a doctor. I felt I had to make my presence felt. I picked up the comb and ran it through my hair and adjusted the parting so that it looked straight and neat. Again I heard the sound from above. Now, when we see what happened at the beginning of my class, I didn't know the camera was on, right? So I was looking at myself in a mirror. I was looking at myself in the mirror. Yeah. So what happens? Usually when we have a mirror in front of us, we are tempted to look at ourselves. The same thing happened over here. This doctor was sitting in front of a mirror, and because he was sitting in front of a mirror, he was tempted to look at himself. And when the doctor was talking about what happened in the past, so he says that at that time he was a young man. He was not married and he wanted to look handsome, and he was a great admirer of beauty. That means, when he always looked at himself and he thought, I should make sure that everybody thinks that I am handsome. So, he began to, brush his hair, comb his hair, began to set his parting, and he was admiring himself. He was looking at the mirror and saying, whoa, I look handsome. That is what the doctor was thinking to himself. I took a close look at myself in the mirror. I made an important decision. I would shave daily and grow a thin mustache to look more handsome. I was, after all, a bachelor and a doctor. He says now, he was looking at himself in the mirror and he said, I have one important decision that I'm gonna make an important decision today. And you know what the decision is? I am going to shave every day. Okay, clean shaven man. Okay, so that was the look he wanted. I'm going to shave every day and I'm going to grow a very thin mustache, to look more handsome. Why? Why did he want to look more handsome? Why? Because he was a bachelor. Who's a bachelor? Who's a bachelor? A bachelor is a person who is not married, especially a man who is not married. And because he was unmarried and because he is a doctor, he wanted to look handsome. I looked into the mirror and smiled. It was an attractive smile. I made another earth-shaking decision. I would always keep that attractive smile on my face to look more handsome. I was, after all, a doctor and a bachelor on top of it. So he said, I have another decision that I'm going to take, an earth-shaking decision. That means a very major decision that I'm going to take is I'm going to always smile. Look at my smile. I have a very attractive smile. And I'm going to smile every time, every day. Why I'm going to smile every day? Because I am a bachelor. And top of that, I'm a doctor. So a doctor must look handsome. So for which, what is it going to do to look handsome? Number one, he's going to have a clean shaven look with a little mustache. And number two, he's always going to carry a smile on his face. That is what the doctor thought. He was thinking when he looked at himself in the mirror. Again came that noise from above. Now this is the third time he's hearing that noise. Yeah, he heard that noise. The first time when he opened the door, when he sat at the table to read the book, he heard that sound. Now again when he's looking at himself in the mirror, he heard that sound. But the doctor didn't pay much attention. Why? Because he knows that it's a familiar sound. It is the They are rats. There are rats all around in the room, and what else can you expect? All kinds of sounds. So that is what the doctor thought. Again that sound came, that noise came from above. I got up from his table. What did he actually want to do, guys? Look at this man. He came home at 10 o'clock in the night. He took off his clothes and he wanted to rest. He wanted to he wanted to sleep. He couldn't sleep, yeah. So he wanted to take some fresh air, and then that was not available because the wind god had taken off that day. It was not windy. So he had to come back inside the room. He came back, sat at the table, wanted to read a book. But did he read a book? Usually when people are not sleepy, what do? They usually read a book. That is what people did do in the past at least. But today, because we have cell phones, we rarely think of reading a book. But if you are a book reader, you are doing a great job actually. Okay? And keep that up. Keep reading lots of books. Okay, but if you are not, then try to get a hang of it. Keep reading books. Keep reading books. When you're not sleepy at home, in the nights, maybe you can read for half an hour, you can go to sleep. So the doctor said, fine, I'll read a book. He opened the Materia Medica. He wanted to read it. He was distracted by the mirror. In the mirror he said, I am a doctor. I am a bachelor. I need to look handsome. And he began to take a few decisions. And finally, that didn't work out, so he got up. I got up, lit a beedi, and paced up and down in the room. Like what I'm doing right now, pacing up and down wherever I'm, in this room. Then another lovely thought struck me. I would marry. I would get married to a woman doctor who had plenty of money and a good medical practice. She had to be fat. For a valid reason, if I had ever made a silly decision and needed to run away, she should not be able to run after me and catch me. So the doctor is, thinking, he was thinking to himself. He was pacing up and down in the room and was thinking, the next decision that I want to take is, I am going to get married. And whom am I going to get married to? To a doctor, to a woman doctor. She should have lots of money, and he's not thinking about a pretty girl, guys. One who is a doctor, and one who has lots of money, and one who is fat. That way, when this guy does something wrong, she'll not run after him to catch him. This is what he was thinking. With such thoughts in my mind, I resumed my seat. Resume means to continue. He went back and sat in his chair. There were no more sounds from above. Suddenly, there came a dull thud as if a rubber tube had fallen to the ground. Surely nothing to worry about. Even so, I thought I would turn around to take a look. No sooner had I turned than a fat snake wriggled over the back of the chair and landed on my shoulder. The snake's landing on me and my turning were simultaneous. So, he was thinking about marriage, and with those thoughts in his mind, he went and sat at his seat. To do what? To read, that's what he actually wanted to do. So he went back and sat at his seat. There were no more sounds. All this while he was listening to, some kind of sound, but at that moment all the sounds stopped. But there was another sound, a rubber tube, a sound of a rubber tube. When you know what's a rubber tube, right? That kind of a sound, a thud he heard. And he wanted to see what it was. And he looked back. And when he looked back to see what was behind, there was a snake right over here, right on his shoulder. The snake fell down on the floor, slowly crawled up the chair that he was sitting on, and it landed on his shoulder. And when he turned to see what that sound was, the snake was right here. Imagine how scared one would be to have a snake right there on your shoulder, looking at you to strike you if you even moved a bit. Because what do snakes do? If you move, they bite you. So, what did this doctor do? I didn't jump, I didn't tremble. What is tremble? To shiver, to shake. He couldn't even do like that. Okay, he didn't tremble. I didn't cry out. He did not say, he didn't cry out, nothing. There was no time to do any such thing. The snake slithered along my shoulder and coiled around my left arm above the elbow. The hood was spread out and its head was hardly 3 or 4 inches from my face. It would not be correct to say merely that I sat there holding my breath. I was turned to stone, but my mind was very active. The door opened into darkness. The room was surrounded by darkness. In the light of the lamp, I sat there like a stone image in the flesh. So here, the snake is right here, guys. Imagine a snake being right here. I didn't jump. Okay, usually when you see a snake, what do? You run away, right? But here, he couldn't do that because it was right here. So I didn't jump. I didn't tremble. I didn't shout, scream. I didn't do anything. Then what did he do? What did the snake do? Slowly, it coiled itself around his arm, his left arm above the elbow. So this left arm, the snake coiled itself around the elbow, and the cobra, the head, it just opened up, and it was just 4 inches from my face. 4 inches, that means just here. Okay, 4 inches from my face. And he was not even breathing. Even that he was not doing. He was not breathing. He was just like a statue. Okay, statue. Why? Because if he makes any kind of movement, the snake will hurt him. And he knows that. He didn't want to be stricken soon. Okay, so. And there it was all dark, guys. It was all dark around. The room was dark. There was only one light there. Outside it was dark. Everywhere it was dark. And he just sat there like a statue, wherever the kerosene lamp was. So that was the only place where there was light, and he could see the snake. I felt then the great presence of the creator of this world and this universe. God was there. Suppose I had said something and he did not like it. I tried in my imagination to write in bright letters outside my heart the words, "Oh God." There was some pain in my left arm. It was as if a thick leaden rod, no, a rod made of molten fire, was slowly but powerfully crushing my arm. The arm was beginning to be drained of all its strength. What could I do? At my slightest movement, the snake would strike me. Death lurked 4 inches away. Suppose it struck, what was the medicine I had to take? There were no medicines in the room. I was but a poor, foolish and stupid doctor. I forgot my danger and smiled feebly at myself. So here he was sitting over there and he did nothing, but he sat like a statue. But his mind was working and he was thinking only about one person in the world. And who is that one person? The creator, whoever made him, God. He was thinking about, oh God, please help me. And he actually had that, he obviously when you are in danger, whom do you think about? Yeah, we think about God. We think about God to help us. So that was his problem there, his predicament. He was in a predicament where he needed God's help. And he started feeling pain in his arm. Why? Because the snake was coiling. I told you, right? The snake was coiling itself around the arm, and now it is coiled. It coiled itself, and when it coils itself, it crushes you from inside. So that pain that he was describing over here, that is described over here, is it's the pain like that of someone hitting you with a rod, or maybe some kind of it was a rod made of molten fire. That means it was burning sensation. He had a burning and he had a very strong pain in his arm because the snake was crushing his arm, and he was completely, the arm was drained of its energy. That means strength. That means he couldn't even lift his arm because it was the snake coiled itself around it. What should I do? He thought. If I move a bit, the snake will strike me. And where was death? It was just right here. How far was he from death? 4 inches. Snake was right here. If he moves, that's it. He'll be attacked by the snake. And he was thinking, oh my goodness, if I do get struck by a snake now, I don't have medicines. And number one, first of all, what medicine should I take? Second of all, I don't have any medicines. After all, who am I? All this while when he was looking at himself in the mirror, guys, what was he thinking? I am a bachelor, I am a doctor, I am handsome. Now you know what he thinks about himself. He says, I am after all a poor, foolish doctor. Okay? And he forgot about what was happening and just smiled feebly, looking at himself in the mirror. It seemed as if God appreciated that. The snake turned its head, it looked into the mirror and saw its reflection. I do not claim that it was the first snake that had ever looked into the mirror, but it was certain that the snake was looking into the mirror. Was it admiring its own beauty? Was it trying to make an important decision about growing a mustache or using an eyeshadow or mascara or wearing a vermilion spot on its forehead? So, when did the snake let go of him? When he thought to himself that I am after all a poor, foolish means stupid, a poor, stupid doctor. Okay, all this while he was saying, I am handsome, I am a bachelor, I'll do that, I'll do this. But what is the conclusion? He is actually a poor and foolish doctor. And when he said that to himself, I think God was like, good, now you're correct. God appreciated that. Now you're correct. So now the snake let go of him. Okay, so the snake unwound itself from his arm, and it came and looked itself into the mirror, and it began to look at itself in the mirror. What do we do when I started off? I was looking at myself in the mirror. So what do we do when we see a mirror? We keep looking at ourselves, and that is what happened. The snake looked at itself in the mirror, and it began to just look at itself. So what do you think the snake was doing? The narrator was thinking. Was it thinking that, he doesn't know if it's a girl or a boy, if it's a male or female. He doesn't know what kind of snake it is. He just knows it's a cobra, but he doesn't know if it's a she or a he. So he was thinking maybe the snake was thinking about growing a mustache, or or having using eyeshadow or mascara, or maybe having a vermilion. Vermilion is the red, If it's a male snake, probably it's thinking of growing a mustache. We don't know what the snake was thinking. Or maybe if it's a she snake, probably it's thinking about using vermilion. Vermilion is the dot that people put on their head or their forehead. So probably that was those were a few things that the snake was thinking, is what the narrator concluded. But the narrator has no clue. How do we know what is going on in a snake's mind? I did not know anything for certain. What sex was the snake? Was it female or male? I will never know, for the snake unwound itself from my arm and slowly slithered into my lap. From there it crept onto the table and moved towards the table. Perhaps it wanted to enjoy its reflection at close quarters. I was no mere image cut in granite. I was suddenly a man of flesh and blood. Still holding my breath, I got up from the chair. I quietly went out through the door into the veranda. From there, I leapt into the yard and ran for all I was worth. Phew! Each of us heaved a sigh of relief. All of us lit beady. Somebody asked the doctor, "Is your wife very fat?" So, finally the snake let go of him. Yeah, and when the snake let go, the guy slowly went out of the house and he ran. He was no more a statue. He was no more, sitting over there like, a statue. He ran. He ran away from the spot because he wanted to save himself. And everybody, all the doctors who were sitting over there and listening to his story, they were all happy, and they were happy that the snake did not harm the doctor. So all of them got up and they started smoking. And one of them asked, "So is your wife fat?" "No," the doctor said. "God willed otherwise. My life companion, my wife that is a thin, reedy person with a gift of a sprinter." Sprinter means one who runs very fast. So he says, no, I wanted a fat wife, but God didn't want it to be so. I have a very thin wife, and if I do something after something, she will run, and I don't know what she does, but yeah. Someone else asked, "Doctor, when you ran, did the snake follow you?" The doctor replied, "I ran till I reached a friend's house. Immediately I smeared oil all over my face and took a bath. I changed into fresh clothes. The next morning at about 8:30, I took my friend and one or two others to my room to move my things from there. But we found we had little to carry. Some thief had removed most of my things. The room had been cleaned out, but not really. The thief had left one thing behind as a final insult." "What was that?" I asked. The doctor said, "My vest, the dirty one. The fellow had such a sense of cleanliness. The rascal could have taken it and used it after washing it with soap and water." "Did you see the snake the next day, doctor?" The doctor laughed. "I have never seen it since then. It was a snake which was taken with its own beauty." So one of them asks, those people who are discussing, "So did you ever see the snake again? Did the snake follow you?" "No, I ran to my friend's house. I took a bath over there. The next day I took few people to the room, and when we went there to move our things, they went there, they wanted to move the house to some other location. They saw that the whole room was cleaned. Why? Because there was a thief the earlier day. I think the thief took out all things that the doctor had. The doctor didn't have much money anyway. It was 60 rupees and shirts and dhotis and few things like that. So all those things the thief had taken. But the thief had left one thing, and that was the not so white vest. The not so white vest. Probably the thief was a person who liked cleanliness, and the doctor was not a clean fellow. I think he might have realized that, and he put that not so white vest that was dirty anyway. He didn't want to carry it, so he left it there, and they didn't have much to carry. So they asked, "So did you ever see the snake again?" The doctor says, "No, I have never seen the snake again, because the snake was more interested in looking at itself in the mirror, and it wanted to admire itself. So I have never seen the snake again." So this is a very funny story written by Vaikom Muhammad Bashir. I hope you enjoyed the story. See you again on Classroom TV.
Hello everyone, welcome to Classroom TV. So before to start with the session, I like to go with some discussion. Like generally, you might have seen here I have been taken an earthen pot and I have been taken some of the utensils which are cooked in nowadays with the stove which we are using. So let us go with some discussion. Like when I have been saying that in the ancient days or during ancient times we used to use earthen pot for cooking, isn't it? So the earthen pot was being used so auspiciously by the ancient people, and they used to believe that it's been of lot of energy, the food whichever is been prepared or cooked in the earthen pots. But when the food was been prepared in earthen pot, what happened, like as the days passed or as the ages goes on past, you have seen there was a change in the technology, and we can see the same the food whichever was prepared on earthen pot has been seen, and nowadays we can see the different utensils are used for preparing the food. So what the differences you can make by seeing this picture? So you can see here basically a fire was being ignited. A fire was ignited and you are able to see earthen pot was being kept on it, and it started cooking. So why the people started avoiding it, or why there was a earthen pot was being not used? Because as the ages were passed, you have seen that there were some drawbacks, or what you can say that lot of smoke has evolved, and there was lot of what you say carbon dioxide was released in the atmosphere. So there were some kind of what you say drawbacks or disadvantages arise when we were using the earthen pot for cooking. But basically as it was okay, anyhow we know that it's an good form of like which we get energy whenever we have been eating the food which has been prepared in earthen pot. But basically as because of some other disadvantages which we have seen, which made the technology to change it, and as ages passed, you have seen the different utensils has came into existence for cooking. So how these utensils are being made? Have you ever questioned? Like what are these utensils made up of? Now earthen pot you know very well, it's nothing but it's a mud or the sand which we are used to prepare a pot, a general pot. But basically when you are going with the utensils, have you ever questioned what are the property, or what is the what you say like what is mean the substances, or what kind of things are involved in cooking or being making these utensils? Have you ever been think? Yeah, so today's session we are going to discuss like what these utensils are exactly made up of, or how they are being used, and what is their significance, and why purposefully we are using the utensils only, or the whatever the utensils which are being made up of what composition, and why we are using it. That importance and the significance we are going to learn in our today's session. Okay. So here you can see this is our session which we are going to discuss metals and non-metals. So as I said, just there are some utensils made up of metals. So today's session will see like what are those properties which are being present in a metal, like by seeing the whatever, because you know very well there are different things available in nature. So how we will classify, or how we segregate, or how we separate them, and we particularly say that it's a metal. So in such consequences we need to particularly learn the properties of metals and as well as non-metals. Now okay, see here they have taken some of the figures. You can see a carbon here. Can you say, I think you might just heard about the carbon. Actually a carbon is physical, the carbon physical appearance you can see it's in black color. Have you seen this black color actually? Have you seen on roads? Like when you walk on roads, have you seen the roads are laid black in color? Means the what you say, a substance which is called as bitumen is been present in carbon, means that is responsible. It's a lubricating which is used for surfacing the layers of road. Okay, so that's a carbon which we are using. So here actually carbon is basically it's a non-metal. We are going to classify that which are metals or which are non-metals, means based on what properties we can classify them, or how we can say that which is a particular non-metal or which is a non-metal. That is only a session where we are going to learn it in a detailed manner about metals and non-metals. So here you have seen carbon. Then have you seen it's a sulfur? Have you ever heard of an element called sulfur? Where the sulfur is present? Have you ever heard? Actually, the sulfur is present in eggs. You know, you eat eggs, yeah, and even it is present in the hair, a substance called keratin. Okay, even in keratin, the substance you can see which is responsible for growing the hair, there also you can see the substance called sulfur is present. Okay, that is one. The next coming to gold. Okay, I think you are very much familiar. Gold, the ornaments, the jewelry, whichever we wear or whichever is been wore on occasions or any of the movements, okay, especially. So there you can see definitely we use all the gold ornaments which are used for making jewelry. Then coming to iron. Have you heard about iron? So where we use iron actually? Yeah, actually questions comes like even iron is required for our body also. Even sulfur is required for our body also, we say. Even carbon is required for our body also. Even gold is required. Only gold is required for all ornamentation. It's used for making jewelry. So there are some circumstances that are differentiated based on which we are going to classify as metals and non-metals. Means we are going to classify metals and non-metals on certain properties. Okay. So next coming to the session where as we have introduced ourselves about metals and non-metals, let us see some of the pictures where we can classify them and we can come to a we can identify like which are metals and which are non-metals. So when you come to metals, here you can see some of the metals I have taken. Can you see? Copper, lead, tin, nickel, steel, zinc. So these are some of the metals which we are been using frequently in our daily life applications. Yeah, have you heard about copper? You might have heard generally copper as called like copper wire. Yeah, mostly we use copper wire for conducting electricity. Means all the electrical appliances whatever are being connected, whatever are being used, they are being associated, means they are being connected by using the copper wire. Okay, so in this way each and every metal has its own significance. Yeah, then when you come to nickel, when you come to steel, in our first slide when we were discussing when we started introducing the metals and non-metals, you might have seen there we were using different types of utensils. So those different types of utensils whatever we have used, they are all being made up of almost steel. So in this way different applications are being used with the different uses which are applicable in our daily life in one or the other form. We cannot avoid it. There are some circumstances that we can say that life is very miserable, or you can say it doesn't exist without the usage of metals. Definitely we require the metals and even the non-metals in our daily life applications. Then coming to the next, you can see different non-metals also like I am used here. Already we discussed about sulfur. As I said just now, sulfur is being present in eggs which we eat, and yeah, sulfur is responsible for the growing of hair, a substance called keratin which is responsible for sulfur. Then you can see bromine, even this is a non-metal. Then when you come to carbon, already we discussed about carbon also. The carbon is a substance which is used for surfacing the roads, it is a lubricant. Okay, so you can say like as I said you like bitumen I have said you, even the charcoal, the basic substituents actually I can say like most of the substituents use applications are being used on carbon, based on carbon. Then coming to oxygen, I think you know about the oxygen. Yes, where we use oxygen? Yeah, oxygen is used for breathing. We take in oxygen. Yes, everywhere actually we say that overall the atmosphere surrounding the air contains oxygen in it, because we say it is a mixture of gases. In that gases oxygen and nitrogen are being available in plenty of amounts. In that we go with oxygen also as a part, where oxygen is the basic constituent of air. So definitely we require, because we take in the air which we take in is nothing but the oxygen. So without oxygen can we survive? Can we able to live without air? Can we able to live? Even in respiration process, when we respire, when we take in the air, there also we take oxygen. During photosynthesis process also, the plants, when they are giving out the oxygen, that oxygen is being utilized for various processes. So we cannot avoid oxygen, or we cannot imagine the life, or we cannot breathe in without the oxygen. So oxygen is of so much of importance and so much significant it is that it's a part of a non-metal. So oxygen is considered to be a non-metal, and here you can see the two major constituents like carbon and oxygen plays a very important role in our daily life. Compulsory, children. Definitely you will see carbon and oxygen are the most abundant in prominent role played in our life. One is oxygen, which is required for breathing in air, and one more carbon. You know, you will be learning about different uses and its substituents which is present in each and every compound which we are using in our daily life. Dear everyone, so these are some of the metals and non-metals which have been generally classified. Now next, coming to the detailed properties, like we are going to learn about the properties of metals and non-metals. Based on what circumstances or based on what proofs you can say that it's particularly a metal. Means by seeing it we need to know, or we need to identify it's a metal or it's a non-metal. Okay, next coming to the physical properties of metal. So we are going to learn some physical properties. What do you mean by physical, children? Physical appearance. Like for example, now you have been sitting in a class, and one of your friend has been just arrived to your class. So by seeing it physically, like physical appearance, that is very important. Like whenever you see any new substance or a new compound or a new element or a new person, you will see first its physical appearance. Based on its physical appearance, like you will go with its size or shape, the color, the appearance. Means this all comes under appearance. Like what is the size or what is the color or whatever. So this all comes under the physical appearance. So same way, suppose when I said that copper is a metal, by seeing a copper we need to physically identify what are the properties or how it is looking or how it is appearing. Okay, so copper is a metal, we are saying it. Just now in previous figures we have seen that copper is said to be a metal. So on what basis, on what circumstances, by seeing it physically you will say it is a metal. So those properties we are going to discuss here. Okay, so here when you come with some properties, like you can see, I am going to use the properties malleability, sonority, then ductility, lustrous, and good conductors of heat and electricity. So these are some of the physical properties we are going to discuss. Like when I said no, just now, like suppose you have taken copper. So by seeing copper physically, how it appears, or based on what properties you can say that it's a metal. So these are some of the properties. Actually you have some more properties, like the metals actually they have also high melting points and boiling points. Okay, even they have thermal conductivity. The thermal conductivity comes under this itself, no doubt. So here we are going to discuss the properties of these metals by their examples and their appearances, because we said physically, we said means when you are physically seen, the appearance should make you feel that it's a metal or a non-metal by learning some of the properties. Okay, so one by one we are going to start. So coming to the first property here called malleability. Okay, so we say that all the metals are malleable in nature. Means what is the meaning of that? See, the property of the substance which describes its ability to bend or hammered into a thin sheet without breaking is said to be as malleability. Means you can see some examples here. I have used an aluminium foil paper, then I have used even a gold foil, then I am using different. So here, have you seen any time where is aluminium foil used? Yeah, you might be knowing aluminium foil is used to pack the food. Okay, when your mama or when your mother, when she starts who are preparing the food for you when you have been moving to school. So definitely what she'll do? She'll wrap your food or she'll pack your food generally by using an aluminium foil paper. So here when aluminium foil is used, you can see when it is been wrapped so many times also, it doesn't get break. That is a speciality property of a metal. That's the reason you can see even when the constructions goes, when the constructions of houses are done, when buildings are constructed, you can see different metals are being beaten into thin sheets. Have you seen any time? When a slab or whenever a slab goes, when the construction, when they start laying a roof, you can see first the different sheets. Okay, all the metallic different sheets, the iron sheets are laid. Okay, you can see that they are being hammered, isn't it? You will get the sound of hammering also. They start hitting it, they start beating it as per the dimensions, as per the requirement. They start hammering it, then they start it and they try to mold it into a thin sheets and without getting breaked. Okay, doesn't get break. So that is a speciality of a metallic property which is shown, which is called as malleability. So malleability is a property which is being shown by metals wherein we can able to mold the the metals into different shapes and the sizes as per requirement, as we decide it. Okay, so here as I said just now, like when a food is being packed, for example you have been packed chapatis. So when you have been packed chapatis, you can see a chapati is been rolled so many times. It's been rolled like a roller. So when it is been rolled like a roller in aluminium foil, you can see aluminium foil doesn't get break after being rolled so many times. So that property is been seen called as malleability. Then when you come to the other part, like you can see as aluminium is very malleable, that's why we use it to make foil to wrap our food. Okay, then other substances like glass and can be taken. Can we take glass for wrapping it? Glass can be rolled so many times as how we have rolled aluminium? We can't, because glass gets broke. Whereas our aluminium foil is, as it's a metal, you can see how many times we go on roll it or how many times we go on being bent into different sizes and the shapes as per our requirement, as per our convenience. It doesn't get break. But whereas if you have taken rather than aluminium, if you go with the glass, when you start rolling the glass into different sizes or the different shapes, you can able to see it gets breaked. So that is a speciality property, that's a special property which we have seen in metals called malleability. So wood is not even malleable while copper is malleable. Can we take wood and go on roll into different sizes and shapes? Can we able to easily hammer it? Can we easily able to break it? Isn't it? Okay. So there's a differences between the things you can easily make out. Like we have said, like aluminium is able to be molded into different shapes and sizes. When you go with the glass, are you able to wrap the glass or you are able to roll the glass? We can't. It's get break. Same way when you go with wood. Wood is also not malleable, whereas copper is malleable. It can be rolled, it can be twisted, it can be used, it can be desired as per the requirement. It can go with the different dimensions, with the different shapes. Okay, so this is the property, one of the property which we have seen called malleability. The next, moving to the next one called as ductility. Okay, we say metals are ductile in nature. Okay, means metals are ductile, that is they can be drawn into thin wires. Can you see here? What is this identification? Yeah, it's a copper wire. As already we have seen in a previous slide, where we have seen a copper wire being in goldish color. Is it in brownish color? So you can see here a wire which is being, you can see it's an insulated material actually. Okay, you can see the white layer which is been coated on the copper wire is nothing but it's an insulating material. So we are going to learn about the insulators and conductors also in the next coming classes. So here you can see the ductile properties which makes the metals to drawn into different wires, like as per our dimensions, as per our thickness. You know, we use different electrical appliances in our house. So can we use the same electrical wiring which we have used for a tube light can be used for a fan? Or the wiring which we have used for a fan can be used for an electrical heater or a geyser? No. You can see different electrical appliances has different kind of thickness. We need to go with different kind of thickness of wiring which we do for a different electrical appliances which we are using in a house. So in the same way, when we are saying the different thickness or different grid sizes which we are using for wiring and getting the electricity to be conducted for these electrical appliances, we need to go with the different desirable connectivities as per the requirement, where the metals are drawn into different wires as per the requirement and they are being connected. And that particular property is said to be as ductile, means that is ductility. So generally gold, copper, silver, iron, so these are some of the metals which are being drawn into different wires as per the requirement and as per the thickness, and that particular property is said to be as ductility. Clear? So we have seen malleability and ductility. Then next, how we are going to compare? Means we say metals are also malleable in nature and metals are also ductile in nature. Means what is the basic difference between these two? What is malleability and what is ductility? When you go with malleability, as I said, malleability is the ability to be compressed. Like I gave the example. Like when chapati is been packed in an aluminium foil, you can able to see that chapati can be rolled or it can be compressed as per our requirement. Means where the metal aluminium foil is able to compress in how many ways or in how many shapes we require. It's able to get compressed, isn't it? It is often characterized as a material's ability to form a thin sheet when rolled. Okay, so as I said you, when you go on roll it, you can see that big aluminium foil whichever you are using to wrap that chapatis or some other substances, you are able to see it becomes a thin sheet. Then when you go with ductility, what is ductility? Is ability to stretch. It is often characterized as a material's ability to be pulled into a wire. So you can go with all the metals, like example copper, iron, or whichever the metals whichever are being particularly characterized or which are being particularly used to be drawn into thin wires, you can maximum stretch them, isn't it? Now for example, when a particular room has to go with the electrical conductivity, means you want to do the electrical connections for some various appliances. So to do the electrical conductivity to the various appliances, definitely what you are going to do, as per the required dimensions, you will be drawing the metals into those wires as per the thickness, and then you are going to stretch it according to the dimensions which are being prescribed or present in that particular room where you are trying to get on to the electrical appliances to work. Okay, so this is the basic difference between the ductility and malleability. So in malleability, what you can do? You can compress the sheets as per your requirement and you can go on making into different shapes and sizes. Same way when you go for ductility, you can able to draw all the metals as per your requirement into a thin wires or in thick wires as per your requirement. Yeah, so that is the way which we see for ductility and malleability. The next comes one more property called sonority. This is the most important property. All properties are important. Sonority property makes us very much alert. Yeah, can you see here one bell? Now example, when you're going to your school, definitely whenever a session completes or when your classes starts, definitely the classes commences with a bell. So the bell sound which has been produced makes a lot of noise which is very much audible to you, and it gives us a sensation that we have been done with one session or something has completed or something has been done or something has happened. By the sound itself will give us a sensation. So what all the things whichever are been producing noise or which is giving the sensation of producing the sound are all being made up of metals only. So that metals has a property called sonority, means all the metals are sonorous in nature. They are sound producing. Metals are capable of producing the sound, isn't it? They are able to produce the sound. So the ability of metals to produce a particular sound when it is tapped on a hard surface is termed as sonority, isn't it? Now when you are hammering, suppose now you have taken a thin sheet of a metal and you go on hammer on a thin sheet. So when you are going on hammering on a thin sheet, what happens? Lot of sound is produced. Okay. Now when a puja is been done in your house and a puja goes on, when you are doing some puja, so you will go on ring the bell. So when you are going on ringing the bell, what is happening? It's giving us a sensation that we have been completing or the puja is going on in a particular area, in a particular corner. When the sound been make us a sensation which is audible so much, which is producing the sound, it's made up of metal. So that's a question comes here actually, like why the metals are made up of, means why the bells are made up of metals instead of wood. Have you seen any time any wooden bells? Any wooden bells have you seen? Okay, basically we doesn't see wooden bells. Our woodens are able to, wood is able to produce the sound. Wood doesn't produce the sound because wood is not characterized as a metal. It doesn't comes under a metal, isn't it? But whereas the thing, whenever any of the materials, whichever are being used for producing sound, you will see that definitely they are being made up of metals only. So that's the reason we say metals are sonorous in nature. They are sound producing. They produce sound when they are being hammered or when they are being struck by a hard surface. So you can see almost like brass, copper and all different kind of metals are used to make different kind of bells or the materials required for producing the sound. Even the indicators, even the alarm or whatever whichever we use, or when a fire extinguisher is been connected, or even you can see a slight alarm, we again it which is been it will be connected in trap with a metal surface so that it strike it. So to produce the sound, then it's audible and then we can able to move to that area. So in all the what you say areas, we are able to see the metals playing an important role. Can we avoid metals now? At least now till now we have discussed three properties: malleability, ductility and sonority. Can we avoid metals? I generally pose a question to you, like can we avoid metals? Now we have seen the three properties. Without malleability we have seen. So if the whatever the metals whichever, if they are not been drawn according to the thin shape or sizes, are we able to get the required dimensions? No. If ductility would have been not been seen in metals, are we able to get the electrical appliances connected as per the requirement? No. So even the sound producing, because even we need to have some alertness. So whatever the alertness whichever we require, that is being required by the sensation which is audible to us, and that audibleness also we get it to sound which is been produced by the metals, not than other any substance. Yeah. The next coming to the one more property called lustrous. So you might have basically seen like where this generally happens, like when you go to any occasions or any functions or any parties, you can see some persons wearing lot of jewelry, lot of ornaments or jewelry is being weighed on their neck, which shines, and when they stand in front of a light also, you can see that particular person, whoever who is wearing overall the jewelry, he gets shine like a silver or a gold or whatever the ornaments he wears. So here why does it happens? Because metal has one more exhibiting a property called, metal exhibits a property called lustrous. Lustrous means shiny surface. Metals actually reflects the light. They reflect the light. So which makes the metals to be shiny in nature. As they are reflecting the light, so when the reflection of light takes place in metals, so metals becomes shiny. So the shiny appearance makes that particular substance to be more shine brighter than brighter, and that particular property of shining, the shining surfaces is said to be as lustrous, which is seen in metals. So metals have luster, this means they are shiny, like example gold, copper, silver, iron. Again these are some of the metals which are basically has shiny surface. Does wood has any shiny surface? Does carbon has any shiny surface? Yeah, no. So we'll get that conclusion. like which are lesser, which are having shiny surface, which are not having shiny surfaces. So the particular properties of metals are being exhibited as shiny surfaces called lustrous. Then coming to conductors, good conductors. So when I am using a word called conductor here, so basically what is a conductor here? A conductor is nothing but, according to our science, the materials which allow the electricity to pass through them are called as conductors here. Okay. So what are the good conductors? How is this property used in our everyday life? How it is used? Till now we are basically going on discussing how it is used. Okay. Can you see here figure I have taken? Like you can see here I have used copper wire and I have used one of the steel container. So by seeing a steel container and a sort of copper wires, how can you, what you can make out? What things you can make out, or how it has been applicable to our daily life? By seeing a container, you can make out that this particular steel container is being used for preparing the food. Okay, cooking. Then when you go for the wires, basically wires are generally used for yes, for conducting electricity. Means all the electrical appliances gets connected with some sort of wires here. That particular wires, they can be with irrespective of gold or iron or copper, whichever you are using as per the requirement. But here generally you can see, so how these are used? As we are seeing, metals are exhibiting a property called, they are the good conductors of heat and electricity. Majority of the metals are the good conductors of heat and electricity. Okay. So in next one you can see session, you can see I have been connected and I am trying to glow a bulb by connecting a circuit. This is a general circuit which you will be basically knowing, children, I think so. You can see when we are connecting a battery, one part of a battery is connected to some of the iron clips or pins whichever you use here. The other end of the pin is been again connected to the switch on and open, and again this other part is connected to one end of the terminal of the bulb, and other end of the terminal of bulb is connected to a battery. So what is this? All these are the connecting wires. So which kind of wires we are using? Generally copper wires or iron wire, as per the requirement we use the connecting wires. So these connecting wires are responsible for carrying the electrical charge. If suppose the wires are not connected, does the bulb glows? Yes, we can see that the bulb doesn't glows. Definitely we need to have what you say, the connectivity. So here these connectivity wires are acting as electric conductors, means they are only the substances and are the materials which are responsible to pass electricity. Okay. So without the connecting wires, I am able to glow a bulb? Yeah, I am unable to glow a bulb if I am not connecting with the connecting wires to a battery and as per the required external source. Yeah. Then here we are going to use a sample whichever is required for testing. Then you can see, as I said, metals are the good conductors of heat. So here you can see like copper, gold, aluminiums. Those are the best conductors we see for conducting the heat. Whereas if you take wood, is not a good conductor of heat. So have you generally seen in I think especially like girls, you can see your mother like when she is preparing the food, suppose when you can go with a pressure cooker, or if you have taken when you see a metal pan, you can see a metal pan will have an wooden handle. You can see just here I have taken one of a dish which has been used for cooking. You can see the handle contains an wooden strip. So why we have been again coating a handle with wood? Why not entirely with metal? Okay, then you can see I have taken a one more container which contains a tea or coffee. You can see the handle again it's been made up of wooden. Why not with metal? Yeah, because as we said that metals are good conductors of heat. If overall the material or that substance, if it is been made up of metal, it gets heated up quickly. Now suppose when you are cooking, so without touching itself or without catching it, are you able to do so? You are not able to do so. Definitely you need to hold the things. So to when you want to hold the things as a whole, you cannot hold a metal conductor, a metal and container which is kept on cooking, which gets heated up quickly, so which makes you feel hotter. So in order to avoid the hotness or the heat should not be passed through it, that's the reason we use a handle which is made up of wood, because wood is a bad conductor of heat. Suppose if overall the container, if it is being made up of metal, are we able to? Yeah. Are we able to do so? Yeah, we cannot able to do so, because if overall the container, if it is being made up of that metal, we able to feel that heat also. So in order to overcome or avoid the heat, we use what you say, wooden handles consisting of that metal container. As we said, wood is a bad conductor, it doesn't allow heat to pass through it, as it's a bad conductor, or we say it as insulator also now. Okay, and here as I said, metals are good conductors, so overall the container is made up of a metal, but only the handles whichever are being which are used for handling or being holding are being made up of wood. Clear everyone? So basically that is those are the some of the properties which we basically see in a particular metal. When you say it's a metal, these particular properties need to be seen in that metal. That physical appearance is must. Then coming to our next one, here I have taken some of the samples. In that particular sample, I am going to say, I am going to check out like which are the following properties, or we have taken different material samples here. In these different material samples, we need to identify which is particularly metal and which is exhibiting the properties which we discussed. So you can see here some of the properties which we discussed: lustrous, sonorous, conducting heat, conducting electricity, malleable, ductile. So these were some of the physical properties which we have discussed. Now we need to identify or we need to classify by given samples, like which comes under metals, which comes under or non-metals. Are they able to show all the properties which we discussed or not? So coming to the first one, we have iron. Can we say iron to be shiny? Are we able to say iron to be shinier? Yes, up to some extent. So it's lustrous, so we just stick it. Then a sonorous, does iron make sound? Yeah, basically iron makes sound. It conducts heat. Yeah, it conducts heat. It conducts electricity. Yeah, it malleable. We are able to beat the iron into different sheets. It can be beaten into different thin sheets. Yes, malleable. Then ductile. Are we able to draw the metal iron into different wires? Yeah, we are able to draw it. So even it is also ductile. Then coming to zinc. So almost the properties which we have taken, we need to discuss one by one. Are they exhibiting the physical properties? Then coming to zinc. Zinc is lustrous. Yes. Sonorous. Yes. Conducts heat. Conducts electricity. Malleable. Ductile. Okay. Then coming to next, copper. Already we were going on using, now copper became, copper has become a best example for us, which generally comes on tongue. Like when we go with physical properties, all the physical properties basically we can see copper, iron, aluminium, zinc. These are the frequent examples which we arise when we are discussing the physical properties which comes over. So when you go with copper, even copper is able to exhibit lustrous property, sonorous property, conducts heat, conducts electricity, malleable in nature, and even ductile. Coming to sulfur. Now you tell me, does sulfur able to exhibit sulfur? Does it shines? In our previous slides we have seen. Have you seen sulfur shining, or have you seen anywhere sulfur as an example in the properties whichever we discussed? Yeah, we have not seen. So we can say sulfur is not lustrous. It doesn't shine. Does it makes any sound? No. Does it conducts heat? That is conducts electricity. Does it is malleable? Can we break into? It's a powdery substance already. It's not hard substance also. Because I said metals are harder. they are brittle in nature, they are hard substances, because that hard substance is only making them to beaten or being broken into thin sheets without getting breaked. Then next, ductile. No, even ductile also, there is no property seen by sulfur, none of the properties are seen by sulfur, which showing the physical properties. Coming to aluminium. Yeah, aluminium is lustrous. Does it shine? Your aluminium foil. Does it make sound? Does it make sound? Does it make sound? Yes, lustrous. Then aluminium, then conducts heat, then conducts electricity, then malleable, then ductile. The next coming to carbon. Does carbon shows any lustrous property? No. Does it shows any sonorous property? Does it make sound? Does it conduct heat? That is conducts electricity? No. It's malleable? No. Is it ductile? No. Then coming to magnesium. Yeah. So in magnesium properties, so even with magnesium, are you able to get the are you able to exhibit the physical properties? Let it check out. So in magnesium also, you can see it's as it's a metal, you are able to see the properties of sonorous, lustrous, conducting heat, conducting electricity, malleable, ductile. Then coming to iodine. Are you able to see the properties? Are you able to see the exhibiting properties in iodine? No, because even iodine being a non-metal, you can't able to see these of the properties. It doesn't conduct electricity. It is not malleable. Either it is not ductile, isn't it? So by this particular comparison of different samples whichever we have taken, we have classified that which are being metals and which are non-metals depending on the properties. Means these particular properties whichever we have seen, those are physically. Means by seeing them, their appearance should the appearance will make us like in what based on what properties we are saying that it is a particular metal and it is a non-metal. So these are some of the physical properties which we discussed, like lustrous, sonorous, conducting heat, conducting electricity, malleable and ductility. Okay, I think you have been very much clearly understood of the physical properties. Means based on these physical properties only we are going to assure or confirm that it's a particular metal or it's a particular non-metal. Now by these samples you might have been come to a conclusion that whatever the properties exhibited, whichever we discuss, if you have seen all those properties so we can say and we are considering that to be as a metal. But suppose if those properties are not none of the properties are being exhibited or shown, then we say it to be as non-metal. So in the next session we are going to discuss the properties of non-metals. Almost the non-metal properties are also opposite of this. Means none of the physical properties whichever are exhibited or shown by metals are not being shown by non-metals. So all the non-metals are what you say, like they are non-lustrous, non-sonorous, non-malleable, non-ductile, that doesn't conduct electricity, that doesn't conduct heat. So these all the properties which are the physical properties which we discussed, those all physical properties are not being seen in our non-metals. So in our next session we are going to discuss the physical properties of non-metals. Along with that, as we have discussed physical properties, next we are going to discuss the chemical properties of metals. On what basis and circumstances we are going to see how these metals are reacting in the nature, in what circumstances, in what situations, and we are able to see the reaction of these metals up to what extent and what they are going to give us. Okay. So I think hope you have been understood the physical properties. So I am going to end my session here. Thank you.
Hello students, how are you? So today we'll talk about an important chapter in your 8th class. First chapter is that analysis and study of maps. So right now we are seeing all beautiful maps. We are seeing India maps, world maps and our regional maps. That is the present day situation. But what about the situation when there were no maps at all? How ancient travelers used to navigate, how they used to move from one place to another place, because right now we have maps and everything is easy for us to move from one place to another place. Everything is easy for us to put on the piece of paper, because even the rainfall distribution, the population criteria, or else the soil distribution, the agriculture, so many such things can be put on the map in the present day. But what happened in ancient days when there were no maps at all? As you know, the study of map and drawing maps is called as what? Is called as cartography. Okay, so we will start with analysis, reading and analysis of map. So here you are seeing two different types of maps. This is a political map of the world entirely. This is the political map and this is the physical map. Okay, so if you see the basic difference between them, what is the basic difference? Okay, see now, a map is used by geographers to show features that we consider important. See here, in this physical map, see basically there is a difference between a picture taken by a photograph. Like you just compare a photograph and a map. Okay, in map, photograph you can see most of the things live, but in the map you can also predict, you can also report whatever is there. Whatever we cannot do in photograph, we can do in map. Because for example, in this piece of photograph, can you represent what is the rainfall distribution here? In this piece of photograph, this is the photograph. This is a photograph taken from satellite. Okay, this is the satellite image of the entire world. Okay, this is the representation of the entire world, politically drawing across their boundaries, dividing into different oceans, different continents, different seas and islands. All these things we can see clearly. Okay, so this is what? This is the physical map, which is picturized, or this is the photograph picturized from the satellite. Here there is no clear-cut pattern. You can only see how the entire world is seen from outside the surface of the earth. But here you can see clear-cut continents demarcated. So this is the basic difference. This is the study and work of the cartographers who will generally divide the entire countries of the world or entire physical features of the world in a definite pattern. Okay, this is the work of the geographers. Now if you see here, for example, a map is used by geographers to show features that we consider important. Okay, what we require and what is important for our study, only those things will be put on the piece of paper, that is on the map entirely. Either it may be world map or India map. You see here, features that we consider important. Okay, for example, distribution. I'll erase this entirely. For example, distribution of rainfall. Next thing is soil types. See here, if you see in India also, rainfall is not uniform throughout India, definitely, right? There are certain areas which receive maximum rainfall. There are certain areas which do not even receive minimum amount of rainfall throughout the entire year. Okay, so when we have to represent these differential patterns of rainfall, at least in India, how we will do? We will take a piece of paper, we will draw the map and we will demarcate or differentiate according to the areas present on the map. Okay, so geographers, they feel that these are the important things which have to be put on the map. That is the reason they will consider these important things. For example, distribution of rainfall or soil types, because we know that in the northern India there are certain types of soils, and in the southern India there are certain types of soils. We have plateaus and plains also. and we can clearly say that the soil distribution throughout India is also not uniform. So whenever there is non-uniformity, definitely there is a requirement to represent for our understanding which soil or which rainfall, which crop, which agriculture pattern is seen in which part of India. So that is what this happens, everything on the map, on the representation of the map. For example, you take as India map, okay, and population pattern, okay, population or population density, okay, there are certain states in India which are very highly populated, highly densely populated areas in India, okay. Even when we want to represent everything on piece of map, there are certain areas where you can mark it as highly populated or less dense population according to their even we can, in the population also, we can also demarcate according to the sex ratio also, okay, according to the sex ratio, or you know the sex ratio, right? So that is what. So when you talk about languages spoken by people also, languages spoken by people, okay, so there are so many languages which are divided across the country. We can talk about national language, or we can talk about the southern languages or northeastern languages. There are so many dialects in India. So we can draw all these patterns on piece of map of India. So whatever is important, so geographers, they feel that these are the points which are important, and these are the points which have to be put on piece of Indian map, okay. This happens in the only only political map of India. But can you go somewhere and just take a photo and just find out what is the pattern? You take a photo of certain area and can you find out what is the rainfall distribution? That is the reason photo or picturization will not serve the purpose all the time. We need clear-cut mapping pattern to make things easy for us to understand, okay. So for example, you take a small place where the rainfall distribution is very high, okay, where the average rainfall is very high, okay. If you want to represent that on a piece of paper, you take a picture of that area. No matter you take thousands of pictures, you will not be able to put what is the amount of rainfall received by that area, annual rainfall received by that area. But if you try to put the same thing on piece of map, you can put by studying the average amount of rainfall received by that rain, and you can draw neatly on piece of map, okay. So that is the use of map which the geographers do on a day-to-day basis, okay. That is the reason we get daily climate predictions also from meteorological department. That is what we see. So crops grown, okay. So India or world anywhere, according to the soil types, okay, based on the soil types or based on the climatic or rainfall distribution, we have different types of crops growing in entire country, okay. As I told you, we can also put different types of crops growing in different climatic conditions in different soil patterns in India. Based on that you can draw, okay. For example, you take, this is India. Where is the rice distribution throughout India? We can say that in the Andhra Pradesh region there is maximum rice distribution, or in the Uttar Pradesh region there is maximum rice distribution, like that, okay. This becomes very easy for somebody to understand. Oh, this is the place where rice is maximum, where rice is grown to the maximum extent. Where is wheat grown in entire India? Where is jowar grown? Where is sugarcane grown in entire India? And what is the export and what is the import of this particular crop grown in India? That is what entirely, even economic maps also can be put, economic data also can be put on piece of map, okay. Why? Because what we are talking about here is population. This is all about economic geography only, okay. In higher classes you will see this is clearly dealt in economic geography, okay. See here, and markets also, and markets. A map is actually a model of place giving those features that the map maker considers to be of importance, okay. For example, if map maker wanted to talk about rainfall distribution, he will concentrate completely on the patterns of rainfall in that particular area. Okay, if he want to talk about rainfall distribution in a particular state, for example you take Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, he will concentrate on the rainfall distribution of this area only, and then he will draw the map according to that. Okay, how many centimeters of annual rainfall is received by this area, okay, in comparison to entire India. Okay, that is the beauty in drawing maps. Okay, so this is all done by whom? Done by geographers from time to time. Okay, so this is all about reading analysis of map, and here you are seeing two pictures. Here you are two pictures. This picture is a clear-cut photograph taken from satellite, and this is a political map drawn according to the geographical boundaries of different countries. Okay, you have clear-cut continents divided here, and you see different types of maps here. Different types of map. This is the physical map. This is the physical map of entire India, and this is the political map, and this is the map showing heights. Okay, here in this you can see majority of the landforms also. So where are plateaus are present, and where are plain regions, where are Himalayas present here. Okay, where are Ghat regions, where are islands here. Okay, and where is the desert region here. Everything can be seen here in this map. Okay, everything is India. Okay, just an outward appearance you can see everything is India only, but when you see here clearly, this is giving all the physical characteristics of India, like different. Here also it is talking about deserts and all. Here it is clearly giving the drainage pattern. Okay, the river systems of India. Okay, here this is called physical map. And if you talk about political map, all the political boundaries of different states are clearly delineated or clearly separated. Okay, here this is political map, and here this is the map showing heights wherein different landforms on the earth can be compared easily. Okay, so this is a kind of picture. This is a kind of mapping pattern. Okay, this is a kind of satellite image. This is a mapping pattern which we do, which geographers does. This is a mapping pattern taken from the satellite. Okay, understand? That is the reason. And what we generally talk in this chapter, reading and analysis of maps, what we talk. Okay, in this chapter we will talk firstly about definition of map. What is a map? First of all, and next we will talk about maps drawn or maps down the edges. As I discussed earlier, right now we have all beautiful representations, beautiful maps of different requirements like rainfall, crops, agriculture, population, economy, climatic conditions. So many other things are there, and we can put everything on piece of map. That is the present day situation, where the Survey of India, which was established in 1767 during the time of British rule, is doing this work regularly. Okay, the work of all this mapping pattern is done in India by Survey of India, located at Dehradun. Okay, do you know this concept? And the study of maps, as I told you, is cartography. So this is the present day scenario. But what was the situation some thousands of years before, some 4,000, 5,000 years before, when there was no knowledge of cartography, when there was no knowledge of all celestial bodies, sun, earth and all such bodies, when there was no talk about oceans, seas, continents? How ancient people during those times used to picturize or used to imagine the entire surface of the earth? Then we have to start talking about the evolution of the drawing of these maps. So how we will start? We will start from Sumerian civilization. Then we will go to Babylon. See, Sumerian civilization somewhere around 4500 BC in the present Iraq, region. Contemporary Sumerian civilization and contemporary Indian civilizations also, like Sumerian civilization to some extent also matches with Indian Indus Valley civilization to some extent. Okay, both of them were contemporarily, both of them were present at same time. In India, when we are seeing Indus Valley civilization, at the same time their Sumerian civilization was almost going to end. Okay, After Sumerian, you will see Babylonian civilization, and then you can talk about see, Sumerians used to draw maps. We will talk about maps drawn by Sumerians. We have to talk about maps drawn by Babylonians. We will talk about maps given by Hecataeus, and we will talk about map given by this famous astronomer Ptolemy, okay, Ptolemy, and Al-Idrisi world map. So this is a kind of evolutionary pattern where right from the ancient days the map and the representation of the entire world is gradually changing. Okay, you will see how peculiar and how different they are representing this map. Okay, representing entire surface of the earth. You will see in a few minutes from now. Okay, so this is what definition of map down the ages, and we will talk about map making during colonization. That means during the British rule. Okay, during the British rule, when it was under East India Company, when Britishers were ruling major part of the world, how they draw these maps, because maps are very important for navigation, for imports and exports, to travel across the world, to colonize any part of the world, to explore, exploit any part of the world. Map is very much compulsory. So when Britishers were colonizing the entire part of the world, entire maximum proportion of the world, they wanted desperately to draw these maps. Okay, so that is the reason during their time the map making or the making of these maps has gained some prominence, because they wanted these maps. Okay, we were still under colonial rule only. That is what. Thematic maps. Thematic maps means I just spoke about thematic, based on particular theme. If some map wanted to talk about rainfall distribution, that will talk about only rainfall distribution. If map wanted to talk about the population density distribution, it will talk about population density or climatic conditions or different agricultural patterns or soil conditions, all these things. Only if a theme is selected, the geographer or the person who is making this map, he will concentrate to collect data or gather data to prepare that particular map only. These are called as thematic maps. Okay, as I told you, thematic maps basically concentrate on particular issue like climatic conditions or rainfall patterns or the crops or agriculture distribution and all such things. Okay, conventional symbols on maps. What are the different types of symbols which we use? Why? Because you see, for example, there is certain map for transport, right? For trade and transport communication. If you open the communication map, transport map, you can clearly see what is the railway line, what is the air route, what is the road route, what are national highways, and all such things you will find clearly exhibited on a piece of map. It is clearly shown on map. Okay, like for example, if you want to go from one place to from Hyderabad or from Andhra Pradesh, you want to go to Delhi, you just open the map and see the transport map, and you can see clearly in what are the ways you can reach from Hyderabad to Delhi, in different ways of reaching from Hyderabad to Delhi. If you want to go through rail route, you have a clear cut rail route, okay, broad gauge, clearly seen in that map. Okay, so there are different symbols and notations to represent different concepts when we are talking about map. Okay, for example, you are there in your school, right? If I want to put your entire school on piece of map, is that piece of paper is enough to put your entire school in that paper? No. I want to draw, I want to put where is your playground, I want to put where is your classrooms, I want to put where is your meetings or your prayer meeting, everything is held. So what shall I do? Everything should be represented in a minuscule format, on a small format, such a large acres and acres of land, huge location, very huge building and all, we have to draw your school map on a small piece of paper. That is the work of the geographers, right? We will see that now. And if you talk about relief features also, as I told you, relief features, what are relief features on maps? Relief features are basically talking about deserts, talking about islands, okay, talking about islands, or talking about plateaus or plains or mountain ranges or Himalayas. All these are relief features on maps, okay. This is thematic map, this is relief features on map, okay. Thematic maps might change from time to time, from place to place, okay. Relief features are intact, okay. Himalayas will never change, will be there intact like that only, okay. So what we will do here is, now we will talk about the basic definition of map initially, because we are studying everything about map analysis and all. First of all, we will see what is the basic definition of the map. Seems to be little complex, but try to understand the statements written over here, because you have to reproduce the same statements in the examination also, okay. And another thing is, you should also have during these classes and all, you should definitely have an atlas or world map and India map in front of you, without which you will not have exact understanding of what is going on in the class, okay, understand. So you should have definitely maps in front of you when you are studying geography at least, okay. So here this is the definition of the map. Map is a visual representation first of all, okay, that is clearly visible to the naked eye of an entire area which illustrates or which explains specific and detailed features of a particular area. Specific and detailed features, for example, if rainfall pattern is talked, or rainfall pattern should be represented on this map. As far as this rainfall pattern is there on the map, everything, even minute details of the rainfall distribution of that particular area is first gathered, okay. Before preparing the map, all the required data is gathered from the department. Whatever rainfall, for rainfall you have a meteorological department, for cropping pattern you have agriculture department, for population density you have census department. So different departments are there. In different departments this data is available. So before representing this data on a map, every data is clearly collected and each and every minute data is represented on this map, okay. That is the important point of a particular area, okay. When we are talking about the map, we are talking about a particular area, okay. That is the first thing, and we are talking about a particular detail, okay. What we are going to talk, okay, a particular point or particular theme, that is important. If we are talking about rainfall pattern, that it belongs to which area, and if you are talking about agriculture, which area. And as far as this theme or this data is considered, we will collect all this data on exactly put on the paper, on the map, and the outline map of India. For example, if you are talking about India, we will put exactly on the outline map of India, okay. So here, and detailed features of a particular area most frequently used to illustrate geography, okay. This is the basic definition of map, analysis of map. Now we will see about what is the basic work of geographers or cartographers. What does they do? So maps are drawn at a scale and projection so that each point on the paper corresponds to actual ground position. See here, maps are drawn at a scale and projection, understand, at a scale and projection. That means, for example, if we want to put your entire school map, you have your school if you want to put your entire school map on a piece of paper, your school is spread out in acres and acres of land, right? We cannot put that huge stretch of land on a piece of paper. For that we will take scale. For example, your classroom, for the simple thing, this is the entire school, okay, and if I want to put your ground here and classroom over here and classroom over here, okay, for example, your classroom is measured or has basic measurement of 20 feet into 20 feet, okay, 20 feet into 20 feet, 20 feet, you know the basic measurement of 20 feet, okay, each feet has 12 inches, 20 feet, okay, 20 feet into 20 feet length and breadth. So this is the basic actual measurement of your class, but on piece of paper we do not have that much area to put on the piece of paper. So what we do is, for 20 feet we will instead write here 20 centimeter, okay, we will take 20 centimeter on this piece of paper, on this map, and we will clearly represent on one side of the map that the scale is 20 centimeter is equal to 20 feet. That means 1 centimeter is equal to 1 feet. That is the basic scale. So that is the basic requirement of the map. So for example, if I am not using the scale, what will happen? So I want to put your entire school map without using any scale. I will just put like this. This is your school map, or this is your ground, this is your classroom, like that. Okay. Sometimes your classroom representation might be bigger than the ground also. Understand? If I without using any scale, if I put on the same map, your classroom becomes much bigger than the ground. Okay. This is not called map. Understand? This is a sketch. We are drawing a rough sketch of your entire school. Sketching is different, but mapping is different. For map, there is a clear cut or predetermined scaling is there. Okay, so that you can clearly visualize or clearly understand what is the actual size, actual location, and actual projection, actual elevation, height, and all such measurements by seeing just an outward appearance of the map. Understand? That is what. Maps are drawn at a scale and projection so that each point on the paper corresponds to actual ground position. Okay. And see here. And if you talk about, a map is defined as selective, symbolized, generalized representation of whole or part of the earth's surface on a plane surface at a reduced scale. Understand? At a reduced scale, because we are reducing from 20 centimeter, 20 feet of your classroom, we are reducing the scale to 20 centimeter and putting on piece of map. Understand? You try to understand. A map is defined as selective. We are selecting the theme. Symbolized, generalized representation of whole or part of the earth's surface. Entire earth can be put on piece of map, or we want to put only that part of the map, that part of the world where we are interested. For example, we are interested only talking about India. We will talk about only India on entire stretch of the earth. Okay. For example, if rainfall distribution throughout the surface of the earth should be represented in comparison to India. If you want to talk about rainfall distribution of India in comparison to the entire world, that can be also easily represented. Understand? So this is the basic definition of map. Okay. Now if you see here, what are the maps down the edges? Map making in India. For example, as I told you before, thousands of years before, there was no scientific knowledge about the universe or the location or the longitudes or latitudes where places can be located easily, or there was no chance of clearly representing everything on a piece of map. There was no such knowledge. Then how the ancient people of the world represented the entire world in their own format? So that is the reason we can say that even the making of the map is evolving in different format. Like Sumerians use it to represent a map in different way. Babylonians use it to represent in a different way. For example, if you come to India, during the rule of Mughals, map or entire world is represented in a different way. After the exit of Mughals, you have East India Company or Britishers entered into India. Britishers starting representing India and world in a different format altogether. And during the rule of Britishers only, we have Survey of India in 1767 established in Dehradun. Even now the Survey of India talks about, it works on all this mapping pattern of India and interworld. Okay, so here maps down the edges, and we are talking about map making in India. When we are talking about map making in India, so cosmographic speculation of map from prehistoric time to Vedic Puranic times. Cosmography is all about celestial bodies, universe, okay, planets, asteroids, all this cosmographic, understand? So cosmographic speculations, that is not a scientifically proved data, that is only speculation of map. Speculation of map from prehistoric times to Vedic Puranic times. From prehistoric times to Vedic Puranic times. See, prehistoric times means when there was no script at all, there was not even a deciphered script, there was no script to study what were the prevailing conditions during that time. Nobody knows what happened at that point of time. From that time until the Vedic times also, until the Vedas, until the age of Rig Veda, like 2500 BC or 1000 BC, there were so many works going on, or so many attempts and experiments going on to represent entire earth on a piece of paper, or different metals or different materials they used to put this. Paper was even not there during that point of time. They used to put or represent entire earth on different metals or stones, okay, or tablets. All such things were there. For example, when coming to India, cosmographic speculation of map from prehistoric times to Vedic Puranic times. Earth had 7 islands surrounded by 7 seas arranged in concentric circles with Mount Meru at the center. See here. Now, according to the ancient Indians only, or ancient representation of entire earth, what they are saying totally there are 7 islands. Okay, 7 islands. They are concentrically covered by, surrounded by 7 seas. Surrounded by 7 seas. That means, for example, they are putting entire earth is like this. Okay, 7 islands. For example, this is one island. Again, that is covered by sea. Again, island. Again, sea, island, sea. This was the fashion. This was the style in which ancient Indians tried to put their understanding of map, their understanding of the structure of the earth or entire universe. Structure of the earth, not universe, structure of the earth like this. Okay. So what they are talking about? They are talking about only 7 islands and 7 seas. In 7 islands, there was one such island called as Jambudvipa. And there was no talk about India and all. We belong to Jambudvipa only. Even now, if you see any ancient movies representing ancient culture and all, there they will talk about Jambudvipam only. They will not talk about India or Bharat. Okay, so in out of 7 islands, there was one island called as Jambudvipa. India was part of that Jambudvipa island. You will see that in a picture clearly right now. Okay, so India called Bharatavarsha was located on one of these islands. What was that island? Jambudvipa island. Latitudes and longitudes concept by Aryabhatta in 5th century. Okay, who is Aryabhatta? You know, famous astronomer, mathematician, all such talents he has. 476 AD, during 5th century, he was very popular person in the court of King Gupta. You know Gupta? King Gupta. Okay, during the ancient rule, during the rule of King Gupta, this Aryabhatta was a famous person in his rule or in his court. He was the person, if you talk clearly in your mathematics also you will see, he was the person who firstly represented the value of pi. Okay, pi is 22 by 7 I think, right? You are mathematics students, you have to understand. Pi is 22 by 7. And he was the person who talked about rotation of the earth. Rotation of the earth around itself. He talked about solar eclipse. He talked about lunar eclipse. Very talented person, Aryabhatta. Okay, in 5th century CE. Latitudes and longitudes concept by Aryabhatta in 5th century CE. Okay, so see from the Vedic Puranic times we have come until the times of Aryabhatta. After this we will go until the times of Mughals or during the Delhi Sultanate period, during the period of Sher Shah Suri, how the maps were represented, during the period of Akbar, how the maps were represented. After that, during the period of Britishers, how the maps are represented. Now we are talking about what? We are talking about the evolutionary pattern of representing maps when it comes to our India. Okay, that is important. So Mughals Atlas in 7th century. See here, Vedic times 5th century and Mughals Atlas in 7th century at Jambur in by Sadiq Isfahani. Okay, Sadiq Isfahani. Okay, Sadiq Isfahani. Okay, British map making. So if you summarize the entire thing, first of all we talked about Vedic Puranic times. Okay, Vedic Puranic times. We talked about Vedic Puranic times. We talked about the representation pattern during Vedic Puranic times, that is 7 islands and 7 seas. So I will explain that in picture here. You see. In picture you see here. Very beautiful representation of entire earth. See here, this is Meru, centrally located land area, and this is all these, how much? 7 islands. See here, 7 islands covered by 7 seas. See islands, Ketumala, Jambudvipa, Utturkuru, Bhadravarsha, Ilavrata. See, different, not very important. You need not memorize all the, don't worry, don't be frightened that I need to remember all these things. Just this is a representation. How entire earth is covered by oceans and it is represented in a circular format, in a disc format. You have salt ocean here, Milky Ocean on the other side, and this is what? Okay. See here, Jambudvipa. This is the central island. In this Jambudvipa island only, Bharatkhand, Bharatvarsha is there, that is India. This Jambudvipa is covering entire Middle East and Asia region, entire Russia, China and all, most of the Middle Eastern and European region is also falling under this Jambudvipa. And in such huge landmass, our India is located here, Bharatkhanda. Understand here. As I talked about, British map making started in India after the establishing of Survey of India in 1767, and the headquarters of the Survey of India is in where, which place? In Dehradun. Okay, in Dehradun. See here. Now, as I told you, how the lands, how the islands and seas are encircled on each other. Okay, concentric circles on each other. See here, what is this all about? Jambudvipa, and it is covered by sugar cane. See, this is all about these seas. These seas are not what the seas which we are seeing in day-to-day life. These seas are seas of yogurt, seas of ghee, seas of sugar cane, seas of milk, okay, or seas of liquor. only two things will be there in the representation. You will see seas which are made up of milk, ghee, curd, sugarcane, yogurt, liquor and other things. You will see all dvipas, all islands. You see here Pushkara Dvipa, Jambu Dvipa, Plaksha Dvipa, Saka Dvipa and all such things. Okay. See, this is the representation of entire earth. Okay. During the time of Mahabharata, during the time of Vedic times, during the time of Mahabharata, entire earth is represented in this format. Okay. You see here, clearly you can see here, Mount Meru. Okay. Mount Meru. First of all, you are seeing what? Sea of salt. After that, Lakshadvipa. After that, you are seeing sea of sugarcane juice. Again, you are seeing Shalmali Dvipa, sea of wine, Kushadvipa, sea of ghee, Kranch Dvipa, or sea of yogurt, Shaka Dvipa, or sea of milk, Pushkar Dvipa, sea of pure water. How such concentric circles? This is the representation of ancient Indians during the time of Mahabharata. Okay. So Sumerian maps, if you are talking about Sumerian maps, see Sumeria, where is Sumeria? Sumeria is all about, if you go back 4500 BC, 4500 BC, when you will not see much life in India also. This Sumeria is in the present day Iraq region. For example, if I put that on a piece of world map, if I put that on a piece of world map, you see here, this part, okay, or this part mostly, or towards the eastern corridor of the Africa, you will find this Sumerian civilization. Sumerian civilization around what time? Around 4500 BC. Okay, even Sumerians who were highly civilized, these Sumerians used to have very flourishing trade with Indus Valley civilization people during that time, because by the last stages of the Sumerian civilization, Indus Valley civilization emerged in India, Indus Valley civilization. So there were reports and there were historical proofs that there was some trade and commerce, business activities between India and Sumerian civilization. So these Sumerians, they wanted map, because how will they navigate in seas and oceans? They wanted map for their business and trade and commerce. So for this they developed their own map. This is called as Sumerian map. Okay. Sumerian clay tablets around 4000 years ago, income from the lands. Because see here, see why maps was important? Because maps was important to represent the revenue which they are getting from the lands, because they will get some revenue. They will have this revenue collecting from these lands, right? People will grow some crops and they will get some wealth, some money, and definitely they have to share this wealth with the kings. So with that, kings will order their revenue collectors, tax collectors, to measure the land and take the revenue or taxes according to that land measurement only. Okay. So that is what our entire this thing should be represented on piece of map. So that is the reason they wanted this map not only for navigation, for transport, trade and businesses. They want these maps to be used for their economic purposes also, okay, or financial purposes also, okay, income from the lands. So this is what? This is a clay tablet. On this clay, different areas are clearly demarcated. Okay, this is the clay tablet during the time of Sumerians, which was around 4000 years ago. That means 4000 BC. Okay, this is the picture given in your textbook. And if you talk about Babylonian map, see, as I told you, by the end of the Sumerians, after the last stage of the Sumerians who were entering are Babylonians. Okay, Babylonians. around 2600 BC. See here, 4000 BC and 2600 BC. Okay, how Babylonians represented? How Babylonians represented the maps we will see now. World as a round disc. Inner circle had all cities, villages, rivers, mountains. Above inner circle, bitter river or salt river, ocean with 7 triangular. See here, this is what. So we will talk about Babylonian maps in the succeeding session. Next session, very interesting. What are these tablets and how these villages, city and mountains encircling these oceans and islands, how this is represented, we will see in the next session. Okay.
Hello students, this side Pushpen Singh Rajawat and I am here to teach you a very fantastic subject of science, that is chemistry. What is chemistry, that we are going to deal later on. So let us start with the first lecture of our chapter number first. So here the introduction, that is what we are going to study. We are going to study the chemical reactions and equations, which is a very important topic. Why it's very important? Because if we are studying the chemistry, then we should know that the matters that are interacting with one another, they are represented, or they have to be represented with some kind of equations. So what are these equations we are going to study here? Are they the same just like the mathematical equations, or they are somewhat different? So we are going to see in this chapter that the topics that we are going to study and the reactions and all of that. So here is the lecture 1, and I am Pushpen Singh Rajawat of chemistry department, or you can remember my initial, that is PSRC sir. The short form will be good for you. So let us start with the first lecture. So before starting with the first lecture, I want to discuss in this particular chapter. So what are the contents that we are going to discuss? So first of all, the topics that we are going to discuss in this chapter are: number first, that is we will see what is a chemical change. What is a chemical change and what will lead us for the chemical reaction. So first of all, we will see what is a chemical change. And if there is a chemical change, you must know that if there is a chemical change, then it is understood that there must have been some chemical reaction have taken place. So for writing that chemical reaction, what we have to do, we have to write a chemical equation. So what we are going to study? Chemical equation. The third and the important is what, which is a subtopic, or you can say which is a subtopic of this particular this topic, that is the balancing. The balancing of chemical equation. This is very much important. The balancing is very much important, because when you balance some chemical equation, you will get the idea of the law of conservation of mass and how it is applied to the chemical reactions. The next thing that we are going to study, that are the types of chemical reactions. The type of chemical reactions, which include certain types, that is the redox reactions, and before starting with the redox reaction, you have to study what? The oxidation number. So you will get a depth knowledge of what is an oxidation number and what are the redox reactions. So certain different types of reactions you are also going to study, like the combination reaction, decomposition reaction, I write it here, displacement reaction, and double displacement double displacement reaction. So these are the major important topics that you are going to study. Apart from these important topics, these all are the important. These will make the base for your 10th standard and also for the competitive level examinations, because most of the questions are asked from this particular topic. And what do they ask? They ask how can you balance this particular equation. So you must know that what are the steps that are required for balancing a particular chemical equation. The next and important thing is the oxidation number. If you know the oxidation number of any element or present in a compound, then you can easily say that whether it's a redox equation or it's not a redox equation. And these are the name equations. These name equations are also very much important. Apart from these important topics, some other topics are, okay, let me come another page. That is, some other topics are, that is oxidation, in daily life. So here we see the corrosion, or we can say the digestion, that we the food that we take, it's digested in our body, and in this digestion, which reaction takes on? The oxidation reaction takes on there. So we are also going to see the digestion reactions here, and let me write. So these are the some of the topics that we are going to study. So let us start with the very first chapter, with the very first lecture of our chapter. So moving to a slide, that is the chemistry. So first of all, you should know what is chemistry. The chemistry is that branch of science that deals with what? That deals with the properties and the composition of matter. That deals with the properties and composition of matter and the changes that matter undergoes by various interactions. So what does this mean? This is a definition, but what does this mean? This means that we are focusing only on the matter. We are focusing only on the matter. So what is matter? Matter, you all know, anything that has mass and occupies space is matter. And remember one most important thing, that in chemistry we deal with the matter. We only deal with matter. We never deal with the energy. In some cases like thermodynamics and equilibrium, we may deal with that energy part, but the part of the matter, the mass part, is very much important. If someone says weight in chemistry, he simply means that he is talking about the mass. So you must remember, if someone is referring to weight, he is referring to mass, because the weight, the word like weight does not have any meaning in chemistry. So you know what is matter. If I say the solution that is present, the solution that is present in this container is a matter. This container is also a matter. The gas which is present in it is also a matter. So how do the matters interact? When I put this solution into this solution or this solution into that solution, there will be some kind of a chemical change. If there is a chemical change happening, it means what? It simply means that the matter which is present in this container and the matter which is present in this container, or I can say that flask, they are interacting with each other, and they are forming something different, a new chemical compound. So what will be that new chemical compound? I have to study its properties also. So it is all about that. You deals with what? You deals with the composition, that is what will be its formula. You deal with what? Its properties, that what are the main properties that the particular new substance that has formed has, and the interactions. So what is the meaning of the interactions? That how do they react with each other? So this is all about the chemistry. It seems a very small topic, but no, it's a very vast subject. So let us study. So here is another slide which shows you that if I had poured what? Some kind of metal in this particular solution. So you have seen what? You are seeing this gas is evolving. In all the containers there is the evolution of gas. You can see here. So this is the matter, this particular element is also matter which is interacting with this solution which is present in flask, which is also matter, and a gas is evolved. And if I am interested which gas has been evolved, so I have to study its properties also. So these are all about the matter and the interaction. And in this particular chapter, as I have told you earlier, we are going to deal with what the reactions and the balancing. I know this is metal, and if it is present in particular kind of a solution, so the gas evolved is might be something. So I should be able to name this reaction. What kind of reaction it is, I have to name it. And if I want to balance the reaction, I can also balance this. But first I have to know how can I write a chemical equation. So let us start with the chemical compound. So what is a chemical compound? A chemical compound is formed as a result of a chemical change. A chemical compound is formed as a result of a chemical change. Whenever there is a chemical change, it means that a chemical reaction has taken place. And if the chemical reaction has taken place, it means what? It means a new chemical compound has formed. So if we are interested, we can study its properties and all that, whatever we want to do. If we want to write the equation, we have to write its equation, and also we have to balance that particular equation. So, and in this process, different types of energies such as heat, light, electrical energies may also be absorbed or evolved. The energies is a very much important part. Okay, how it is important? Because for any reaction to occur, there must be something that happens. What is that something? That something is what? That is the breaking of bonds and the making of new bonds. And for the breaking of the bonds, if you have to break the bonds, it means that you have to move the atoms apart. You need some kind of energy. So for that process, energy is being used or is being utilized. And for the making of new bonds, some kind of energy is released. Why some kind of energy is released? Because the new chemical compound being formed should be much stable. If it is stable, then it is giving out the heat energy or any kind of energy to the surrounding. That's why it will attain its stability. So moving to the chemical reactions. Moving to the chemical reactions. So what are these chemical reactions? What are these chemical reactions? Chemical reactions are the result of a chemical change. We can say if a chemical change has occur, it means some chemical reaction must have taken place. If a chemical reaction must have taken place, then what we have to do? We have to write its chemical equation. So let us see what is this particular kind of chemical reaction. So starting, you see this container here contains, it is water. This is what? Water which is present in a container, and what have you dropped here? A substance you have dropped in this container. So the name of that substance is what? That is sodium. And it is what? An element. Or you can say that we are going to study further that it is a metal. So we are not going to discuss what is metal and what are non-metals. That we will discuss in the chapter number 3, that are metals and non-metals. So just see the chemical reaction, and after that I am going to tell you that how can you write the chemical equation for that. That is the magic of chemistry. So here you see, when sodium is put in this container, the sodium metal is bubbling here and there with the evolution of this gas. And when this gas releases, due to the heat of this reaction, it means what? That energy is being released. Energy is being released. It means it can either be in the form of heat, light, or electric energy. Here what you see, here you are seeing that the vapors are coming out from this particular container, and the heat energy is evolved. The heat energy is so high that the hydrogen gas which has been evolved here catches fire immediately, and the sodium metal you see here, that starts to burn. Or what is the ultimate thing that you see here? That is the hydrogen gas that has been evolved is burning. And since sodium is so much reactive metal, when it reacts with water, it explodes. So that was the reaction that you have seen here. So this is a particular reaction, and this reaction is happening because there is happening a chemical change. There is happening of a chemical change. So how can you write that chemical change? So for writing that chemical change, you have to write what? You have to write a chemical equation. We are going to deal with the chemical equations balancing in the next lecture, but for this reaction, I am going to write a chemical equation for you. So let us start and write that the sodium, the symbol for sodium is Na when it is reacting with what? That is water, which is H2O. So let me erase this part. So what it is forming? It is forming NaOH, which is what? Sodium hydroxide, and with the evolution of H2 gas. Since the gas is evolving, so I can write the upward arrow here. And you should know the in examination questions, the question been asked which gas burns with a pop sound. So you always know that the hydrogen gas, the gas which is present in here, the gas which is present here, this is hydrogen, and it explodes, or you can say there will be an explosion when it catches fire, and it burns with a pop sound, and it burns with a pop sound. And what does this pop sound sounds like or feel like? Just like pop. The sound that is coming like that is the pop sound. Or you have also seen when opening the cap of the bottle, you observe this sound. So this is a particular equation that I have written for this particular chemical reaction. And you know that the sodium, it is a substance, and this is water, this is also substance, or you can say these are the matters, and they are reacting with each other, or they are interacting with each other to form some new substances. So this is what? This is a chemical change happening in here. So first of all, what you have to do, you have to study what is a chemical change, and after the chemical change, when you study, you are going to study the chemical reactions. That how can you say that chemical reaction has taken place? What are the various types or the characteristics on which you can say that chemical reaction has taken place? This part, this is what? This part is our ultimate goal, to write a chemical equation for any chemical reaction taking place. So for this part, how can you write this part? For this part, you have to wait till the next lecture. So moving to the next slide, that is a chemical change. So what is the chemical change? The change that takes place in the state, texture, color, electrical or magnetic properties. And the most and important thing is that along with the change in its molecular composition. So what does this mean? The change in its molecular composition. The change in the molecular composition means that its structure changes, the arrangement changes. What is the meaning of this? So I am here you can see a very simple example. Just like if I'm having a cube of ice, this is what? An ice cube. When I place it in this room, so due to the heat energy which it takes from the surrounding, it melts. Ice cube melts and forms what? Water. It melts and forms what? Melts and forms water. So this is one thing. So this is ice. So let me see, this change is a chemical change or a physical change. For that, I have to know its molecular formula or its molecular structure. So for its molecular formula is what? Its molecular formula is H2O, and here oxygen is attached with what? Two hydrogen atoms. So these small circles are what? These small circles are hydrogen atom. You can write it as, you can represent it as here like this, or you can also write in the form of the bonds, getting either this or that. So what is happening here? It is changing into water. And what is the formula of water? The formula of water is what? H2O. That is one oxygen atom attached with two hydrogen atom at certain angle. Or you can simply write that just like like this. So let us examine, has the molecular structure changes or not. So what is the molecular formula here? H2O. What is the structure here? Just like that, or you can write it, represent it like this. So after the change, what is the molecular formula? H2O. So nothing changes in here. How its atoms are arranged? Nothing has been changed. One oxygen and two hydrogen atoms are there, or you can write it like this. So this is what? This is not a chemical change. This is a physical change, because the composition has not changed. This is what? This is a physical change, because the composition has not changed. Getting? Focus on my words. The composition has not changed. If there will be change in its composition, then I can call it as a chemical change. So here you see what? Here you see this is the solid state of matter, and it is going into what? It is going into the liquid state. So here the state is changing. Here the state is changing, but the molecular composition or the molecular structure is not changing. Getting? So what is the chemical change? Chemical change is defined, or it is a change in the state, texture, color, electrical or magnetic properties along with the molecular composition or structure. Getting? So this is an example of physical change. So what does the chemical change look like? Or I can say, if the chemical reaction takes place, or if there will be a chemical change, so whether its molecular formula changes? Yes, absolutely. Its molecular formula must have changed. Its molecular formula should be changing. So let us see. The particular, say, if I say I am having what? Hydrogen, when it is reacting with oxygen, it forms what? H2O. You have seen in the previous slide that the gas evolving was hydrogen, and it burns with a pop sound. So how it burns? It burns in the presence of this oxygen, and oxygen is what? Oxygen is a supporter of combustion. It supports combustion. So this is the hydrogen. You can this is one atom of hydrogen, this is another atom of hydrogen. So they are attached with a chemical bond or some chemical forces in between them. So these two atoms are of hydrogen. This bigger two circles are of oxygen. Let me change the pen so that you won't get confused. These two bigger circles are what? They are representing the atom of oxygen, and when they form H2O, it forms what? Like so. What do you see? You see, let me change the color. So what you see here? You see here you are having what? Two atoms of hydrogen attached together, and after the change, what you see? The hydrogen atoms are no longer attached to each other. It means that the composition of hydrogen molecule has changed. One point, or you can also say here the two oxygen atoms are attached with each other, but when you see here, you are seeing only what? That oxygen atom is attached with the hydrogen atom with some forces, or you can say with some chemical bond. So this particular reaction, or I am writing this particular reaction because why? Because the chemical change has taken place, or a chemical reaction has occurred. That's why I have written a chemical equation for that. So what you have to see? You have to see that when the atoms, the arrangement of atoms changes, the new substance is formed. So this is what? This is the chemical change, because you see what? There is change. What is the change? It is gaseous state. It is also in the gaseous state, and it is formed in the liquid state or in the gaseous state. So the state is being changed. So state is being changed. That is not much more important. What is the much more important for a chemical change? The chemical composition. The chemical composition must have changed. And here you see what? The change in the chemical composition. Okay. Moving back. So these are what? These are the chemical equations. So after what you have seen here, let me erase this. So after whatever you have seen, what you have seen that if there is a chemical change, so what you have to write? You have to write the chemical equation for that. So chemical change is represented by, how can you represent that chemical change? It should have been represented by a chemical equation. So before writing the chemical equation, what you are knowing, what you have to know, that the substances that are reacting are reactants. They are called with a different name, that are reactants, and the substances that are produced, they are also called with a different name, that are products. So what is happening in the chemical change? The reactants, which are the old substances, are transforming into new substances, the old substances are transforming into new substances. So this is all about a chemical change. So let us study. Okay, before moving to the next slide, let us see this particular chemical change. So I am starting here. So you can see what is happening here. The solution was there. The solution was what? The solution was colorless, and when you put some few drops of some other solution, what is happening? The change in the color takes place. So this is what the change in color, which is following with the change in its molecular composition. So this is also what? This is also a chemical change. So let's move into the another, that are the characteristics of a chemical reactions. So what are the characteristics of a chemical reaction? You should be knowing that. That is, it has what? It has reactants and products. And reactant, I have told you what are the reactants? The substances that are reacting with each other. And what are the products? Products are the new substances that are formed. The new substances that are formed, or we can say the substances which are produced as a result of a chemical reaction or a chemical change, are products. Second, that these reactions involves breaking and making of bonds. I have already told you what happens if certain substances are reacting with each other. So they are in the equilibrium state. So they are doing what they have to, or what we have to do, we have to overcome that energy or the chemical bond. We have to break that chemical bond so that the atoms will be free, that it reacts with some other atom. So what involves in the chemical reaction? That is the breaking and the making of chemical bonds. So this is very much important, the breaking and making of chemical bonds. Moving, that is to the third point, products are what? I have already told you products are what? These are the new substances that are formed in any chemical reaction. Okay, it is very much important point. The chemical changes are irreversible. The chemical changes are permanent. And if I am talking about chemical change, it means I am talking about the chemical reaction. Because of the chemical reaction, chemical change has occurred. So chemical changes, or I can say the chemical reactions are permanent. They are irreversible. The next is that the properties of the products are entirely different from the properties of the reactants. Why it is different? Because in the reactant side there were some substances, but in the product side the new substances has been formed. So its properties will be different from each other. That's why you are calling it a chemical change. Apart from other forms of energy, in some reactions, what you have seen, in some reactions you are seeing the form of energy, that is, the energy is liberated in the form of heat. But it is not always like that. The other forms of energies like heat and electricity or electrical energies are also utilized for carrying out a chemical change. Either they can be absorbed or they can be evolved. So these are the characteristics of a chemical change. And apart from these chemical changes, the chemical formation of product is accompanied by the various characteristics. So what are these characteristics? Let us see individually one by one. So what will be the characteristics? If I say the reactant is reacting with some another, so there must be what? Evolution of gas, change in color, formation of a precipitate, that you have seen in a video, that white color precipitate has been formed, or white colored substance has been formed. So what was that substance? That was a precipitate. And what is a precipitate? Precipitates are insoluble solids. precipitate are insoluble solids present in a solution. It means what? Due to the effect of gravity, they will settle down at the bottom of the test tube or container, whatever you are taking. And what is the other characteristics? That is, there will be change in the state. So these are some of the characteristics that we are going to discuss in this lecture. So here the point is evolution of gas, or you can say whenever the substances are reacting, the gas is being evolved, or the change of color, you know this point, color will be changed. The formation of precipitate, this term I have told you what are the precipitate. These are the insoluble solid which are present. These are the insoluble solids which are present in what? These are the insoluble solids which are present in a solution, and since they are insoluble, they will settle down. The next is what? The energy change. For carrying out any chemical equation, what is necessary? Change in energy will be necessary. Either the energy is absorbed or the energy will be released. This we are going to study in the coming slides. And the next is what? The change of state. Either from the solid to liquid to gas, or like this. Getting? So there must be what? There must be the change of state. So moving to the evolution of gas. Before moving to the evolution of gas, let us see this particular video where you seeing that a metal, zinc metal, is reacting with acid, and when it reacts with acid, there is evolution of gas. The gas evolves from there. So if the gas is evolving, it means what? If the gas is evolving, it simply means that a chemical reaction has occurred. The chemical reaction has occurred, and for that what we have to do? We have to write a chemical equation. So let us play this video. Here you see the zinc pieces. Note the color of the zinc pieces. Zinc pieces are grayish in color. So when you put it in the H2SO4 or sulfuric acid, you can also put it in the hydrochloric acid, but the reaction would be somewhat different. So where you have put it, you have put the zinc pieces in the sulfuric acid, and when you put these, you see the bubbles that are forming and that are coming out from this particular solution. If the bubbles are coming out, it means what? The gas is evolving. And which gas has evolved here? So if I am going to write the chemical equation for that, I can write it as H2SO4, which is used for the sulfuric acid. This is the symbol for sulfuric acid, and when it reacts with zinc, it forms what? It forms zinc sulfate, that is along with the gas, that is hydrogen, H2 gas. So where the bubbles that you are seeing in here are what? These are the bubbles of hydrogen gas. If I bring a burning splinter near the mouth of this test tube, you will hear the explosion, very small explosion with a pop sound, which indicates the presence of the hydrogen gas being evolved. So this is the reaction. I have written the reaction, and how I have written the reaction, for that you have to wait till the next lecture. So let me erase this. So moving to the next slide, that is the other examples. So what are the other examples of the evolution of gas? That are when KClO3, potassium chlorate, when potassium chlorate reacts with what? When potassium chlorate is heated, it forms what? KCl, that is potassium chloride, with the evolution of oxygen gas. The oxygen gas evolved here, and in this particular reaction, what you use? You use manganese dioxide as a catalyst. So what does this catalyst term means? For that you have to wait for lecture 3. So we are going to discuss what are the catalysts in lecture 3 in detail. So here the evolution of gas takes place, and this particular reaction is used in laboratories for making oxygen. If you required oxygen in laboratories, how can you make? You can simply use this reaction, or you can take the compound and heat it in the presence of manganese dioxide. So what do you get? You get the oxygen gas. The second reaction is, that is FeS, that is iron sulfide. When it reacts with H2SO4, that is sulfuric acid, it forms ferrous sulfate along with the evolution of H2S. So how will you detect that H2S gas has formed? So this particular gas has a rotten egg like smell. Rotten egg like smell. So this particular reaction has what? This particular this particular reaction has a smell which is a rotten egg like smell. So due to which you can detect that which gas has been evolved, that H2S gas has been evolved from here. And oxygen, for the detection of oxygen, oxygen supports combustion. If you bring a burning splinter near the mouth of the test tube where the oxygen gas is being evolved, it burns clearly. It shows that the presence of oxygen. So moving to another reaction, that is reaction of calcium carbonate. So when calcium carbonate is heated, and for heated we have to write what? We have to write this symbol, this triangle, the symbol triangle indicates in chemistry the heat. It means what? That you are heating this particular substance, and when you are heating it, it forms what? Calcium oxide. This is a product, and also the another product which is carbon dioxide. So how can you detect the presence of carbon dioxide? For the detection of the presence of carbon dioxide, what you have to do? You have to pass that carbon dioxide. Let me change the color. So this is what? This is having lime water. What is having? This is having lime water, which is colorless. So lime water, if you pass through carbon dioxide gas, if you pass through the carbon dioxide gas in the lime water, what happens? What you see in here? You see the color of this reaction, or the color of the solution which is present in the test tube, it changes to white. It changes to milky white. It means what? That on passing the CO2 gas, if you are passing the CO2 gas in here, if the color changes to white, it means white for the lime water. If the color changes white, it means what? That the gas that you are passing here was carbon dioxide. So what is the result that we get from here? That is carbon dioxide turns lime water. Carbon dioxide turns lime water milky. Carbon dioxide turns lime water milky. So how it turns the lime water milky? So for that, if I write the equation just like that, this is lime water CaOH whole twice. When it reacts with carbon dioxide, it is forming what? CaCO3, which is what? Which is a white colored substance along with H2O. So due to the presence of calcium carbonate, the lime water turns milky. It is also a chemical reaction, of course, you all know. So these are the examples that we have studied. Moving to the change of color. So how the color changes? So for before we starting this video, what you have to see? You have to see this video clearly, and after that we are going to write some of its observations. This is very much important. Pay proper attention. That is the color of the substance that is present in this test tube. So let's see this particular reaction. What we are doing here, we are heating a particular substance by putting it in a test tube, and when you see this, what you observe here? You observe the fumes that are coming out of this substance. Also observe the color of that substance. Have you seen the brown fumes here? Yeah, you are seeing the brown fumes that are evolving from this test tube. So what are these brown fumes? Brown fumes indicate the presence of nitrogen dioxide. So here in this particular chapter, you are going to know the names, the color, and the presence. How can you detect the gas that is evolving? So here you see what? Here you see the nitrogen gas is being evolved. This is the first observation. The second observation is what? If you bring the burning splint near the mouth of the test tube, it begins to glow. It begins to glow. So what is the third observation? The third observation is the change in the color. So let us see what are the chemical changes are taking place here, and for that I am going to write the chemical equation for you. So let us examine what are the changes. So these are some of the changes. Let us write. After the completion of this video, I am going to write this. So there are three observations. No, the first, the change of the color. The second, the color of the brown fumes, and third is the evolution of oxygen gas. The gas that is being evolved here is oxygen gas. So at last we are going to write all the observations in one box. Okay, so what are the changes that you observe here? That is the change in color. So the lead nitrate, which was white in color, is changing to yellow color due to the formation of lead oxide. The second is what? Fumes is coming out, or the fumes is observed. Since the color of the fumes is what? Brown. The color of the fumes is what? Brown. It indicates the presence of nitrogen dioxide. Also, if you bring the burning splint near the mouth of the test tube, it reignites. It means what? It shows that the oxygen gas is also being produced. So these are the observations of the chemical change. So how can you write? How can you write the change? So for that we are using chemical equation. So what we are having, lead nitrate. The formula of lead nitrate is PbNO3 whole twice. This is the formula of lead nitrate. You have studied the making of chemical formulas in your class 9. So when it is heated, and for the heat what I use the symbol delta. It means this particular reaction involves what? Breaking and making of new bonds. So the energy is utilized in the breaking. The more energy is utilized in breaking the bonds than those which are produced by the making of bonds. So it forms what? Lead oxide, that is PbO, and the color of lead oxide is yellow. Along with what? The evolution of NO2 gas. The NO2 gas are what? These are of brown color. These are of brown color, and also oxygen gas evolves here. So this is the goal of this chapter is we are able to write the chemical equation for any chemical change. And second goal is what? I have to name the particular reaction. What is the name of this particular reaction? In which category does this reaction comes? This reaction comes in the category of decomposition. It comes in the the category of decomposition reaction. And third point, it can also comes in the category of endothermic reactions. It also comes in the category of what? Endothermic reaction. And another category, is it an oxidation or is it a redox equation or not? Yes, it is a redox equation. And for that you have to wait for the whole chapter, because when the whole chapter completes you will be able to answer each and every question. That is, how can you write the chemical equation, what is the category where you have to place that particular chemical equation or a chemical reaction, and the third, whether it's a redox reaction or not a redox reaction, and what will be their oxidation number. So you are able to write it all after the completion of the chapter. Stay connected. So moving to the next slide, that is the other example. So what are the other examples that you see? That is the rusting of iron. So is there any color change? Yes, the color changes. The color of the iron changes to reddish brown. The color of the iron changes to reddish brown. The grayish color of iron changes to reddish brown. This indicates that the chemical reaction has taken place. Next is the reaction between copper sulfate and zinc. The copper sulfate solution is what? The copper sulfate solution is blue in color, and when it reacts with zinc, the color changes to what? The color changes to colorless. The color changes to what? Colorless. So there is change in color. Also you see there is deposition of copper at the bottom of the test tube. The other example is what? Heating of sugar. You all know what is sugar. We are using sugar. So what is the color of sugar? The color of sugar is white. And when you heat the sugar, what are the changes that you observe? We will see that changes in the upcoming slide. So let us see. Here you see Bunsen burner, and out of the Bunsen burner a blue flame is coming out, which indicates the complete combustion. And see how we are hitting this sugar. We are hitting it gently so that the heat energy is utilized or it is distributed. So do you see some of the changes here? yeah, the sugar starts to melt. First the sugar is melting and you can see clearly the color of the sugar. The white sugar is changing to black. Getting? So now you know that on hitting the sugar, what are the changes that you observe? The color changes. So if the color is changed, it means what? Some chemical reaction have taken place, and for that chemical reaction I am going to write here a chemical reaction for you. So this is the black color. This is the black color which is obtained. It means what? It means what? That a new product is formed. So this was the previous color, this was the previous color white, and this was the color which is obtained after the ending of a chemical reaction. So what is the chemical equation for that sugar? The formula of sugar is what? C12H22O11. This is the formula for sugar, and when I heat this, so when I heat it, what forms here? Here forms carbon along with the evolution of a gas, that is H2O. It means that the fumes that were coming out of this test tube are what? They are the water vapors. They are the water vapors, and the black color appears here is because of this carbon, and carbon is black in color. So this is a particular equation. Remember, this equation is not balanced. For the balancing, we are going to move to the next lecture where we are using how can we balance a particular reaction and equation. So moving to another slide, that is the formation of precipitate. So the formation, how the formation of precipitate takes place, here you are using what? Barium chloride, which is a colorless solution. When it is mixed with sodium sulfate, Na2SO4, which is also what? Which is also a colorless solution. When you mix both of them, you get what? You get the white insoluble solid, which after some time settle down at the bottom of the test tube. So it is due to the presence of the formation of barium sulfate, which settles down at the bottom of the test tube. So here you see the formation of precipitate when you mix two different compounds. The formation of lead iodide precipitate. So next, so we are going to see how the lead iodide precipitate is formed. This is what? This is potassium nitrate solution. And what is coming from this dropper? What is coming here? You see, that is potassium iodide solution is coming from here. So when the lead nitrate solution mixed with potassium iodide solution, a yellow color formation or a yellow color substance is forming. The yellow color substance is what? The yellow color substance is potassium iodide. Let me correct it. So the yellow color substance is what? Potassium iodide. So potassium iodide is what? How the potassium iodide is found? Potassium iodide is found by the reaction between these two chemicals, and you see a very bright yellow color. Moving to another slide, that is the energy change. How the energy change takes place. How the energy change takes place. So energy changes, you should have known that for a particular chemical reaction to take place, either energy should be absorbed or the energy should be released. If an energy is absorbed, it means what? It is an endothermic reaction. If the energy is released, it is an exothermic reaction. Energy can be in any form, either heat, light or electricity. So if for the exothermic reactions energy is given out, and for the endothermic reactions energy is absorbed. So let us see the another example. Here I am using the magnesium ribbon or the magnesium metal, and when I heat it in the presence of oxygen, or when I heat it simply because oxygen is a supporter of combustion, so the burning starts only in the presence of oxygen. So when it burns in the presence of oxygen, what happens? So this equation is very much important. See this video. also see the color of this magnesium ribbon. It is also grayish in color, but a dull gray. So before burning this magnesium ribbon, what you have to do, you have to rub it with the sandpaper so that the dullness or the layer of magnesium oxide removes, the upper layer of magnesium oxide removes, which will be restricting this particular reaction. Okay. So what you observe in here, yeah, the magnesium, how the magnesium burns? The magnesium burns with the white dazzling flame. This is very much important, how it burns. It burns with a white. It burns with a white dazzling flame. So what does this white dazzling flame? The white dazzling flame here is a very bright flame that you have seen here. So after the completion, so what happens after this? After the completion of this reaction, what you observe here, that is a white color of magnesium oxide. So this is what? This is the formation of magnesium oxide, which is white in color. So this is the energy change. So where you have seen the energy change, okay, remember the energy that you are giving at the starting of this reaction, where you have given the energy in the burning of this metal. So you are providing very small amount of energy. So I am writing the small amount of energy as this E. And when the energy that is released in the form of heat and light energy, that was a bigger energy which was indicated by this bigger circle. So what is the net change? Here very less amount of energy is needed, but at the output or at the product side, very large amount of energy is released. So the overall reaction is what? The overall reaction is exothermic, because when I make the sum, or that is when I subtracting this from this, what I get the negative. If I subtracting this particular energy from this energy, what I am getting the energy in the negative terms. It means the energy is liberated, or I can simply say the total energy is what? Total energy of reactant minus the total energy at the product side. Getting? Or you can simply see the large amount of energy is liberated from here, which is indicated by E. So since the energy is liberated or liberating, it indicates what? It indicates the exothermic reaction. So for the exothermic reaction, how can you write? The reactant, which is indicated by R, it forms what? Products, which is indicated by P, and the energy, which is indicated by E. So for exothermic reaction, what you have to write? You have to write it like this. It indicates that the energy is in the product side. Energy is in the product side. It means what? The energy is being released. So this is an exothermic reaction. Moving to another, that is endothermic reaction. So what are endothermic reactions? Endothermic reactions are those reactions which are accompanied with the absorption of the energy. The whatever you energy give to the reactant, that are being absorbed. So how these energies are absorbed? When you heat. So when you heat carbon and sulfur together, there will be the formation of carbon disulfide. So you are heating these two chemicals for the formation of this product. So you are using what? You are giving the heat energy to the reactant. So how can I write it as? I can also write it as reactant plus energy gives product. So endothermic reactions are written in this form. So you can also put this energy above the arrow, and heat energy is also a form of energy. Heat is also a form of energy. The second example is electrolysis of water. So what happens in the electrolysis of water? H2O in the presence of electricity, or when we pass electricity through the water, it breaks down into hydrogen and oxygen molecules. So here is what? Here this is the reactant, and the electricity is a form of energy. So you are providing energy to this reactant or reactant molecules for the products to come out. The third is what? The photosynthesis. Yes, the photosynthesis, that reaction that you are studying in your biology. And what happens in the photosynthesis reactions? That is the carbon dioxide with water along with the energy, or you can write here that energy. What is that energy? That energy is the sun energy. In the presence of chlorophyll, it forms what? It forms glucose, that is C6H12O6, and the byproduct that is formed in this particular reaction is what? Oxygen. So this reaction, so carbon dioxide, water are what? These are the reactants, and energy is shown, and energy is what? Energy is the sun's energy. This is what? This is the chlorophyll here is the pigment that are present in the green plant, and it forms what? It is forming these products. So the photosynthesis reaction is also an example of endothermic reaction. So next and last, the slide that is coming, that is the change of state. How the state changes? The state changes from solid to liquid to gaseous form. So how these state of changes? These changes like that. Here you can see the hydrogen that you are using, it is in the gaseous state. The oxygen that are using, that is in the gaseous state, and when they react together, the water that is formed is in the liquid state. So here you see the gaseous state is changing into the liquid state, which is also a characteristic of a chemical reaction. It means that for a particular chemical reaction to occur, there must be some of the characteristics that we have discussed: the evolution of gas, formation of precipitate, change of color, energy change, or the change of state. They must have taken place. Not one, or more than one may also take place. Just like that, in this example, the evolution of energy also takes place. So you can also write this example in the energy change. And after, if I am writing this like this, so it is simply what? Reactant, because these are what? Reactants. It is forming products along with the energy. So this is the product and this is the energy. So this is what kind of reaction? This is the exothermic reaction. Very good. This is an exothermic reaction. So this is not necessary that only one characteristic will be shown. More than one characteristics can also be shown. So in this lecture you have studied about the chemical reaction, and you can categorize the chemical reaction depending upon these characteristics. So this is all for the today's lecture. We will meet you in the next lecture. Till then, stay safe.
Hello students, welcome. Today I am here to discuss about your foundation course in which I am going to start first chapter, that is of class 9, first chapter, biology, cell. What is cell? We are going to discuss about in this chapter. Myself, Roshni Goyal, biology faculty, RG ma'am. Today I am with you to start and dwell you into the world of cell. So first is, the chapter name is cell. Okay, now what is cell? Do you want to dwell in the world of cell? First thing is that, students, cell is the basic component of a living organism. But how and from where cell have arisen? Do you have listened where the evolution takes place and from where the cell has come from? First thing is that, what is a cell? And it has different types, it has different shapes, it has different sizes also. So what is cell and what are the basic components of cell? We are going to discuss this mystery in this chapter. So I am going to discuss that cell is what? Cell is the fundamental unit of living organism, or we can say that is the smallest structure on the earth. So if we combine both these definitions, then we can say that cell is the smallest structure or the fundamental unit of living organisms. Now the fact is that, where has the cell word arisen from? Cell word has arisen from Latin word cellula. Cellula means a small room. Cellula means a small room. So first you should see the content here. What are the content? of my lecture today, lecture 1. So first is introduction of cell. Second is cell theory. Third one is types of cell. Fourth one is cell shape. Fifth one, cell size. Sixth one, structure of cell. Very important and mysterious topic. Seventh one, cell wall. Eighth, cell membrane. Cell membrane is a great important topic, and for your examinations also like NTSC, NSO, IGSO, question arises from cell membrane itself. Okay, so first thing I have told you about cell that it is the smallest structure and basic fundamental unit of a living organism, arise from a Latin word cellula. Cellula means a small room. Now, this is a great mystery. Who has discovered the cell? Cell was discovered by Robin Hooke. Robert Hooke discovered cell in 1665 in the dead cock. Okay, but first thing is that he discovered a dead cell. So who discovered the living cell? Living cell was discovered by Anton von Leeuwenhoek, A.V. Leeuwenhoek, and we can see the picture here. He is Robert Hooke. He is Anton von Leeuwenhoek. Now, next slide. Cell theory. This is the most important thing, that we should study about the theory and the past which has happened in the discovery of a particular thing. So, first thing is that cell theory is the most important. Two biologists, Sheldon and Swan, gave cell theory. They told us that what are the cells and why they are important for us. So, these two biologists told us, and then Robin Hooke expanded their experiments, expanded this theory, and according to it, first thing is that all plants and animals composed of cells. Do viruses and bacteria have cells also? This is to be mysterious, and I am going to tell you about this thing in the next lecture. So keep on tuned. So first thing, that all plants and animals composed of cells. We are going to see the structure of plant and animal cells also. Okay, and going to learn new things in this chapter. Second point, cell is the basic of a living organism, means a single cell is a basic thing from which an organism is produced or formed. Third point, the most important point and the widely accepted point in this universe. We can put a star mark here. Here, he said that all pre-existing cells divide to form a living organism, or it means that, first thing I want to explain that what is pre-existing. Pre-existing means what? Pre-existing means if a single cell is present and it keeps on dividing to form a new cell, or a living organism is formed by a single cell, then it is known as that all the cells or all the organisms are formed by pre-existing cell. Now, a very good example of your life. First thing, you have arrived on this earth through what? Through pre-existing cells. How do you know this thing? First thing is the example of fetus. Do you know what is fetus? Fetus is just a small cell, or you can say it is just a small embryo in your mother's womb. It keeps on dividing, forming lakhs, crores cells in your body. And from this small tiny embryo, a new living organism is formed. Okay, so fetus divides and keep on dividing, then it forms a new living organism, which is you. Okay. Now, how does it divide? Main thing is that we will study about cell division in upcoming lectures also, but I am going to just give a small hint what cell division is. So you should understand this thing, that what cell division is. So if we talk about cell division here, students, if there is a single cell and it shows what? Division. Then it forms two daughter cells. These are known as daughter cells. And these daughter cells keeps on dividing. This kind of division is known as mitotic divisions, which you are going to learn about in the upcoming lectures. Okay, so first thing is that you should know everything about cell, and then we will pursue in the upcoming lecture. So now the question arises, where has the cell come from? I have told you that the discoveries of our past will help us to know more and more about cell. So cell theory, you have better understood that first point states that all plants and animals consist of cells. Second point states that cell is the basic unit of life. And third point states that from the pre-existing cells keep on dividing. All cells arises from pre-existing cell, a particular new organism which form, and many more. Okay, now we will move on towards the next topic. Next topic is about types of cells. Why there is a necessity to study about type of cell? Do you think so? Cell have types? Yes. Why? First thing is that our earth has evoluted. Evoluted means what? Primitive and advanced world. There is a great difference between both of them. So the cells which have arrived in the primitive world are known as prokaryotic cells, and the cells which have been arrived in the advanced world are known as eukaryotic cells, and there is a great difference between both of them. So what is the gate between both of them? So prokaryotic cell lack nucleus and nucleolus and nuclear membrane, that is also known as plasma membrane, which I am going to discuss in this lecture only, that what is plasma membrane. So in prokaryotic cell there is no nucleolus, no plasma membrane, but in eukaryotic cell there is nucleus also, and nuclear membrane is also present. So can you guess which type of cell is present in our body, in your body, or all the students which are reading this lecture? So in your body there is eukaryotic cell because nuclear membrane is present inside it. Okay, so in this diagram also you can see here, in prokaryotic cell there is a lack of cell wall. There is a lack of cell wall, but in eukaryotic cell there is cell membrane present. There is DNA present. DNA means deoxyribose nucleic acid, and ribosomes and many cell organelles are present inside our body. These cell organs which are present in the cell help to maintain the metabolism of the cell. Okay, so you have better understood about the types of cell present in our environment. Do you think so prokaryotic cells are also present in our environment? We will study this thing in the next lecture. Okay, so in this lecture I am going to discuss you about the eukaryotic cells and what are their internal organs, means what are the internal things which are present inside it. Okay, now cell shape. Do you think so? Cell requires any kind of shape. A human body has different kind of shape. From all of your students, some are fat, some are slim, some are fit. But what about cell? Do they do gym also? No. They do not do any kind of gymming. Okay, they are arranged in different type of shapes according to the requirement of the tissue or the body in which they are arranged. Example, they may be branched also, elongated also, discoidal also, and many more shapes they can take. So why they require these kind of shapes? Shapes is according to the arrangement. Arrangement means they are arranged in a particular organ. Okay. Now we will see how they are looking. Okay. So next slide I am going to show your cell shape diagrams. So first one is your nerve cell. Nerve cell has an elongated shape. You can see here that it is elongated in shape. Elongated means they are very long. And next one is red blood cell. Red blood cell is discoidal in shape. Discoidal means it is what? Disc-like. Okay, all the red blood cells are disc-like. This shape is known as disc shape, and you can call it as discoidal. Next one is muscle cell. Muscle cell. Now, can you see the shape here? Students, I don't think so. You can observe the shape here, but I am going to tell you how muscle cells look. The shape of the muscle cells is spindle shaped. It is like this. This shape is known as spindle shape. So now we are aware with all the shapes of cell. There are many more shapes also, but apart of our knowledge, we should know that some shells are elongated, some shells are discoidal, and some shells are spindle shaped. Okay. So moving on towards the next slide, we should know about the cell size also. So do cells require size also? Obviously, if there are 30 students in class, every student has different kind of size. You know that some are very slim, they require less space. Some are fat, they require more space, and some are very slim, they require very little space. Okay, so as it is, there occurs in cell size also. Cell size may vary from 0.2 micrometers to centimeters also, to 18 centimeters also. Okay, depending upon the type of living organism in which they are present. Okay, so you should know this thing, that depending upon the type of living organism, cell shape and size is decided. Okay, now I am going to tell you very important facts in this thing. You can see many cells through your naked eyes, but you can see or you cannot see some cells with your naked eyes. Why? Why this question arises? Because they vary in their sizes. Some are present in micrometers, some are present in centimeters. Okay, so if they are present in centimeters, you can see with your naked eyes, but if they are present in micrometers, how can you see it? So you will see it through a microscope, that we will study in the upcoming lectures, that how microscope works and how slides are made in microscope. Okay, now if I am going to continue this thing, then first important thing is you should know that the cell size vary from 0.2 micrometers to 18 centimeters. And if we talk about a multicellular organism, me and you, multicellular organism cell size ranges from 20 to 30 micrometers. 20 to 30 micrometers. Okay. Now you have learned about cell shape, cell size. Okay. Now upcoming new slide will give you a great information, and it is very important you to know about the largest cell on the earth and the smallest cell on the earth. So next slide, I am going to tell you about the largest and the smallest cell on the earth. So most importantly, Largest cell is ostrich egg, 18 centimeter in diameter and 15 centimeter in diameter without shell. So this is the great important and interesting fact. Now the next interesting fact is about the longest cell in the human body. The longest cell in the human body is the nerve cell that lives in our brain. Third important fact is that in our body, if you talk about, is the brain cell, which is the nerve cell. Okay, it is 1 meter up to diameter. Okay, now next important fact is the longest cells in plants. Great interesting fact is that hemp fiber are the longest cells in plants. Okay, smallest cells, as you know or you don't know, the smallest cell on the earth are PPLOs. PPLOs stands for pleuropneumonia-like organisms. Pleuropneumonia-like organisms, for an example, I want to explain you through mycoplasma. Mycoplasma is a great example of PPLOs. Its diameter ranges between 0.1 micrometers or smaller than that also. So you can imagine that how smaller it is. Okay. Now I want to show you some small diagrams of these cells. The longest cell in animal is the nerve cell. You can see here. Next, hemp fibers, the longest cells in plants. And third one, the most interesting, which I promised you to show you, was the ostrich egg. It is the ostrich egg and it is 18 centimeter in diameter with shell and 15 centimeter in diameter without shell. Okay. Now we will move on towards the next slide. Structure of cell. So what is the structure of cell? Structure means a particular components which are present inside a particular thing. It defines its structure. Means if there is a room and it has 4 windows, 1 cupboard, 1 almirah, this kind of arrangement is present, 1 chair, okay, 1 table. So it defines the structure that these things are present in a particular room. Remind it, I have said that in Latin word it is known as cellula. Cellula means a small room. So you can consider the cell as a small room and it consists of 3 basic components. So what are the 3 basic components of a cell? So the first component is cell coat. I am also wearing a coat. What does a means by cell coat? Do it protect the cell or it is used as a function? So we will study this thing in this lecture only in the upcoming slides. So first is cell coat. Second one is nucleus. Main framework of cell and the metabolism is regulated by the nucleus. Okay, in your house you can see that your father orders something and you just carry on that order without speaking any kind of word. Same in the case of nucleus. Nucleus helps a cell to grow, to metabolize. Everything is managed by nucleus. And the third most important is cytoplasm. Cytoplasm is just a fluid in which all the cell organelles are present. Cell organelles, if I want to give an introductory about cell organelles, you have known it also like the endoplasmic reticulum, mitochondria and many more, ribosomes, and there are many cell organelles present in the cytoplasm like mitochondria, endoplasmic reticulum, ribosomes, DNA, RNA and many more. We will discuss in the upcoming lectures for this thing. So now we will discuss first about cell coat. What is cell coat and what are the components of cell coat? Cell coat. So it has 2 basic things. First is the cell wall and the second one, the most important one, is cell membrane, which is also known as plasma membrane or plasma lemma. Okay, now we will move on towards the first one, which is cell wall. Cell wall, what is cell wall? We have walls in our room. What are their function? What is their help to us? They protect us from the external environment. If there is rainy season outside, we are protected in our room. Okay, so just imagine like cell wall is a wall that protect us. Like in plant cell wall is present and it protects us. It gives a shape also. You have walls in your house, so your house is shaped because of walls only. If you do not have walls, then there is no shape counted. So cell wall we will discuss in the next slide. So we should start with the cell wall. What is cell wall? Cell wall, if you consider that you have a wall in your house, a wall protects us from the external environment. It gives a shape and a particular structure to our house. Like this, the cell wall is present in the plant cells. It provides a structure and protects it from the external environment. So cell wall is present only and only in plant cell. You should know this thing. It is absent in animal cell. Okay, so this is the most important thing. You should remember that it is absent in what? Animal cells. Now, cell wall is rigid, cell wall is strong, it is thick, it is porous. What do you mean by porous? Porous means small tiny holes which are present inside the cell wall. You can note down here, porous means the tiny holes. Okay, now two cell walls are joined by a particular layer that I will explain it here clearly. Please see here. Okay, so here are two cell walls. This is first cell wall and this is second cell wall. Okay, now this cell wall and this cell wall, this is first one and this is second one. There is a layer between the two and it is known as what? It is known as middle lamellae. Middle lamellae is a layer which joins the two adjacent cells. Okay, now what is the composition of middle lamella? The composition is, it is made up of magnesium pectate and calcium pectate, or you can say it calcium and magnesium pectate. So you should remember this thing that two cell walls are joined together by a layer and the composition of middle lamella is, it is made up of calcium and magnesium pectate. So we study about the cell wall here. Now next, cell wall diagram. Now we are going to study the diagram also and see the observations which we have studied in the last slide. So you can see here that it is the primary cell wall and it is the plasma membrane. Here plasma membrane is just next to cell wall and there is middle lamellae present. Middle lamellae is the layer which join the two adjacent cell walls. Okay, now you can see here that this layer is here and now next cell wall can start from here and this will join the two cell walls. Okay, plasma membrane is just present inside the cell wall in the plant cells. We will discuss it further also when we will read about the plant cells. Okay, now functions of cell wall. What are the functions of cell wall? As I discussed in before 1 to 2 slides, that what are the functions of wall in your house? It provides a great structure, it protects us from the external environment, it is permeable and many more things. So functions of cell wall is, first it provides and maintains the shape of the cell. As you know that if there is a cell, then its shape is maintained by, if there is a cell, then its shape is maintained by what? Cell wall. Okay. Now, it provides strength and plant bears stress. You can see that many times a great winds arises, and due to great winds and thundering and lightning, plant bears stress. So why plants are not damaged at that time? That time the cell wall protects them from damaging. Next, it is permeable. Permeable means molecules or ions can go inside and outside through this wall. Okay? Now next and last one is cell membrane, which is the very important part of a cell. If cell membrane is not present in the cell, then the cell does not forms. Okay? Now first thing, what is cell membrane? Do you know, students, I have discussed this thing in earlier content also. What is cell membrane? So cell membrane, first thing I want to talk about, the cell membrane is the outer covering of an animal cell. Now why I am saying animal cell? In the earlier slide I have told you that the first layer which forms in plant cell is cell wall, and inside it cell membrane is present, but animal cell, no cell wall is present, only cell membrane is present. So first point cites that cell wall is also known as plasma membrane or plasma lemma. Next, plasma membrane name was given by Nageli. Nageli was a scientist who gave the name plasma membrane. Next, it is present in both animals and plant cell as well as, okay? Now, the composition, if we talk about the composition of cell membrane, then we can say that it is made up of cellulose and lipids and proteins, okay? If we talk about the last point of cell membrane, we can say that it comprises of proteins and lipids. What I have said, proteins and lipids. Now how the structure is formed? Structure is formed like a fluid mosaic model which was given by Singer and Nicholson, that we study in the next slide. But you should know that the proteins are embedded, or we can say that they are sandwiched between the lipid bilayer. Now how they are sandwiched, we will see through these things through a diagram. Alright, now first thing is that the most important thing, proteins, it is made up of proteins and lipids. Now what kind of lipids? They are made up of phospholipids. You can note it down. They are made up of phospholipids. Now viruses lack any membrane. Viruses do not have any kind of membrane. Actually, the thing is, viruses are present in an inactive form in our environment, and if they enter inside our body, they host our cell and create the cell membrane through our cells. You should know this thing. Viruses do not have any kind of cell membrane, but when they enter inside our body, they come in the living form. So you should be protected from the virus. Okay? Now, next we will move on to our cell membrane diagram. Cell membrane diagram is explained through the fluid mosaic model, and this is the fluid mosaic model diagram. I have not done the labeling here because I want to explain each and every small part of this diagram to you, because you should know everything about this diagram, and it is very important in IGSO, in NTSC, every time question arises from this diagram also. So you should know where are the proteins present. Now you can guess also, I have said that the proteins are embedded in the bilayer of lipids. Now you can see here where the proteins are present and the bilayer of the lipids are present. So first we will discuss about the phospholipid, what its structure, and then we will move on towards the protein embedation. So first in here I am going to explain you about the structure of Now, this is the structure of a phospholipid. It is divided into two parts. So you can put a line here. Okay. Now, the above part is hydrophilic. Hydrophilic means it is what? Water loving. Okay. Now, the downward part is hydrophobic. Okay, and this is water repelling. This is a great important thing. You should know that a phospholipid look like this, and the above part is hydrophilic, which is water hating, water loving, and the next part is hydrophobic, which is water repelling. Now, from which these parts are made? The above part is made of glycogen, and the below part is made from what? Fatty acids. So you should know about the diagram of the phospholipid. It is very important for your examinations and for the fluid mosaic model. Okay. Now I want to explain you this thing through like if you see the bilayered structure, you can see here they are arranged like this. Okay, now this is known as what? Bilayer. And in this fluid mosaic model, I am going to explain you this thing very clearly. So we are going to move towards again the fluid mosaic model. So now you can see here very clearly, students, that this is the phospholipid layer. What is this? It is a phospholipid layer, or we can say it is a bilayer. The above end is hydrophilic, means it is water loving, and the below end is hydrophobic, means it is water repelling. So you can see in the between part it is hydrophobic tails, and in the above part it is hydrophilic ends. Now where is the protein situated in this fluid mosaic model? So you can see here all the blue part containing are all what? Proteins. Now first one is protein. Okay, now you can see different structures here in this diagram. So which thing represents 7th, 8th and 9th? My focus is on that because you have recognized very well that this blue color is all proteins. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and many more are representing proteins which are embedded between the bilayer of lipids. So 8th one is what? First we will move on to what? 7th one. So 7th is cholesterol. 8th is carbohydrate. And the last one which represent is 9th one, that is phospholipid. Now you have understand carefully this diagram that proteins are embedded between the bilayer of lipids. Here you can see it clearly, between the bilayer of lipids the protein are embedded, and cholesterol, carbohydrates are also present in between them. So this is the fluid mosaic model. Now we will see the explanation further also. Many more things like glycoproteins and many more things are present inside this structure. So next, about the fluid mosaic model, I am going to tell you that Singer and Nicholson were the two scientists who gave the fluid mosaic model of a cell membrane, and they told you that there is proteins embedded or sandwiched between the two bilayer of lipids, and it is around 75 angstrom in thickness. It is flexible and can be folded and can be reunited, can be resized. And the most important thing about plasma membrane is what? selectively permeable. What do you mean by selectively permeable? In cell wall I have said what? It is permeable. I haven't used the word selectively. Now I am using the word selectively because selectively means the molecules or ions which are entering inside through cell membrane get selected. Selected means they are only for the use of the cell. If they are in the kind of impurity and they are not used by the cell, they are not taken by the cell membrane. There is a prohibition of these kind of molecules which are not in the use by the cell. Okay, selectively means that. Okay, all right. Now the fluid mosaic model explanation. You can see here that the proteins are embedded between the bilayer of phospholipids. This is bilayer of phospholipid. You can see here the diagram which I have drawn on the green board, and it is understood very clearly. This is what, students? The hydrophilic, and philic means it is water loving, and this is the hydrophobic, and hydrophobic and means it is water repelling. Now in between there are some glycolipids or glycoproteins present. Globular protein. What is globular protein? Globular protein means the protein which is present in the circular shape and embedded between the layer of the phospholipids. Okay. Now alpha helix protein. Alpha helix protein means it is in helical shape. Helical shape means like this. You can say it is spiral also. Now peripheral protein. Peripheral protein means which are present at the bottom layer here. Okay, and integral proteins are those proteins which are present in the embedding, okay, between the bilayers. Last one is that cholesterol. Cholesterol, I have told you, it is also embedded between the layers of the phospholipid. So it is a fluid mosaic model and it is very clearly understood to you. Next we are moving towards functions of plasma membrane. So what is the function of plasma membrane? The most important function that it maintains the shape of the cell. It maintains the shape of the cell. Next, it provides mechanical support to the cell. Mechanical support means the integral proteins which are present inside the cell are supported through plasma membrane. Because it is semi-permeable and it allows the entry or movement of entry and exit of the molecules or ions inside it. Now next, it allows the useful molecules to enter inside the cell, not the unuseful ones. It provides specificity to the cells. Specificity means the specific cells are present in the particular living tissue. The last is, it is limiting boundary which separates the cytoplasm from its surroundings. You can see here that it is the structure of a cell. I am drawing it. So it is the cell membrane, first layer of animal cell, and it allows the entry and exit of the molecules or ion. So if a molecule or an ion is getting entered here, so it separates the cytoplasm from its surroundings. Cytoplasm contains many molecules like ribosomes, lysosomes, DNA, RNA, glycoproteins, mitochondria, many more things it contains. Okay. This we will talk about the organelles also in the upcoming lecture. So don't worry about that ma'am is going to tell or not. So I am going to tell you and clear all your doubts, all the lectures if you see line wise. Okay. Now next, how does the molecules or ions enters inside the cell membrane? So there are basic two things for the transportation of molecules or ions inside the cell membrane. So two important things are, first one is diffusion and second one is osmosis. Okay, we will discuss in the next slide about this thing. And second point, now the osmosis occurs in two forms, two types. First is endosmosis and second one is exosmosis. Okay. Now the second point is types of solutions on the basis of concentration. On the basis of concentration means what? It is going to be explained in the next slide above. Okay, so first is isotonic solution, second one is hypertonic solution, and third one is hypotonic solution. So we are going to discuss all these things in the next upcoming slides. So be ready for first one, that is diffusion. So what is diffusion? Diffusion means any kind of molecules or ions moving towards higher concentration towards lower concentration. I am repeating myself. If the molecules or ions are moving from higher concentration towards lower concentration, then this process is known as diffusion. Okay. For example, we can see the diffusion of carbon dioxide, oxygen and many more gases which are present in our environment. Okay. Now, through this diagram, we can see the diffusion process. Here, the concentration, when it is higher, it moves from higher to lower part. So, here you can see that the higher concentration molecules are moving towards the lower concentration. And you can see these channel proteins are moving from higher towards lower. Okay. Here also you can see these carrier proteins are more in number. So these carrier proteins are going to move towards this membrane. So these are channel proteins and these are carrier proteins. I have taken just as for an example to you explain the diffusion process. You just have to remember this thing, that any molecule which is moving from higher toward lower concentration, it is known as diffusion process. Okay. Now, next one is osmosis. What is osmosis? Osmosis means if a solvent or water moves from lower concentration towards higher concentration, then it is known as what? Osmosis. Osmosis is of two types. First is endosmosis and second one is exosmosis. Endosmosis means if the movement of solvent is into the cells, means if we draw the diagram here and you can see if the solvent is moving towards into the cell, any kind of solvent we can take here, we can take here water also. So we will take the example of water very well. So water moving towards inside, then it is known as endosmosis, and if it moving outside, then it is known as what? Exosmosis. Okay, now the most important thing which I am going to discuss here about the solutions, okay, on the basis of concentration. So what does the concentration means? Okay, now if you see here, you can see the three diagrams here and you can analyze this thing, that in the first diagram the cell is normal in state. In the second diagram, it is flaccid in state, and in the third diagram, it is plasmolite. So what does this mean? So in the first diagram, I am going to start this thing, that in the first diagram, the water concentration is less or more. You can see here the cell is become what? Lysed. And in the second one, it is normal. And in the third one, it is shriveled. So why this happens? What is the reason behind it? So first we will give importance towards the isotonic solution. What does the isotonic solution means? Isotonic solution means when the concentration outside the cell is equal to the concentration inside the cytoplasm of the cell. It is known as isotonic concentration. Means isotonic solution means if the concentration outside the cell and the concentration inside the cytoplasm of the cell is equivalent, then it is an isotonic solution. Next we will move on towards second one, that is hypotonic solution. Hypotonic solution means if the concentration inside the cell is lesser and through the concentration outside, it is known as what? Hypotonic solution. If the concentration inside is less than the outside conditions, then it is known as hypotonic solutions. And the last one is hypertonic solution. Hypotonic solution means if there is concentration outside is more and compared to the concentration inside the cell, then it is known as hypertonic solution. And you can see here the shape of the cell has changed. If there is equivalent condition, then the shape of the cell is not changed, it remains flaccid. If the concentration decreases, then it becomes turgid. And if the cell swells up due to concentration, then it is known as plasmolized, or it is known as the condition in which the cell swells up. Okay. Now, I am going to explain it through my diagrams also. If we take example of a raisin, you can eat this thing, that is raisin. Okay. Now I have put here sugar solution. I am going to take three cases here. You are going to understand these three conditions through this example only, because the definitions are little bit confusing and you get confused by seeing them. Okay. Sugar solution I have taken. Why I have taken sugar solution, students? Because there is lot amount of sugar present inside the raisin. Everybody eat it. Now, in the first condition and second and third. Now, I am going to discuss the hypotonic, hypertonic and isotonic conditions. If there is sugar present inside it and if the cytoplasm of the cell has equivalent concentration, means the concentration outside the cell and the concentration in the cytoplasm of the raisin is also the same, equivalent, then it is known as equivalent condition, and this equivalent condition is described by isotonic solutions. Now next, hypotonic solution. Hypotonic solution means if the concentration outside is lesser and compared to the concentration inside the cytoplasm of the cell, then what will happen? This will shrink. The raisin will shrink, because what I have said, diffusion process requires the movement of the molecules of the ions from its higher concentration towards lower concentration, and we are seeing the sugar solution is lesser, the concentration is lesser, and in this the concentration is higher, so the concentration will move on from raisin towards the sugar solution, so it will shrink. Okay, now the last one, in this condition what will happen? It is the hypertonic condition. In this hypertonic condition, the concentration of the solution is more than as compared to the concentration of the cytoplasm of the cell. So what will happen? This sugar solution will move inside towards the raisin and this raisin will swell up. So this swell up condition is known as what? Hypertonic solution. Okay, so you have clearly understood through a great example of raisin. You can do this experiment in your home also. Put sugar solution in the raisin, put equivalent concentration, you will see isotonic conditions. If the conditions are not equivalent and if the concentration of the solution is less, then you will see the hypotonic condition, and if the concentration of the solution is more than the cytoplasm, then you will see the hypotonic conditions. Okay, okay, now you have understood in this topic the cell shape, cell size, cell contents, cell membrane, cell wall, and now I am going to continue with these things only. Next in lecture we are going to read about the nucleus, the cytoplasm, and many more cell organelles also. Thank you.
My name is Neeraj Parekh, and today we start our new journey the name of new journey is that is a foundation course, and this journey is completely belongs to your study, and name of this journey is that is foundation course. Dear students, normally basically we study in a school, but the syllabus of school and competition exam are different. So dear, most of the students are choose plus both the syllabus, first school examination and second the foundation course. Foundation course gives the some most concept related to your topics. The beneficial of foundation course is that your basics is strong, your basic knowledge will be strong, which is help you in future for fight any competition examination. Now dear friends, today we start our first topic, that is a force, that is force, class 8 and lecture 1. Now dear students, in this video we discuss some following topics. Topics are, first topic is force. First topic is force. In this topic we discuss the word definition of force and what is the force. And second point is mathematical expression of force, means how we can make a formula of force, means by using this formula we can calculate the value of force. Next thing is unit of force, means just like when we use some mass, then we use mass in kilogram and gram. Similarly, when we measure the force, we use a new unit, that is called Newton and Dian. We will discuss in future after some slides. Next one is a relation between Newton and Dian. That is both are the unit of force, just like a kilogram and gram. These are the unit of forces, Newton and Dian. We make the relation between Newton and Dian. Next one is a effect of force, means dear students, when we apply a force on any object, what will be the result of this forces. Next one is numericals, and after discussing of numerical we give some assignment, means just like a homework, just like a homework for you. Now dear students, we start our journey, today's journey, with the new topic, that is force. Now new journey, that is a force, means what is the force. First we discuss about the forces. Now dear students, look this diagram. Look this diagram. In this diagram dear students, one is the block, we call the mass, means object. One boy pull the box and one boy push this box. By using pull and push, the box will be moved. By applying pull and push, we move the box. And next diagram says, means we can say by applying push and pull, we apply some forces on this box. Means pull and push is the force. Push and pull, and in normal language we can say force is push and pull. Means whenever we push and whenever we pull, means we can say we apply some forces. One more effect of these forces is that, look that the ball will be coming from this red direction, means from that direction, and after applying the forces from this bed, the ball will be moved in different direction. Means dear student, in this diagram shows that when we apply the force, on a moving body, we can change the direction of this object. Means by applying the force on this moving body, we can change the direction of this force. We can change the direction of this ball. Okay students, now write the definition of force. What is the definition of force? The definition of force is that the force is push or pull. Normal definition, which change, means when we apply the forces, what can change? It can change or tends to change, means try to change. The state of rest, means object at rest will be changes, means object will be in a motion or in uniform motion, or change its direction and motion and shape. We can change the shape and size of object by applying the forces. That is the first point. Now, dear student, next one is mathematically how we can calculate the force. Now, dear student, let's suppose what happened. Let's suppose in previous diagram we discussed, that is the box, and one boy pull and second boy push. Okay, student, if that is the 2 kilogram box, the small boys will be, means children, easily pull and push this box. Okay, student, but if we change this box 20 kilogram with 20 kilogram, means the mass will be increases, then the small children are not sufficient, means not pull this box easily. Means when we increase the masses, we required more amount of pull and more amount of push. So we can say when we increase the mass, we required more pull and more push. Means, dear students, if we increase the masses, we require more pull and more push. Means we can say the effect, means the force is directly proportional, or we can say force is dependent on mass. Now write the mathematical expression of this force. Mathematical expression now write. Means force is product of mass and acceleration. We have already discussed force is depend on mass. How? If we increase the mass, we require the more force. If we decrease the mass, we require the minimum, reduce the amount of force. So force is equivalent to mass into acceleration, where A is the acceleration. Where A is the acceleration, means acceleration is change in velocity upon time. Acceleration means how much speed and or velocity will be changed per second. How much velocity will be changes per second, that is a acceleration. Means whenever we apply a force, the body comes in a motion. If we applied a more force, let's suppose, let dear student, that is a box, we apply a force of 2 Newton. Initially it moves 2 meter per second, but after some time it moves to 3 meter per second. When we apply 2 Newton force, that is the unit of force, students. If we applied a more force, more force, means we can say 5 Newton. 5 Newton force, then initially that is moved with 2 meter per second, but after 1 second that will be moved with 5 meter per second. Why? Because here applied force is 5 Newton, here applied force is 2 Newton. When we applied a more force, the acceleration will be increases. Means acceleration is also depends on force. So we can say acceleration is also dependent on force. So F is equals to mass into acceleration. Now dear students, force is equal to the product of mass of the body and acceleration produced. Acceleration kept small a, acceleration is small a, produced in the body due to that forces. Okay students, that is a mathematical formula to calculate the force. Force is equals to mass into acceleration. Now in next slide we discuss about what is the acceleration. What is the acceleration? Acceleration means, dear students, velocity is changes. If velocity is changes, mean we can say that body has some acceleration, means there is a some acceleration is here. Now how we can explain the acceleration? Let's suppose, dear students, a vehicle, let's suppose that is a toy car, move with a 5 meter per second at time is 10:30 am. Dear students, if after 1 minute, if this toy car continuously move with a speed of 5 meter per second, means, dear students, there is a no change in velocity or speed. There is a no change in velocity or speed, means there is a no acceleration. Dear students, here there is a no acceleration. There is no acceleration. If same time we notice another toy car and another person, if same time we observe another vehicle which moves with 20 meter per second, but after some time, if vehicle has speed is 25 meter per second, 25 meter per second, means, dear students, here velocity is changes, so we can say there is a some acceleration is available. Okay students, and according to basic formula of acceleration, there are two terms. First term, when we start to observe any object, that is a initial velocity by u, initial velocity. We represent this velocity by a initial velocity, and after some time we observe the speed, that is 25 meter per second, that is a v. We represent this velocity by a symbol of v, that is a final velocity. That is a final velocity. If, dear students, there is some changes, if there is some changes in initial velocity, that is a 20 meter per second, and final velocity, that is a 25 meter per second, then we can say there is some acceleration. Otherwise there is a no acceleration, dear students. That is a physically experience of acceleration. Acceleration is equals to v minus u upon t, where v is the final velocity and u is the initial velocity. V is the final velocity and u is the initial velocity, and t is the time taken to change this velocity. Means 8% body moves with the 2 meter per second, and after some time body will move with the 5 meter per second. Then what happen? After 1 second body is moved to 2 to 5, then difference is 3 meter per second. Speed will be increases in 1 second, that is a 3 meter per second. So then by using this expression we can calculate the acceleration. Means what is the v? V is the final velocity and u is the initial velocity and t is the time taken. Okay student, so by using this expression we can calculate the acceleration, and after that if we have a value of mass, then multiply both the values, mass and acceleration, and we can get the value of forces. Okay students, now that means mathematical expression of force is complete. Now unit of force. Now dear students, unit of force, in there are two systems. There is a two system unit of force. First one is a SI system. Wait, if we discuss about the unit, then we discuss about the two system. First one is a SI system, and second one is the CGS system. Dear student, in SI system, when we calculate, we discuss about the mass. And symbol of mass is small m or capital M also, then calculate in the form of kilogram. We take the values in the form of kilogram. If we discuss about the mass in CGS system, then we take the mass in grams. Okay students, first point. And second point, in SI system, distance will be calculated. Distance will be calculated in the form of meter. okay, in the form of meter. And in this, in CGS system, distance will be calculated in centimeter. Here we use meter and here we use centimeter. So these are the two important points for discuss about the unit of forces. In SI system, mass will be calculated in kilogram, and in CGS system, mass will be calculated in gram, and distance in meter and centimeter. Now we discuss the SI system, the unit of force in SI system. Now in SI system, students, force, the formula of force is equals to M into A. Formula is M into A. Mass will be calculated in kilogram. Mass will be calculated in gram. Okay. And acceleration will be calculated in meter per second square. Then the complete unit of force is kilogram into meter per second square. That is a SI unit. That is SI unit. But dear student, as we know, these complete equations means there are some more than one words, so it converted into a single word, that is a Newton. Means kilogram into meter per second square can be write as Newton, that in a single word we can write Newton. Okay student, if we want to calculate the value of 1 Newton, then we use this expression. This expression means we use the mass is 1 kilogram, and acceleration is 1 meter per second square. Means mass is equals to 1 kilogram and acceleration is 1 meter per second square. Then according to our expression means F is equals to ma, the answer is 1 kilogram into meter per second square. 1 kilogram meter per second square, that is equivalent to 1 Newton. Means let's suppose I have a box of 1 kilogram and we apply a force, and body gets acceleration, that is a 1 meter per second square. So we can say in that condition the force applied by me is 1 Newton. Which force applied by me? That is a 1 Newton. Okay student. So write the definition of 1 Newton. Means 1 Newton we can say if a force is applied on a body of mass 1 kilogram. Means if we applied a force mass of 1 kilogram and acceleration produced in body is 1 meter per second square, then applied force is equivalent to 1 Newton. Okay student, that is SI system, and in this system we know the unit of force is Newton. The unit of force is Newton. Now second point is in CGS system. Now we discuss the unit of force in CGS system. Again same thing, force is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. Here mass will be measured in gram and acceleration will be measured in centimeter per second square. The complete product of gram into centimeter per second square is called Dian. In SI system, kilogram multiplied by meter per second square, that is called Newton. But in CGS system, gram into centimeter per second square is called Dian. That is a CGS unit of force. Now dear student, what will be next? Means how we can calculate 1 Dian. Means we take mass is 1 gram and acceleration is 1, also 1. Then product of this quantity is equivalent to 1. Then product of this quantity will be 1. So we can get the 1 Dian similarly. Now mass is 1 gram and acceleration is 1 centimeter per second square. If we use mass is 1 gram and acceleration is 1 centimeter per second square, then applied force is equivalent to 1 Dian. Okay, so that is the definition of 1 Dian. Similar definition just like a 1 Newton. When we applied a force on a mass of 1 gram, mass is 1 gram and acceleration produced is 1 centimeter per second square. Acceleration produced is 1 centimeter per second square. Then applied force is equivalent to 1 Dian. Let's suppose that is a 1 gram mass and we applied some force. We applied some forces. And this body, if this body gets acceleration, what acceleration? 1 centimeter per second square. So we can say the applied force is equivalent to 1 Dian. The applied force is equivalent to 1 Dian. So dear students, now we discuss the SI system and CGS system. In SI system, unit of force is Dian. In CGS system, unit of force is, in SI system, unit of force is Newton, and in CGS system, unit of force is Dian. Okay, students. Now, next we discuss the relation between. As dear students, you know, if someone says 1 kilogram and other person says 1000 gram, what is the difference? Both quantities are same, but the measurement taken are in different system. 1 kilogram means that is a SI system and 1000 gram is that is a CGS system. Okay, so everyone know about that. 1 kilogram and 1000 gram both are the same quantities, but the measurement system is different. 1 kilogram is a SI and 1000 gram is CGS. So similarly we drive a relation between Newton and Dian. Newton is a SI system and Dian is a CGS system. Okay, student. Now, if anyone asks what is the relation between Newton and Dian, if someone asks what is the relation between kilogram and gram, everyone says 1 kilogram is equivalent to 1000 gram. Everyone know. Someone asks what is the relation between meter and centimeter. Everyone answer 1 meter is equivalent to 100 centimeter. Okay, student. And similarly, agar anyone asks the relation between Newton and Dian, so our answer will be 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5 Dian. 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5 Dian. How we get the 10? How we can say 1 Newton is equal to 10 to the power 5 Dian? In previous discussion, we know what happened. 1 Newton, we know that 1 Newton. Now, dear student, in single alphabet we can say N. N, capital N is equivalent to Newton, means Newton. We can say 1 Newton is 1 kilogram and multiply by 1 meter per second square. That is the basic formula. 1 Newton is equivalent to 1 kilogram multiplied by 1 meter per second square. And we know that if we write kilogram into gram, so everyone write 1000 gram, 1000 gram, 1000 gram multiplied by. And here meter, as we know 1 meter is equivalent to 100 centimeter. 1 meter is equivalent to 100 centimeter. So we can write here 100 centimeter per second square. These equation are correct. We convert kilogram into gram, meter into centimeter. Okay, students. So now that is the 1000 and that is 100. It can be written as 10 to the power 3, that is gram, and it can be written as 10 to the power 2. Okay, that is centimeter per second square. Okay, student. Now everyone know, most of the students and smart students know that when the base are same, the power will be added. The power will be added means we add 3 and 2. So it becomes 10 to the power 5. And unit gram and centimeter. Unit is gram into centimeter per second square. So dear student, 1 Newton means kilogram into meter per second square is can be write as 10 to the power 5 gram into centimeter per second square, and that is a single word is Dian. In single word we can say 10 to the power 5 Dian. So students, 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5 Dian. That is a complete derivation of 1 Newton and 10 to the power 5 Dian. Relation between Newton and Dian. Now dear students, copy that fast. Okay students, now again come back in our topics. That is correct, 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5. Okay students, now next one is simple numerical. Simple numerical, both very simple numerical. First, dear student, it's my suggestion to all of you, whenever you start any numerical, first in starting phase, first write the given quantities. Write the given quantities and unknown quantities. And in this question, if you read this question, what happened? A force produce an acceleration, means given quantities is acceleration. In this quantities, given quantities 5 centimeter per second square, means the given first given quantities is acceleration is equal to 5 centimeter per second square. 5 centimeter per second square. First given quantity. Second thing is, what is the given quantity? Mass. Mass is 20 gram. Second given quantity is mass, that is mass is equivalent to 20 gram. Given mass is 20 gram. Okay. Now, what we find? Find out the force. First question is find out the force. And after that, one more question in a single line. Find the force but in Newton. But in Newton. Find the force is first question, and second question is find the force in a Newton. We required SI unit of force. Okay student, means we want to find the force. What is the force? Now, before going to solution of this question, now discuss some points. Given quantity is what? Acceleration is, acceleration is 5 centimeter per second square. Okay. And mass is 20 gram. Okay student, mass is 20 gram. What want to calculate? Force. If you want to calculate the force, our formula is force is equals to mass multiplied by acceleration. Everyone know. After this lecture, mass is 20 gram, right? 20 gram. We are writing the unit also. In initial phase, you also write the unit centimeter per second square. When we multiply 20 and 5, we get the 100. We get the 100. That is gram centimeter per second. That is the force. But dear students, if we focus on this unit, gram into centimeter per second square, the unit is CGS unit. Gram also CGS unit. Centimeter is also CGS unit. So we write force is equals to 100 Dian. Our answer is 100 Dian. This answer is correct. But according to our question asks the force in the form of Newton. This answer is not correct. So our priority is convert the 100 Dian into Newton. What is the relation between Dian and Newton? 10 to the power 5 Dian is equals to 1 Newton. We can reverse also. 1 Newton is equal to 10 to the power 5 Dian. So 1 Dian. So 1 Dian is equals to 1 upon 10 to the power 5 Newton. 1 Dian is equals to 1 upon 10 to the power 5 Dian. We want to calculate 100 Dian. So 100 Dian is equivalent to 1 upon 10 to the power 5 and multiply by 10 to the power 2. 100 can be right 10 to the power 2 and answer we get Newton. Now solve this expression, we get 10 to the power 5, 8% in a denominator. When 10 to the power 5 moves to numerator, it becomes 10 to the power minus 5. Multiply by 10 to the power 2 Newton. Again, every student know when the base are same, power will be added. When we add minus 2 and plus 2, sorry, minus 5 and plus 2, then we get 10 to the power minus 3 Newton. That is the answer of this question. That is the answer of this question, 10 to the power minus 3 Newton. Now dear students, copy this complete. Now, okay students, now again come back on slides. The relation, we get the answer of this question. Answer of this question is previous question. We can again, the previous question is find the force in Newton, that is 10 to the power. The answer of this question is 10 to the power minus 3 Newton. 10 to the power minus 3 Newton. Okay students. Now next question is again one more question. In this question, force is 15 Newton. A force of 15 Newton acts on a body of mass kilogram for 2 seconds. For 2 seconds, on what is the change in velocity? We don't know about the initial velocity, so we can use any velocity in the form of, there is no initial velocity, and the question is asked what is the change in velocity. We require the change in velocity. So dear students, now given quantities, first force is equals to 15 Newton and second is mass is equals to 5 kilogram. Next thing is time. The given time is equals to 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Okay. Now, what we want to calculate, change in velocity. What is the formula used in this? Just think, dear student, we have two formulas for calculate the force. First, force is equals to mass into acceleration. When the quantity is given in the form of mass and acceleration. Second formula is that we know that acceleration is v minus u upon t, where v minus u shows the change in velocity. V minus u shows change in velocity. So write the value of acceleration, then force is equals to mass into v minus u upon t. And according to this numerical, we want to calculate v minus u. According to this numerical, we want to calculate v minus u. So we can use the given quantities. Force is given, that is a 15 Newton. Force is given 15 Newton and mass is 5 kilogram multiplied by v minus u divided. Time given is 2 seconds. Now solve this expression and we can get the value of v minus u. By solving this expression, we can get the value of v minus u, means change in velocity. Okay. Now cancel out the 5 to 15, that is 3 times, and cross multiply. 2 will be cross multiplied by with 3. 3 multiplied by 2 is equivalent to v minus u. So dear students, we get our answer, v minus u is equals to 6 meter per second. That is the answer of this question. Now dear students, copy this solution in your classwork copy. Okay. Now, so the answer of this question is 6 meter per second. Now, next question, simple question. Simple. Force is scalar, vector, both, none of these. What do you mean by scalar quantity and what do you mean by vector quantities? Dear students, in previous classes you discuss about the two terms. First one is a vector and scalar. That is the types of a physical quantities. Scalar quantities means that has only magnitude. Only magnitude. Okay? But vector quantities are those quantities which have magnitude plus as well as direction also. Direction also. So force is a vector quantity. Force has magnitude as well as direction. Let's suppose that is a box. We can apply the force in this direction, the effect is changed. When we apply the force in this direction, another effect will become. When we apply the force in this direction, means force depends on direction, means force has some direction. So we can say force is a vector quantity. It has magnitude as well as direction. Force has magnitude as well as direction. So what is the right answer of this question? Vector is a right answer of this question. Now next question is says, when a body is stationary, let's suppose a body is stationary, means there is no motion, means we can say body at rest position. Now dear students, use some logics and gives the answer of this question. First option, there is no force. There is no force, means there is no force means no motion. First option. First option is there is no force acting on it. Second option, the force acting on it is not in contact, means there is a non-contact force. We will discuss in another lecture what is the contact and non-contact force, but here we use not in contact. The force is not in contact. Okay. Now C option is the combination of forces. The combination of, let's suppose more than one forces are applied on this box, but each and every force has a opposite force. Means if you applied a one force in right hand side and another force of same amount will be applied by another direction, left hand side, then both the forces will be cancelled out. So in this condition also body not move. So we can say the answer of this question is the combination of forces acting on it balance to each other. That is the correct answer of this question. Okay students. Now next one is again simply, logically and basic information. 5.25 Newton is equal to how many Dalton? Means dear students, in these questions ask the relation between Newton and Dalton. Everyone know what is the relation between Newton and Dalton? We know that 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5 Dalton. 1 Newton is equivalent to 10 to the power 5 Dalton. Use this relation in this question. Given quantities is 5.25 Newton and we want to calculate the force in Dalton. Just multiply only this quantity. Just multiply only this quantity, that is a 10 to the power 5 Dalton. That is a 10 to the power 5. So what is the answer of this question? The answer of this question is B. Every smart students get this answer, 5.25 into 10 to the power 5 Dalton. And 5.25 into 10 to the power 5 Dalton. That is the answer of this question. Okay students. Now after completing of this topic, that is the one part of this topic, force, it's completed. Force completed, mathematical expression of force is completed and unit of force will be completed. Now during the second part of this topic is effect of force. Effect of force means, dear student, let's suppose we apply some forces. We apply some force on any object. Then what will be the result? How we can identify key that is a result of force? By visualizing this, by feel this, by any other property of this. What will the changes will become when we apply the some forces on any object. Now start this second part, that is the effect of force. In effect of force, it's after starting this effect one, thus visualize this diagram. In this diagram, dear student, what happened? 8% ball at rest. Ball at rest. After some time, the boy will become and apply some forces. Applied some forces on this ball. Then what happened? Ball will be moved in this direction. Ball will be moved in this direction by applying the kick. By applying the kick means, we can say that by applying a forces means body which is at rest. 8% body at rest will be moved. After applying some forces, body will be moved. Body will be come in motion. Body will become in motion. Okay, student. So we can say force can set an stationary object in motion. Means whenever we apply a force when object at rest, we can convert the position means in motion. Means object can be moved with some velocity when we apply the forces. So first step, force can set a stationary object in motion. Force can set a stationary object in motion. First point clear? Now second point is that, let's see this diagram. What happen in football match? Ball will be come. Ball will be come. When the ball will be come in this direction, the goalkeeper catch this ball. The goalkeeper catch this force by applying some forces. By applying some forces. When the goalkeeper applies some forces, in this position ball will be moved. But after applying some forces, object at rest. Ball will become at rest. Ball will become at rest position. So dear student, when we apply the force on any motion body, means when we apply the force on a motion of this body, we can stop this body. We can stop this body by applying a force. So write this line. This line says that force can stop the moving object or move down. Means we can reduce the speed of this any object, any ball, any vehicle by applying the forces, and we can stop also this object by applying some forces. The second point of effect of force, that is clear. Now next point is says, let's see this diagram. What happened here? What happened here? Here our friend is come and kick the ball. But in this direction, when we kick the force, the ball will be moved in this direction. We can change by applying the forces. We can change the direction of motion of this object. By applying the forces, we change the direction of motion of this object. That is the direction of this object after applying some forces. One more diagram says that the ball is coming from this direction. Ball is coming from this direction, and when batsman apply some forces, ball will be moved in this direction. Ball will be moved in this direction. Means dear student, we can say when we apply the force, we can change the direction of any object. Let's suppose when we turn our cycle, our bike, our vehicle, what happen? We turn, we apply the force, one side more force, one side low force. One side more, one side low force, and vehicle will be turned. So we can change the direction of any motion-free body. We can change the direction. So force can change the direction of any moving body. Direction of any moving body, students. Okay, students. Now complete. Now one more effect of this force. This is normal. Normally we say what happen? A mud is moved on a roll. A mud move on a roll. The finger applying some forces. Fingers apply some forces. By applying some forces, we change the shape of this mud. We change the shape of this mud. So we can say when we apply the forces on any material, we can change the shape of a material. One more example. This example is very well known example. Everyone know about this. In our kitchens, when we move, moms make some chapatis. What happen here? This is a simple material made of grain. After applying some forces, we make some any shape, just like a roll, just like any type of shape we can make by applying some forces. Okay, student. So we can say when we apply the force, we can change the shape of an object. So dear students, we discuss the 4 points effect of force. First, rest to motion. Second, we can change the direction of, we can change the shape of an object, we can stop of any object by applying forces, by applying some forces. Okay, students. Now, next one is some basic information. We check what a force can. First point says the change the direction of a moving object. If we apply the force on any object, can we change the direction of a moving body? Yes, we can change the direction of any moving body. Means first option is correct. Second point it says change the state of rest or uniform motion of a body. Can we change the state of motion? Rest? Okay, yes. Second point is also correct. Third point is says change the shape of body. In last example we know when we apply the force we can change the shape of a body. So dear students, in this question all the options are correct. So the answer of this question is all of the above. All of the correction, all of the options are correct. Okay students. Now next one is when two bodies are moving with a equal acceleration. When two bodies are moved with a equal acceleration, then derive the relation of force and mass. Derive the relation of force and mass. Force and mass. Okay. Now, dear students, to understand this relation, given question says first body force F1, mass M1, acceleration A. Second body force F2, mass M2, but acceleration is equal. Means both the bodies have a same acceleration. Make a relation for this. So F is equals to F1 is equals to M1 multiplied by A1. Sorry, not A1, only A. F1 is equals to M1 into A. Similarly, make the second relation for this. F2 is equals to M2 multiplied by A. Correct? Find the acceleration in both the relation. A is equals to F1 upon A1. Similarly, A is equals to F2 upon M2. According to our question, acceleration are equal. Acceleration are equal. So write the equation F1 upon F1 is equals to F2 upon M2. Okay. So dear students, we can write the relation between force and mass. So we can write in these equations also F1 upon F2. We cross multiply. F1 upon F2 is equals to M1 upon M2. Now make the relation. According to this relation, force is directly proportional to mass. According to this relation, force is directly proportional to mass. Force is directly proportional to mass. Okay. Now first option is correct. The answer of this question is A. Okay students. Now next more question. And in this question, 1 Newton is a force which produce. We want to find the 1 Newton value of how we can get the Newton 1 Newton value. 1 Newton means Newton is a SI unit. So we require mass and acceleration in SI. Mass and acceleration in SI unit. But unit of Newton is 1. So we want to product of mass and acceleration is also 1. So we required 1 in mass, 1 in acceleration, but in SI system. Now check the answer. First find the acceleration 1 meter per second square. 1 meter per second, there is 2 option. In 2 option, first and second. But both options are not correct. Now check the second priority. Second priority, that is a mass. Now check the mass. Where is the 1 kilogram? Now 1 kilogram is here. So B option is correct. Now B option is correct. Okay students, the answer of this question is B. Acceleration of 1 meter per second square in a body of mass 1 kilogram. Mass 1 kilogram. The answer of this question is B option is correct. Now dear students, some exercise and assignment for you. After complete this lecture, you can do in your classwork copies. Assignment number 1 is question number 1, 2, question number 1, 3, 7, 10, 11. That is the objective question. All are the objective questions in your module. Okay. And second question is long answer time is just like a theoretical questions and long analytical questions also. 11 and 14 number questions. That is the assignment for you after this lecture. And dear students, now
Good morning students, welcome to Classroom TV. Today we are going to discuss one of the very interesting chapter of mathematics, progressions. Say suppose 2, 6, 10. Can you say what comes next? So we are taking 2, 6, 10. So we get 14 here. By seeing the sequence, we can say we get 14 here. Let's have one more. Say suppose 2 again. 6, 18. Can you say what comes next? So if you can observe here, first let's take the previous case. 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10, and 10 plus 4 is 14. Whereas here 2 times 3, so we are multiplying here, 2 times 3 is 6, 6 times 3 is 18, so 18 times 3, that will be 54. Let's take one more very interesting series. Say suppose 1, I am taking 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Can you say what comes next? Have you ever seen this type of series, children? Yes. So if you can observe carefully, first is 1, second is 1. By adding these two, that means to get the next term, to get the next number, we are adding the previous two numbers. So then it is 1 plus 1, it is 2. Now to get the next, you add the previous two numbers, 2 plus 1, 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. 5 plus 8 is 13. So obviously in the same way, if it continues, 8 plus 13 will give you 21. So here, if you can observe, there is some logic involved in this. There is some logic involved in it, whether it is addition or you can say multiplication. If you can see here, children, you know what you call this? This is called Fibonacci numbers. What do you call this? These are the Fibonacci numbers, I think, which you have come across in your previous classes. So here, whether it is addition or multiplication or some other logic, so the numbers are arranged ascending to some rule. The numbers are arranged ascending to some rule is called progression. So how do you define progression, children? Progression is defined as the arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule. So this is what we call progression. The arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule, we call it as progression. What is that rule? See, the rule, the sequence may be by adding some constant number, the same number I mean to say, or by multiplying. So you can have few examples as we have already discussed. See, let us take, say suppose 3. Now I am adding a number 2. So when I am adding 2 for this 3, 3 plus 2 will become 5. The same 2 is again added, 5 plus 2 will become 7. 7 plus 2 will become 9. There is some rule involved in it. Let us have one more. Say suppose, let's take 5. Now here I have added, now I am multiplying here. So when I am multiplying, it is 5 times 2, it is 10. The same 2 is multiplied, 10 times 2 it is 20. 20 times 2 it is 40, 40 times 2 it is 80, it continues. So, what is progression? The arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule, we call it as progression. So, what is progression, children? Progression is the arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule. So, in class 10, we have some types of progressions. See, these progressions are of various types: arithmetic progression, geometric progression, harmonic progression, arithmetico-geometric progression. So there are various types of progressions. But in class 10, you are restricted to arithmetic progression, that is AP, and geometric progression, that is GP. Now let us discuss in detail what is an arithmetic progression. Okay. Now let us see what is an arithmetic progression. We call it as AP. Say suppose I am taking three, 7, 11, 15 and 19. I am taking 3, 7, 11, 15 and 19. Now, leaving the first term, see if I consider these are the terms, then this is the first term, second term, third term, fourth term and fifth term. Leaving the first term, how I am getting the second term? The second is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. What do you mean by adding a fixed number immediately preceding it? See, it is clear that we have added 4. So, how I got the second one? By adding a number, say suppose 4 I have added. So, 3 plus 4 is 7. The same number is added to the second term to obtain the third term. The same is added to third to obtain the fourth term. It continued. So, it is very clearly understandable that leaving the first term, what may be the first term? But to obtain the next term, a fixed number should be added. A fixed number should be added to the term immediately preceding it. So, such a sequence is called an arithmetic progression. So, how do you define an AP, children? So, AP is defined as a progression in which every term except the first a progression in which every term except the first is obtained by adding a fixed number a progression in which every term except the first is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. A progression in which every term except the first. So, leaving the first term, every term is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. So, we can have some examples. So the first example, you can say, you can take any of your choice, any of your choice. Say suppose I am taking 7, I am adding 3, then 7 plus 3 is 10, 10 plus 3 13, 13 plus 3 is 16, 16 plus 3 19. Let us take one more with some negative number we will take. Say suppose we are taking minus 8. Suppose you are adding 5 for example. So what is minus 8 plus 5? Will become minus 3. What is minus 3 plus 5? Is 2. What is 2 plus 5? It is 7. And 7 plus 5, which is 12, like that. So here, whatever may be the first term, I am repeatedly saying this, children, what may be the first term, but the next terms, the next numbers will be obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. See, this is 10. We have taken 7 as our first number. So we have added 3. Then 7 plus 3 is 10. Then 10 plus 3 will be 13. The same 3 is added. So what is important here? Whatever may be the first term, leaving the first term, the other terms are obtained by adding fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. So that is what we say an arithmetic progression. So an arithmetic progression is defined as a progression in which every term leaving the first, that is what except the first, is obtained by adding a fixed number, to the term immediately preceding it. Such a progression we call it as an arithmetic progression. Is it clear? Now, let us see one important point you should remember, children. In an AP, that means in arithmetic progression, the first term is denoted by A. So, say suppose, let us take one series, one AP we will take, children, of your choice, any number you can say. Say suppose I am taking minus 3 for example, I am taking minus 3. So minus 3, we are adding 2 suppose, we are adding 2. So what is minus 3 plus 2? This will be minus 1. Minus 1 plus 2 will be 1. 1 plus 2 will be 3. 3 plus 2 will be 5, like that. So here, what is your first term, children? So here, A is equal to 3. So whatever is the first term, first number what is there, that is what? A. Let us have one more. Let's begin with 4. Now you are adding minus 2 for example. Now you are adding minus 2. Understand carefully, children. Now you are adding minus 2. So what is 4 plus of minus 2? So that is 2. Then how much is 2 minus 2? Will be 0. 0 minus 2 is again minus 2. Minus 2 minus 2 will be minus 4. Minus 6, it continued like that. So here, what is your first term? The first term is 4. So whatever it is, in an AP, the first term is always denoted by A. The first term is always denoted by A. A is the first term. Now, say suppose, now let us come to one more meaning you should understand, that is, common difference. Let us see what is the meaning of common difference. This is denoted by D. The common difference is denoted by D. What is the meaning of this common difference? See, we have spoken so many times about a fixed number should be added. So how we will get what is the number added in the given AP? Say suppose if A1, A2, A3, A4, so on AN are the terms of an AP, for example. A1, A2, A3, A4, they are the terms of an AP I am taking. So now how I am going to get the difference? See, let us have, say suppose we are taking 5, 10, 15, 20 like that. So leave the first number. The first number is 5. What is your second number? 10. Your second number is 10. So how much is added to this 5 to get 10? Obviously 5. How do you get it? How do you come to know that 5 is added to this so that the second number has become 10? A simple logic, we say it is 10 minus 5, that is equal to 5. If you take these two, for example, then 15 minus 10, this is also 5. I told you children, the number what you are adding, it should be uniform to all the numbers. The same 5 should be added to every term to get the next term. So 10 minus 5 is 5 here, 15 minus 10 is 5 here. So what is the thing we should understand here? What is the number added? How we will come to know? By taking the difference of the consecutive numbers. What do you mean by consecutive number? The successive numbers. That means one after the other. So now let us see here how we can define. Let us see how we can define this common difference. the difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP. The difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP is called common difference. Is called common difference. So this common difference is denoted by D. So D is the letter we use to represent the common difference. The difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP is called common difference. So now, here we have already considered these are the terms of AP, then how I am going to get the D? The D is equal to difference between any two consecutive terms. So I am taking the first and second, so which is A2 minus A1. This is same as A3 minus A2, which is same as A4 minus A3, that is same as the last term, that is AN, that is what nth term we say, AN, and what will be its previous term? See, this is the third term, its previous is second. How I got the second? 3 minus 1. Here it is the fourth term, its previous is third. So how I got it? 4 minus 1. In the same way, the last term is n, that is nth term, its previous term will be n minus 1th term. So there is nothing to get confused here, an minus 1. It is its previous term. The previous term of the nth term is n minus 1. So if this distance is uniform, then we say that the given sequence is in AP. If the difference is uniform, see, suppose, for example, we will have one example. See, in an AP, you take any AP, say suppose 4, I am adding 6 for example, it is 10, 16, 22. Find D. That is the question. Find D. So what is the given AP, children? Given AP 4, 10, 16, 22. So how I am going to get D here? We know what is D. You take any two consecutive terms. It is not necessary that you have to take first and second. You can take second and third, third and fourth, depends on the terms given. So here only 4 terms are given. So now it is A2 minus A1, that is 10 minus 4, which is equal to 6. So How we get the common difference? Common difference is the difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP. Any two consecutive terms, that is what we say the common difference. So now let us see here. We got to know now what is a progression, and we understand what is an AP, and we also understand what is A and what is D. Now let us see, if some sequences are given, how to check whether the given sequence is in AP or not. Say for example, it's given 6, 9, 12, 16, 25. For example, it is given like that. Will it be in AP? Can you check now? Will it be in AP? Let us see. The first term is 6. So A is equal to 6. So now, if you can carefully observe, children, this is A1, which is A2 here, A3, A4 and A5. So now what I am doing, I am finding A2 minus A1 first. A2 minus A1 is 9 minus 6, which is equal to 3. Then what is A3 minus A2? So A3 minus A2 is 12 minus 9, which is equal to 3. So these two are fine. The same difference is maintaining. That's good. But let us see here what is happening for A4 and A3. Will it be 3? Let us see now. So A4 is 16, A3 is 12. 16 minus 12 is not 3. It will be 4. It is 4. So if you can see here, okay, we'll check with A5 and A4 also. What is happening? A5 minus A4, that is 25 minus 16. 25 minus 16 is neither 3 nor 4, it is 9. We already discussed in the definition of AP itself. The fixed number should be carried entire the progression. So here the difference is 3, that's fine. Here also the difference is fine. Till here there is no issue. It is following the rule of AP. But whereas these two, means with this, the difference is not uniform. Here it is 4 and here it is 9. So can we conclude? What is our conclusion? Will the given sequence is in AP? No, the given sequence is not in AP. So this is how, when a sequence is given to you and if they ask you to check whether it is in AP or not, this is how you have to find out. If the common difference is same entire, so you need to check all, all the terms you have to check. If the common difference is same, then we can conclude that it is in AP, otherwise it is not in AP. Is it clear? So this is a very, very important topic now we are going to discuss, children. nth or general term of an AP. Nth or general term of an AP. Let us see here. Let A be the first term. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. Now let us see how we are going to get the terms of the AP. So it is very clear. A1 is the first term. A1 is the first term. We know the first term is A. The first term is A. Now how am I going to get the second term? That is A2. How I am going to get the second term, children? We know for the first term you have to add the fixed difference, that is D. So A2 is A1 plus D. For the first term, the difference is to be added so that you will be getting the second term. So it is A1 plus D. But what is your A1, children? A1 is A. I am just replacing A1 with A. So I am going to get A plus D. What I am going to get? A plus D. Now let us take the third term. How I am going to get the third term here? For the second term, I have to add D. For the second term, I have to add D. So A2 plus D. But what is A2? We just got A2 is A plus D. I am replacing A2 with A plus D, and this plus D is as it is. So now this is equal to A plus, how much is D plus D, children? It is 2D. So A3 is A plus 2D. Now let us see what happens A4. We know A4 we get by adding the same common difference to the third term, that is A3 plus D. But what is A3? A3 is A plus 2D. A plus 2D plus D. So which is equal to A plus, how much is 2D plus D? That is equal to 3D. Let's go with one more. We try to find out one more term, which is A5. So how we are going to get A5? So you have to add the same common difference to A4, A4 plus D. So A4 we got it as A plus 3D. I am just replacing A4 with A plus 3D, and plus D is as it is. then 3d plus d is a plus 4d. So if you can understand, children, if you see carefully, a2 we are getting a plus d. That is, the 2 is reduced by 1. So it is 1d you are getting. Just d means it is 1d. If it is a3, what is happening here? It will be a plus 2d. So that is 3 minus 1 is 2 here. 3 minus 1 you are getting here 2d. If it is fourth term, you are getting 3d. If it is fifth term, you are getting 4d. A plus is common. A plus is common except the first term. First term itself is a. So if it is a2, you are getting a plus d. a3, you are getting a plus 2d. That means for third term, you are getting 2d. It is reduced by 1. For fourth term, you are getting 3d. For fifth term, you are getting 4d. So in a similar way, similarly, can you say what I am going to get for A10? That is the 10th term. What I am going to get for A10? So I am going to get A10 as, yes, A plus, here 10 is there. So reduce 10 by 1. Reduce 10 by 1, it is A plus 90. It is a plus 90. In a same way, can you say what I am going to get for A25? That means the 25th term. So a plus is as usual. So 25 minus 1. What is 25 minus 1? It is 24d. Like that, any term. We can take suppose A30. So what I am going to get A30. That is the 30th term, which is A plus 30 minus 1, that is 29d. So therefore, children, we are coming to a conclusion of finding the nth term. Can you say now what will be the formula for an, that is the nth term of AP? The nth term of AP will be A plus is as usual, children. 30 has become 29, that means it is 30 minus 1. 25 has become 24d, that is 25 minus 1. So whatever is here, it's minus 1. So what I am here, I have n here, so it's minus 1. What will be its minus 1? It will be n minus 1. What it will be? It will be n minus 1 d. So this is the formula for nth term of NAP, that is A plus n minus 1 into d. How you have to read, children? It is the AN is equal to A plus n minus 1 into d. So if you know the first term and if you know the common difference, if you know the first term and if you know the common difference, any term of the AP can be find out so easily by using this formula. Just you have to replace n. Just you have to replace the value of n with the term what you have to find out. So this is the nth term. The nth term in general we call it as a general term. So how we are going to get? I am going to repeat this again. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. So we know the first term, we know the common difference. So what is our first term? Our first term is A here. And what is our common difference? The common difference is D here. We know what are the terms. The terms are A1, A2, A3, so on. It continues up to nth term. So here A1, that is the first term itself, we know that all the first terms are denoted by A. So we are write simply A. Now how I am going to get the second term? So by adding the common difference to the first term, we get the second term. So it is A2 is our second term. We are adding A1 plus D. A1 is nothing but A, children. So we just replace A1 with A. So it is A plus D. Now A3, that is the third term. How we are going to get the third term? By adding a fixed number. What is that fixed number? The D. To the second term. So it is A2 plus D. But we just got what is A2. We are replacing, we are substituting A2 as A plus D. So it will be A plus D, that is A plus 2D. In a similar way, we need to find all the terms. So if it is A4, then it is A3 plus D. It is A plus 2D is here and D will be added. So it is A plus 3D. So a very important conclusion we got here, that is AN is A plus n minus 1 into D. So children, practice this by choosing on your own some A and some D and try to solve some problems. That's all for today. We'll meet you in next class with next topic. God bless you all. Hi dear students, greetings for the day. Welcome to Classroom TV. So in this class, we are going to discuss about real numbers. Before that, we just have a quick recapture of the number system, what you have learned in your previous classes. Let us say suppose you take one simple equation, for example, x plus 4 is equal to 10. So I am taking one simple equation, x plus 4 is equal to 10. So to satisfy this, what is the value of x should be here? So to satisfy this, the value of x must be 6. So when I am replacing the value of x with this 6, then I will be getting 6 plus 4, which is equal to 10. Okay, let us have one more example. Say suppose the other one is given as y plus 3 is equal to 8. Now what value of y will satisfy this equation? It is obviously when y is equal to 5, so that you get 5 plus 3, that is equal to 8. So here, whether it is 5 or 6 or any other simple equations whose solutions are the counting numbers like 1, 2, 3 and all. So that counting numbers like 1, 2, 3 so on are called, what they are called? They are called natural numbers. They are called natural numbers, and these natural numbers, they are denoted by n. That we know. So the counting numbers are natural numbers. So the set of natural numbers, how we will write, children? The set of natural numbers 1, 2, 3 so on. So this is about the natural numbers. Let us see now the other set of numbers. Say suppose you take one more equation, for example x plus 3 is equal to 3. We know the natural numbers are set of 1, 2, 3, 4 so on like this. These are the natural numbers that we know. But here the given simple equation is x plus 3 is equal to 3. Can any natural number satisfy this equation? Let us see the least natural number I am taking. When I am taking the least natural number, my least natural number is 1 here. So 1 plus 3, that is equal to 4. But how much we want? We want only the answer to come as 3, so that such an x value we need. So we are not finding any number from natural number. So we need another number. We need another number apart from this 1, 2, 3, 4. So can you guess what could be the number? So here the given equation is x plus 3 is equal to 3. So when I am replacing x with 0, when I am replacing x with 0, what we are going to get? 0 plus 3, this is equal to 3. So here we are finding another set of numbers. So that means the natural numbers together with 0 are called whole numbers. So what are whole numbers? The natural numbers together with 0. The natural numbers together with 0 are called whole numbers. So the whole numbers are denoted by W. So the whole numbers are denoted by W. So that means the whole numbers are, they start from 0 and it will have all the natural numbers. So can we say here the natural numbers, whatever the numbers they are present 1, 2, 3, 4, they are also present in whole numbers. So the set of the elements of natural numbers, that means the set of the numbers in natural numbers, they are also present in the set. So we can say now the natural numbers are subset of whole numbers. Natural numbers are subset of whole numbers. What is this subset actually? So you will have in class 10th, just have an idea of subset here. Say suppose there you have, say suppose there are two sets A and B, for example. Suppose A is a set which is having the numbers 1 and 2. There you got another set B which is having the numbers 1, 2, 3, for example. Set A has 1, 2 and set B has 1 and 2 and 3. So now the set of all these elements, they are in the set B. The set of all the elements 1 and 2, whatever the elements of set A, they are present in B. Then we say that set A is a subset of set B. So what is the symbol, children? This is subset. So here all the natural numbers, they are in whole numbers. So what you can say here, all the natural numbers are whole numbers. But the converse may not be true. Say suppose 0 is a whole number, but is it a natural number? So 0 is a whole number. So you can say, they might ask you a question, you give one example of a whole number which is not a natural number. The example of whole number which is not a natural number. So 0 will be the answer for that, because 0 is a whole number but it is not in the set of natural numbers. Now after that, after the natural numbers, let us see another set of numbers. Say suppose one more equation is given to us, x plus 4 is equal to 1, for example. For example, it is given x plus 4 is equal to 1. We have got the natural numbers, they are from 1, 2, 3, so on. And we also learned that natural numbers together with 0, they are whole numbers. This is what we have learned. Now, can any number from this satisfies this? Let us try. Let's go with the natural number. The least natural number I am taking 1. So 1 plus 4 is 5. It's not satisfying. Let us take 0. 0 plus 4 is 1. So it is also not satisfying. So now what could be the answer for this? So then to have here, to have x value here, x must be minus 3. When x is equal to minus 3, then what will happen? Minus 3 plus 4, the result is 1. So we need not only the positive numbers, not only the 0, we also need the negative numbers. So that negative numbers, the set of negative 0 and positive numbers, they are called integers. What they are called? They are called integers. So that means the negative numbers together with whole numbers. The negative numbers together with whole numbers, then we call them as integers. So these are denoted by the integers are denoted by z or I. So now we got what are integers. The set of integers, they are from the negative numbers, 0 and the positive numbers. So now we got from here, from these two we got that the natural numbers are subset of integers. Natural numbers are subset of whole numbers, that is what we got here. And at the same time, whatever the whole numbers, the set of whole numbers are 0, 1, 2, 3. So here they all will have, these are all the whole numbers. That means all the whole numbers are present in the set of integers. So now we can say that the whole numbers are subset of integers. The whole numbers are subset of integers, that is what we can say. So from this, from these two, what you can conclude? You can say that the natural numbers are subset of whole numbers and whole numbers are subset of integers. Natural numbers are subset of whole numbers and whole numbers are subset of integers. That indirectly the natural numbers are subsets of integers. So what are integers? Integers means the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers. The set of negative, 0 and positive numbers together called integers. Now let us see now. Say suppose you take one equation, for example 2x is equal to 3. So I am taking 2x is equal to 3. So we have natural numbers. What are the natural numbers we got? The natural numbers are 1, 2, so on like that. And we got the whole numbers, they are the natural numbers together with 0. And then we just learned about integers. The integers are, they are the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers. So now, can any number from these three, either it is a natural number or it is a whole number or it is an integer, can satisfy x here? No. The x can be satisfied only when x is placed as 3 by 2. When x is placed as 3 by 2, then what will happen? So 2x, that is 2 into 3 by 2, this 2 and this 2 get cancelled and you are getting your RHS, that is 3. So only 3 by 2 can satisfy this. That means we are finding some other set of numbers which are in the form of p by q. We are finding the other set of numbers which are in the form of p by q. So here we got the value of x as 3 by 2 and this is in the form of p by q, and you see the denominator is not 0, and both the numerator as well as denominator both are integers. 3 is an integer and 2 is also an integer. So we are finding another set of numbers. So that another set of numbers we call them rational numbers. So what are rational numbers? The numbers which can be expressed in the form of p by q. The numbers which can be expressed in the form of p by q, where q is not equal to 0 and both p and q are integers. So such a set of numbers we call them as rational numbers. The numbers that can be expressed in the form of p by q, the number must be in the form of p by q. The number must be in the form of p by q and the denominator should not be 0. Why it is the reason he is saying denominator should not be 0? We know 0 by something is always 0. Say suppose 0 by 5. How much is 0 by 5? Is 0. Now what happens if it is 5 by 0? If the 0 is in the numerator, the result is 0 no matter whatever is the denominator, irrespective of 0. It's a different form. 0 by 0 is an undetermined form, that is different. So here, if the numerator is 0, then the result is 0. But if the denominator is 0, then we simply write that it is not defined. That is why the denominator, that is p by q, q is the denominator and the denominator should not be 0. And moreover, one more condition, both numerator as well as the numerator as well as the denominator both must be integers. P and q must be integers. So now these kind of numbers, these set of numbers, what we call them? Rational numbers. So now these rational numbers are denoted by q. We represent the rational numbers with the letter q. Is it clear? So we can have some examples of rational numbers. So you can try on your choice. Should have in the form of p by q, should be in the form of p by q. Say suppose you take 3 by 2. It can be negative also, no problem. Minus 4 by 3, minus 5 by 6, 0, 5. So these type of numbers. So up to here it is fine. Then what about these two? Do they are in the form of p by q? Say suppose 0, 0 by 1 you can write 0 by 2, 0 by 10 you can write anything. 0 by something is 0. Whereas 5, the 5 can be written in the form of 5 by 1. 5 you can write it in the form of 5 by 1. It is in the form of p by q. And the denominator is not 0. Both 5 and 1. Both 5 and 1 are integers. So it is a rational number. So here what should be registered in our mind? That the number should be in the form of p by q and the denominator should not be 0. Both the numerator and denominators must be integers. Such numbers, what we call them, rational numbers. What we call such numbers? Rational numbers. Now let us see here what is our observation. See, we got the natural numbers, set of 1, 2, 3, so on. Whereas the whole numbers, we got them 0, 1, 2, 3, so on. And then we learned about integers. So they are the negative numbers, 0, 1, 2, 3, like that, positive numbers. And then we learned about the integer rational numbers. The rational numbers are in the form of p by q, where q is not equal to 0 and both p and q belongs to integers. So it is clear, we already learnt the natural numbers are subset of whole numbers. Whole numbers are subset of integers, we already learned. And you know, all the integers, they can be written as rational numbers. Say suppose 5, it is an integer, you can write it as 5 by 1. Say suppose minus 10, that can be written as minus 10 by 1. So all these numbers are present in the set of rational numbers, so we call the integers are also the subsets of rational numbers. Then what happens the converse? Say suppose 5 is a rational number. 5 is a rational number, since you can write it as 5 can be written as 5 by 1. That means, does it mean that all rational numbers are also integers? 5 is a rational number and 5 is also an integer. That means, can we conclude? See, we just earlier concluded that all the integers are rational numbers. Based on that statement, let us take the converse of that statement. All the rational numbers will be integers. Let us have one example that we have considered 5. 5 is a rational number that can be written as 5 by 1 and 5 is also an integer. So with this, can we conclude that all rational numbers are integers? No. Then how? Say suppose you take 2 by 3. 2 by 3 is a rational number. 2 by 3 is a rational number, but 2 by 3 is not in the set of integers. 2 by 3 is a rational number, up to that is fine, but it won't be in the set of integers. So what you can conclude from here? All the rational numbers, the rational number may or may not be an integer. The rational number may be an integer, but it is not true for all the cases. The case like this, it is a rational number, but it is not an integer. So we can say that the rational numbers may or may not be integers. So the rational numbers may or may not be an integer. Is it clear, children? Now, let us see some kind of numbers. See, we learned what are natural numbers, what are whole numbers, what are integers and what are rational numbers. So the naturals are subset of whole numbers and whole numbers are subset of integers and integers are subset of rational numbers. Let us see some kind of numbers. Say suppose you take the number root 2, you can have another number root 3, You can have another number root 5, something like that. These kind of numbers I am taking now. Then, do they are rational numbers? First we will verify. Let us see how we can verify it. This root 2, you can write it as root 2 by 1. No doubt in that. So, it is in the form of p by q. What is the first case to be verified for rational number? It is in the form of p by q. So, it is verified, no doubt. And second one, the denominator should not be 0. So, 1 is not 0. So, the second case also verified. Now, let us see what is the third case. Both p and q must be integers. This is to be verified. So, here it is clear 1 is an integer. 1 is an integer, it is very clear. But what about root 2? Can we find root numbers in integer set? So, the root 2 is not integer. So, this case is failed. That case is failed. That means other than rational numbers, we also have some other set of numbers. Other than rational numbers, we have other numbers. So, the numbers which are not rational, they are called irrational numbers. What numbers we are going to introduce now? Irrational numbers. So, the numbers which are not rational are called irrational numbers. And these irrational numbers these are denoted by the letter q dash. So, we have natural numbers, we have whole numbers, we have integers, we have rational numbers, and we also have irrational numbers. So, now let us come back to irrational numbers again. Let us see now. I am taking root 2. So, it is an irrational number. Root 3 I am taking, this is also an irrational number. What about root 4? Is it an irrational number? You know perfect squares, perfect square numbers. If a number is multiplied by itself, you get the square number. So, what are the perfect square numbers? The perfect square numbers we have 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49, 64, like that we have the perfect square numbers. Now, what happens if you take the under root of those numbers? So, under root of 4 is 2. So, this 2 is a rational number. So, that means what should be in your mind? The square root of a perfect number is rational. The square root of a perfect square number, not perfect number, the square root of a perfect square number. See, there are two numbers, children. One is a perfect number, one is perfect square number. There is a lot of difference between the two. Perfect square numbers means what? These kind of numbers. See, 1 you can write it as 1 square. 2 you can write it as 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, 5 square, 6 square. These are all perfect square numbers. So, if you take the under root of those numbers is always rational. Say suppose I am taking root 10 for example. Now, can you say whether it is rational or irrational? What is root 10? Is 10 a perfect square number? No, it is not a perfect square number. So, under root of 10 is not a mere number. So, the answer is an irrational. The answer is an irrational. So, the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational numbers. Say suppose I am giving you root 16. Now can you verify whether it is a rational number or irrational number? Root 16, how do you verify it whether it is rational or irrational? See, you know 16 is a perfect square number. 4 square is 16. So its answer you will get it as 4. Root 16 you get the answer as 4. So this is a rational number. Suppose I am giving you under root of 21 for example. What is under root of 21? Under root of 21. 21 is not a perfect square number. 21 is not a perfect square number. So it is an irrational. Is it clear? So the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational. So we learned about natural numbers, whole numbers, integers, rational and irrational. So is there any set consisting all these numbers? See, we have discussed natural numbers are in whole numbers are in integers, integers are in rational numbers, but the rational numbers are not in irrational numbers, remember. But there is one set which has all these numbers. The set of all the numbers comprising of rational and irrational, such a set we call it as real numbers. The set of real numbers. So now let us come to our topic, real numbers. So what are real numbers now? The set of all the numbers. What are all the numbers? Like natural, whole, integer, rational, integer. The set of all numbers comprising of rational and irrational. The set of all numbers comprising of rational and irrational numbers is called the set of real numbers. Is called the set of real numbers. So these real numbers the set of real numbers are denoted by the letter R. R is the letter which we use to represent the set of real numbers. So what are real numbers, children? So this is nothing but the rational numbers and irrational numbers, they together they are in the set of real numbers. The rational and irrational, they are together with real numbers. Let us see actually this number system how it will be. Say suppose, see children, you have got two types of numbers. Basically you should have a knowledge about two types of numbers. They are real numbers and you have complex numbers. So what are these complex numbers? You will understand in your higher levels. So you have got real numbers is one set of numbers and another set of numbers are complex numbers. So these real numbers are denoted by R and complex numbers are denoted by Z. So these complex numbers generally they will be in the form of A plus IB. A is a real part and B is an imaginary part. So how that has come, that will be discussed in higher levels. Let us see. Just remember one point, small point, I square is equal to minus 1. One small point you remember in this class, that is enough for you. So now these real numbers, what we have got? 1, we got it as rational numbers. And another one we got it as irrational numbers. So the real numbers will have rational as well as irrational. First, real numbers and complex numbers. There's a number system has two parts, real numbers and complex numbers. These real numbers, what do they have? They have rational and irrational. They have the set of rational numbers as well as irrational numbers. Now again, from these rational numbers, what we have got? We learned about natural, whole and integers. All these are present in this. Is it clear? Now, let us see how to represent these numbers on number line. Now, representation of numbers on number line. Representation of rational numbers on number line. Let us see how to represent these rational numbers on number line. Let us take one number line, children. This is one number line I am taking. So now this is a line, straight line in a plane. So on this, first I am writing the counting numbers. 1, 2, 3, like that it goes. So now the number line, the numbers, counting numbers are present on the number line. So then we say it is a natural number line, natural set of number line. Is it clear? It is a natural number line. Now what I am doing, what is important here, children? The between the numbers, the spacing must be uniform. The spacing must be uniform. If it is a normal scale like how 1 to 10 millimeter, 1 centimeter is divided into 10 millimeters, here the spacing between the numbers should be uniform. Whatever the space that 1 to 2, the same space must be given to 2 to 3 also. It should be uniform. So now it is a natural number line. Now what I am doing, I am just adding one 0 here. I am taking 0 on the left side of the positive numbers. So then it becomes a whole number line. When positive numbers are there, when only positive numbers are there, we are saying it as a natural number line. Now what I am doing, for this I am keeping 0. Now it has become whole number line. Let us see, we are introducing negative numbers. -1, -2, -3, -4, like that. So then what it is? This is an integer number line. We have got integers, 0 and positive numbers. So 0 should be in the middle. Right side of 0 they are positive numbers and the left side of 0 should be negative numbers. Now let us see how to represent one rational number on a number line. Say suppose, for example, I want to represent 2 by 3 on the number line. For example, we want to represent 2 by 3 on a number line. It is a rational number. So here 2 points you should remember. First case, you have to check whether the numerator is more than denominator or numerator is less than denominator. So here 2 is lesser value than 3. 2 is lesser than 3. So it is a proper fraction. There are two types, proper and improper. Proper and improper. So that is 2 by 3, 2 is less than 3. So then Just one point you should remember, that is it lies between 0 and 1. It lies between 0 and 1. That should be in your mind. When numerator is less than denominator, whatever the given fraction, whatever the given rational number, it lies between 0 and 1. So now let us see, representing 2 by 3 on the number line now. So 2 by 3. So this is positive, children. 0, 1, 2, 3, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. The spacing must be uniform between the numbers. Now we got it now, just now, that this value lies between 0 and 1. That means this portion. The value lies between here. This is the portion. The value lies between 0 and 1. So I am taking that 0 and 1. So this is 0, children, this is 1. I am taking only that particular area, I am separating it here. 0 and 1. So now we want 2 by 3. Let us see what is the denominator. The denominator is 3. You divide this spacing into 3 equal parts. So this is the first part, second part, and this is the third part. Is it clear, children? You have to divide the spacing. You have to divide the spacing which is equal to the denominator. So the denominator is 3 here. If suppose the denominator is 5, then we will divide into 5 equal parts. If the denominator is 7, then we will divide into 7 equal parts. Now which part you want? You want 2 by 3. Which part we want? We want 2 by 3. So this will be 1 by 3, children. This will be 2 by 3. And this will be 3 by 3. Now this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. So this is 2 by 3. Let us have one more example. Say suppose 4 by 5. We want to represent 4 by 5. Any number can be done so easily. 4 by 5. What is? This is numerator is less than the denominator. The numerator is lesser than the denominator. Here it is a proper fraction. So the value lies between 0 and 1. Value lies between 0 and 1. The value lies between 0 and 1. So now I am taking only 0 and 1. I am taking only 0 and 1 because the value lies between 0 and 1. So here now what you have to do, these denominator, what is the denominator here? The denominator is 5 here. So you divide this space into 5 equal parts. 1, 2, 3 and 4. So you have to divide this into 5 equal parts because the denominator is 5. So 1, 2, 3, one more you want, 4, 5. 5 equal parts. So now this will be 1 by 5. This is 2 by 5. This is 3 by 5. Now what is the answer we wanted? We wanted 4 by 5. So this is 4 by 5. This one is 4 by 5. So what should be in our mind? What you have to remember? You should remember that if the denominator, see whatever the denominator, you divide it into that many equal parts. That many equal parts. Let us see one more example. Say suppose we want to represent 5 by 7. Let us see we want to represent 5 by 7. So here the numerator is less than the denominator. The numerator is less than the denominator. Let us take a negative number, otherwise minus 5 by 7 you take. You take minus 5 by 7. So far you are done with positive numbers. Let us take one negative number. Minus 5 by 7. Numerator is less than a denominator. Now, here leave the sign for a moment. Just leave a sign. So, the value lies between 0 and 1. But here it is negative, so it is between 0 and minus 1. The value lies between 0 and minus 1. So, let us see now. First we will draw the line 0. On the right side of 0 you will have all the positive numbers, and on the left side you will have the negative numbers. So, we wanted between 0 and minus 1. This is the region we wanted. So, you take only that particular area. So, here this is 0 children, and here it is minus 1. So, this spacing should be divided into 7 equal parts, because what is our denominator here? Our denominator is 7. So, let it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is here. It is divided into 7 equal parts. 7 equal parts. Now, this is minus 1 by 7. We wanted minus 5 by 7. So, it is minus 1 by 7 here, minus 2 by 7, minus 3 by 7, and this is minus 4 by 7, and this one we wanted. So, this is what? This is minus 5 by 7. This is what? Minus 5 by 7. So, what is important to know? First, you have to verify whether the numerator is less than the denominator or numerator is more than the denominator. If it is less than the denominator, always the value lies between 0 and 1 if it is positive. If it is negative, between 0 and minus 1. Now, see the denominator. See the denominator. So, this denominator you divide into whatever the denominator into that many equal parts you divide. You divide the denominator into that many equal parts. And whatever the numerator, there you mark it. You just count it. First will be, suppose here if you take minus 1 by 7, minus 2 by 7, minus 3 by 7, minus 4 by 7, this is the one we wanted, minus 5 by 7. So, you take some random rational numbers of your own choice and you practice this representation of rational numbers on number line. Let's have more discussion in our next class. Till then, bye children, God bless you all, stay tuned.
Hello students, welcome to this session of English on Classroom TV. Before we start our class, let me show you a few pictures. What do you see in these pictures? Yes, what do you see in these pictures? Yes, you see a few people who are physically challenged. Physically challenged, that means few of their senses, okay, or few of their organs, parts of the body are not functioning as they should. That is being physically challenged. What is the first impression? What are a few first impressions that you kind of feel in your mind when you see physically challenged people? Yes, tell me. Of course, you cannot answer me, but you can answer it at home. What are a few things, what are a few impressions that are made in your mind when you see physically challenged people, when you meet people whose organs are not functioning the way they should? Yes. Number one, you may feel sympathetic towards them. Sympathetic. Sympathy means you may feel sorry for them. You may be like, ayo, so sad. Yes, that is the very first emotion that strikes your mind and your heart. There are a few other things that you may also feel, and the second thing that your heart tells you when your mind, sees those people, when your eyes see those people, your mind feels, oh my, so sad, and your heart has has compassion towards them. What does compassion mean? You want to do something for them. You want to do something for them. Your heart becomes very soft, and you want to do something for them to help them out. Okay, that is being compassionate. So when we see people who are physically challenged or whose organs are not functioning the way they should, the first thing that comes to our mind is we are sympathetic. We feel sorry for them. And the other thing is we feel compassionate. We have that compassionate feeling towards them. Now, okay, here are a few pictures. We have 4 pictures over here. Now let me ask you another question. Do you think people who are physically challenged can ever succeed in their lives? What does succeed mean? Success. Yeah, we hear this term quite very often actually. And that's kind of actually, sometimes it really hurts our mind, to say, okay, am I really so successful, or am I not successful, or would I ever be successful in life? This kind of, emotions or feelings, they haunt our mind. So, let's go back to the question. Do you think that people who are physically challenged, that people whose organs are not working the way they should, people whose senses don't work the way they should, do you think they ever succeed in life? Do you think so? Okay, yeah, you may answer it in the affirmative. Okay, affirmative means positive. Yeah, because I'm sure you've seen a lot of movies or serials where you have seen people who are physically challenged have progressed. So today our lesson is going to comprise of the same thing. Today we are going to talk about somebody who made a lot of progress in his life, lot of development in his life, though he was physically challenged. Okay, so before we go ahead and learn about that person, I want you to see the next person over here that, on the screen. And who is she? Yeah, famous serial actress, famous soap opera actress. She is none other than Sudha Chandran. She has acted in many films, many serials. Okay, she's usually the bad lady, the wicked lady, the vamp. Okay, she's usually she acts like that anyway. But I'm sure she's a very nice person. Yes, so she learned dancing since she was 3 years. She was a classical dancer. And usually classical dancers are very passionate toward, they're passionate towards dancing. And when she was 16, the car that she was, in, or the vehicle that she was in, met with an accident and she lost her leg. Not at that very moment, but in the process, her leg, it turned, it became gangrene. That means, sometimes, your blood keeps flowing, right, in your body. When the blood doesn't move to a certain part of the body, those tissues get damaged. And when those tissues get damaged, that organ doesn't function anymore. So they usually cut it off because that becomes septic. So that she had a problem, and her leg, it became gangrene. And it was stinking and smelling, and the doctor said, only one option, you have to cut that leg, amputate that leg, cut it off. And classical dancers, they have to use their hands and feet. How would they dance otherwise? Yes? So Sudha Chandran had to get her leg amputated, so sad, at the age of 16. And when she got her leg amputated, she had an artificial leg. Those are called prosthetics. And she had an artificial leg implanted into her body. And now she can still dance. She acts. Yes, I'm sure you have seen a lot of serials where she acts. So despite the physical difficulty that she had, she could have just said, I'm sorry, I give up. Yes, she could have said that. I am sorry, I don't think God is a nice God. You know, he let me meet with this accident. I lost my leg. I don't think God is so nice. So therefore, I will not do anything like this. I'll sit in a chair and be depressed all the time. You can do that. But did she do that? No, she didn't. Okay. She took that as a challenge and she became successful. Okay. Now let's see another person. Okay. Who is he? Yes, the very famous Stephen Hawking. The very famous Stephen Hawking. He is very well known in the field of science. Everybody knows him in the field of science. He was a normal boy like you and me. Okay, I'm not a boy, but anyway. He was a normal child like you and me. I'm not a child either, but anyway. So, he was a normal guy. At the age of 21, he went to good schools. Everything went fine and dandy. But at the age of 21, he started developing a disease called the motor neuron disease. The motor neuron disease. And that disease, what happened because of that disease? Slowly, each part of the body became paralyzed. It started off with his speech first. So slowly, he lost his speech. Gradually, he lost his other organs of the body. The other organs also became paralyzed. Paralyzed means you cannot move them anymore. Like right now, I am able to move my body, move my hands. Why? Because my hands are not paralytic. But if my hands were paralytic, I wouldn't be able to move my hands. So this man, Stephen Hawking, a very famous physicist. Okay. So he lost his, sense organs one by one, his parts of the body, everything started giving up. Okay, he became paralyzed completely. But, but the wonderful thing about him is, he never stopped being, succeeding in life. He is a famous man, well known. Why? Because he did not stop. He did not give up. He did not quit. That failure in life did not stop him from moving forward. Okay, so that's about Stephen Hawking. Now let's move to the next person. Whom do we have on the screen? Do you know who she is? Do you know her? Yes, she is Helen Keller. Helen Keller. Now, who is Helen Keller? Have you heard her name at least? Yes, Helen Keller, she was born into a very, elite family. Family was, rich and wealthy. But what happened? When Helen Keller was 19 months, a small baby, less than 2 years, when she was 19 months, she contracted a disease called the scarlet fever. It was just a fever. Scarlet fever, usually you have stomach pain and fever, and that's scarlet fever. And those days it was quite normal to have that fever. And after that fever left her, she became blind and deaf. Okay, because of that fever, she became blind. That means she lost her eyes and she became deaf. So, imagine we see the world mostly through our eyes. Yes, and we understand our world through our eyes and through our ears most of the time. You know, that's what those are the major senses, if you would like, if we can call that way. But she lost those two major senses when she was 19 months. When a person is deaf, a person cannot talk either. Why? Because he cannot hear the sound to imitate the sound. When you go to school, they teach you A, B, C. You learn sounds. When your little baby, she says Nana, Babu, and then those kind of words, you know, you keep hearing and you keep learning words through sounds. But when a person is deaf, when they cannot hear, how will they speak? Yes, so she lost her sight, she lost hearing, and she couldn't speak. Okay, so she had to use sign language in order to communicate. But but the wonderful thing about her is she used to give lectures. Imagine, as I said, she cannot speak, but she speaks in sign language. She used to give lectures to, you know, large audiences. And we are scared, yes, aren't we? We are scared to give any presentations at school. Though we have all our senses fine and, you know, well, they're all working fine. Yes, so Helen Keller, when she was 19 months, she became blind and deaf and therefore dumb. So we had seen Sudha Chandran, Stephen Hawking and Helen Keller, who progressed in life despite the physical challenges that have been, that have been imposed at a later point. Now, let us look into our very lesson. But before we look into our lesson, as I said, these people have been successful. So, what defines success? What is success according to you? What is success? Any clue? Any clue what is success? So, here we have somebody who has defined success, and I'm sure you watched this movie, but anyway, I want you to listen to how Mahesh Babu defines success.
Success is not a destination. Success is a journey.
Now you have seen a video. How did Mahesh Babu define success? Yes, he said it's a journey and not a destination. That means you should keep trying, try until you succeed. Okay? So, let's go ahead with today's lesson. But before we go ahead with today's lesson, what do you see over here in this picture? What do you see in this picture? This is called a torso. This is called a torso. Now, what is missing in this picture? If you were to imagine the human body, what parts of the body are missing in this picture? You have legs. Legs are missing. And then we have hands. Hands also are missing in this picture, to this body, to this torso. You have hands and feet that are not there to the torso. Have you seen people, or did you ever see any person who is just a torso with a head, of course? Of course, he has a head, okay? Just with a head and just the body. Have you ever seen a person like that? Did you? Well, you will meet someone in your English book, who is just a torso. Who is just a torso. And I want you to open your English books. Yes, open your English books. Have a pen and a book handy to take notes. Now, in our English book, we do meet someone very special in every way. Yes, he is just a torso. That means he only has this part of the body along with the head. What's his name? Yes, it is Nick Vujicic. Nick Vujicic. Okay. Now he is basically a torso. That means he only has till here. His body contains only the head and this part of the body. He doesn't have hands and he doesn't have feet. Have you ever, so Nick is a person like that, and let's learn more about Nick. What is one major thing that Nick has said is, Nick said changing your attitude changes your life. Changing your attitude changes your life. And the name of our lesson is Attitude is Altitude. What does attitude mean? Attitude is the way you think, the way your mind works, the mindset. When you see any sad situation in your life or at home, how do you look at it? What is your mindset towards it? Do you become too depressed in life? Or do you think, oh, life is so bad, and do you keep cursing people and keep cursing God? Or do you say, no, that's just a problem that anyone and everyone can have. So let me rise above my problem. If your mindset is positive, then you are a person who has a great attitude. Okay? And if you have a great attitude towards life, then you will surely go to great heights. What does altitude mean? Okay, what does altitude mean? Look at the eagle. Have you ever seen an eagle? I don't think you've seen an eagle, because eagles are never there on the ground. They're always high up in the sky. They're flying. They reach great heights. Okay? They go to great altitude. Why? Because eagles have great attitude, I guess. So, this man here, Mr. Nick Vujicic, he reached great heights not because of his physical, handsomeness, or because of his physical, limitations or whatever, but he reached great heights because of his great attitude. So let's learn about Nick Vujicic. Okay, so open your books and let's start working on this particular chapter. Imagine having no arms to stretch in the morning, to help you scratch that itch. The other day I had to go for an MRI, and I was in the machine and I had to really scratch myself because I was feeling itchy, but then they said don't move. Then I felt like I was like Nick Vujicic for a while. I couldn't scratch myself. So to help you scratch that itch, to allow you to wrap your arms around your loved ones. Imagine having no legs to kick pebbles down the street, to walk or run, to bicycle or skateboard, or get you from point A to point B. Then imagine both at once, which is what Nick Vujicic had faced his whole life. Have you heard something like this before? So in the morning we get and we wake up and we stretch ourselves. If we want to scratch ourselves, we use our hands. We use our hands for many things, and we use our legs and feet also for many things. But imagine if we didn't have our hands and legs. Let's meet a person who did not have hands and who did not have legs. And who is he? What's his name? Mr. Nick. Okay, Nick Vujicic. Nick Vujicic was born with no arms and legs, but he doesn't let the details stop him. What does the word details mean over here? Details. The hands and legs that we have, they are referred to as details. So please make a note of that in your book as well. Details. What are the details? The hands and legs. So the fact that he does not have hands and legs, it doesn't stop him from moving forward. So he is a brave 26-year-old. How old is he? He is 26 years when at least this article was written. When this article was written, he is 26 and he is basically a torso. What does torso mean? Just this part of the body is called a torso. So what does torso mean? Torso is the main part of the body, because here we have our heart, our lungs, our liver and other important parts of the body. So the torso is the most important part of the body, and hands and feet and legs and face, all these are extra things that God has given us to make us look better. So Nick Vujicic is basically a torso. He plays, what does he play? He plays football. He plays football and he plays golf. He plays golf. Yeah, he plays golf, and then he can swim. And what else can he do? He can also surf. So he can do all these things. He can play football, he can swim, he can play golf, and he can surf. Without any hands and legs, he is able to do so many things. Now, Nick has a small foot on his left hip, which helps him balance and enables him to kick. He uses one foot to type, write with a pen and pick up things between his toes. So look at his, how is he being able to kick? You see a small foot that he has over here. Okay, that foot with that just a little part of his body, it's just thin. It's thin and I don't think it has any nerves or anything over there. But then because just the muscle part, he is able to do so much just with a small toe that he has over here. And what does he call it? Let's see what he calls it. I call it my chicken drumstick, joked Nick, who was born in Melbourne, Australia, but now lives in Los Angeles. I'd be lost without it. What would he be lost without? Yeah, this part of the body that he has, this extra thing. Okay, that's a foot that he has. It's a foot. And what does Nick call it? He calls it chicken drumstick. Okay, so let me explain what chicken drumstick means to the ones who don't know what it is. Okay, so I'm going to draw a chicken over here for you. Okay, my chicken may not look really very nice, but anyway, this is this is the best I can do. So this is our chicken, and okay, the little feet. Okay, now the chicken's eyes. Okay, now this part, okay, that's a chicken drumstick. Okay, this is a chicken drumstick. I'll highlight it with another color for you. This part is a chicken drumstick, and usually people eat it happily. Now, what is chicken drumstick as far as the chicken is concerned? It is the lower joint, the lower joint of a hen. Okay, lower joint. Now, here Nick Vujicic, he doesn't have he doesn't have hands or legs, but he has a small foot which he calls it his chicken drumstick. Okay, so let's progress. Let's proceed with the lesson. Water sports aren't Nick's only thing. He also plays golf with the club tucked under his chin. Look at the way he's playing golf, guys. He has the stick, the golf stick. What is the golf stick called? A club. The golf stick here, this thing is called a club. Now he puts the club under his chin, he holds it like this and he hits the ball. That's how he plays golf. So, water sports aren't Nick's only thing. He plays golf with the club tucked under his chin and is a huge fan of English Premier League. English Premier League, it's a football team. He loves football, so he can play football too. With his little chicken drumstick, with his little foot, he plays football. His parents decided not to send him to special school. A decision, he said, was very hard for him, but which may have been the best decision they could have made for him. Usually when we have special kids, like special needs children, what do? We send them to a special school. We send them to a special school where many other children would be of the same kind, where many other children also would be special children, physically handicapped or emotionally suffering or whatever, but they would be of the same nature. But his parents said, we are not going to send him to any special school. He's going to go to a school which every boy and every girl gets to go to. At the beginning, it was a bit difficult for Nick and also for the parents. It was very difficult because when everybody is walking on their legs and using their hands and running around and having all kinds of fun, imagine someone like this. Yes, people would laugh at him, people would joke about him, they would tease him. Yeah, so despite all these things, his parents said he's not going to go to a special school, he must go to a school that everyone gets to go to. Okay, but it was something that was very good for him. It was very hard. It was very hard at the beginning, but it was a very good decision that his parents have taken. When Nick was born, his father was so shocked that he left the hospital room to vomit. His distraught, what does the word distraught mean? Distraught. The word distraught means to feel sad, worried, tensed. Too many feelings, It's just not sadness. It's just not being worried. It's just not being tensed. It's all these emotions together. So, the father, Nick's father, he left the room to vomit. Okay, vomit, because he just thought that, just looking at his son, just a face and just a torso with no hands and with no legs made his father, disgusted. And his mother, she was anxious and tensed and all kinds of emotions just got into her. Okay, and his mother couldn't bring herself to hold him until he was 4 months. Until Nick was 4 months, his mother could not hold him. She did not want to hold him. She did not want to, because she just didn't know how to handle a child like that. Imagine, when we are born, our parents hold us the next very second. But here we have Nick Vujicic, who was born and whose father left the hospital room to vomit. And his mother couldn't take the fact that, her son was born like that. And what did she do? She did not hold him for 4 months. That's a very long time. Okay, let's turn to the next page. His disability came without any medical explanation, a rare occurrence called phocomelia. So what is the name of the disease? It's called phocomelia. Okay, so that is what the medical condition of Nick Vujicic is called. It's a rare occurrence, not everyone has it. Rare occurrence, that means something that doesn't happen to everyone. Okay, something that is not normal. And Nick and his parents spent many years asking why this cruel trick would happen to them. My mother was a nurse and she did everything right during pregnancy, but still she blamed herself, he said. So his mother, she was a nurse. She was a nurse, and as a nurse, usually people who belong to the medical field, they do know what exactly to do when someone is pregnant. So when she is pregnant, what does pregnant mean? Pregnant means when you're having a baby, when a woman has a baby in her stomach, that is called being pregnant. So when she had Nick in her tummy, in her stomach, she did everything right. She knew what vitamins to take, she knew what food to eat, she knew what to do and what not to do. But still, Nick was born like that, and she wondered, should I blame, what wrong did I did? What did I do that was not correct that made my son to be born like this? Probably I did something wrong. Probably I didn't take good care during my pregnancy, and that is the reason Nick is born like that. She continuously blamed herself, though she did everything right. Okay, that's what happens. Sometimes, parents, they get so involved in, life's miseries. Miseries means, sadness, sad situations, that they start blaming themselves for what happens in one's life, especially their children's lives. It was so hard for them, but right from the start, they did their best to make me independent. My dad put me in the water at 18 months and gave me the courage to learn how to swim. I also got really into football and skateboarding. I totally love the English Premier League, he said. Nick's father was a computer programmer and accountant, and he taught his little son how to type with his toe, and at just 6 years old. His mom invented a special plastic device that meant he could hold a pen and pencil. Okay, so from the very beginning, from when he was born itself, it was very, very difficult for them to raise a child like Nick, but they did everything they could. They, in the sense, whom do I mean over here? Father and mother. Both of them wanted Nick to be independent. Independent means to be able to work individually. Okay, for example, when homework is given, how many of you say, I need mom's help to do my homework, I need dad's help, I need my friend's help? Then that means you're not working independently. When you do your stuff all by yourself, then that means you are independent. And Nick's parents, they always wanted Nick to be independent. Though he had those physical challenges, Nick's parents said, come on, get up, do it. They didn't do anything for him. And when he was 18 months, a small baby, less than 2 years, what did his dad do? His dad put Nick in the water. And at that moment, what did Nick had? Nick had to survive, or else otherwise he would drown and die. So he had he could do only two things, that is either swim or drown. And what did he pick? He picked, I will swim, and he learned to swim that way. Since when he was 18 months. Can you swim? I also he loves football and skateboarding. And he loves the English Premier League. I told you what is English Premier League? It is the football team of England. Nick's father, he was a computer programmer. He was a computer programmer. What was his mom, guys? Remember? His mom was a nurse. His mom was a nurse and his dad was a computer programmer. And what did they do? What did he do? He taught his little one to type with his toe. To type with his toes when he was 6 years. How old are you? 13, 14, 15? 15, yes? Yeah, 14, 15 or 16 at the most. So, at the age of 6, he learned how to type with what? With his toes. Remember, he has one little foot which he calls the chicken drumstick. With that little thing, he started to type. We type with our fingers and he types with his toes. And what did his mom do? His mom, it's her own patent. She invented something. She invented a plastic device with which he could hold a pen and pencil. So his parents were very supportive. Yes, do you see that? His parents, though at the beginning they kind of didn't know how to react, yet I think that they were very brave parents. See, here you have 3 people who are really very brave. You have the father, you have the mother and you have Nick. And all three have demonstrated bravery, courage. Despite the risk of being bullied, his parents insisted on his attending mainstream school. It was the best decision they could have made for him, adds Nick, who later achieved a degree in financial planning and real estate. It was very hard, but it gave me independence. Okay, so what does the word bullied mean? What does the word bullied? What does the word bullied mean? Bullied means people teasing someone. Teasing. Joking about someone. Do you like being bullied? Nobody in this world likes to be bullied. Yeah. If you have a squint eye and if somebody keeps calling you squinty or whatever, do you like it? I don't think so. Yeah. When I was 13 or something, I used to have spectacles and people around me would call me charkandol. That means, you have 4 eyes. And I did not like that comment at all. But people called me that. They were bullying me. They were having fun. They were thinking that, they're having fun. But they're having fun at someone else's expense. That means they are making someone else sad and having fun, which is not a good thing. And that is called bullying someone. And we should never bully anyone. Here, Nick's parents also know that if they send him to a conventional school, a school like, a mainstream school, a school like, any school that is on the street, they know that he will be bullied, he will be teased. But they said no, he will still go ahead and go to a school where he can study with all the other normal so-called normal kids. So it was the best decision that they have made. Who says that? Nick says that. And who later achieved a degree in financial planning and real estate. So what did he study? He studied financial planning and real estate. That is his degree. Degree means, we have master's degree, bachelor's degree. You have 10th. After your 10th, you have your intermediate. After intermediate, you have bachelor's degree. And then you have master's degree. So one of those degrees was he studied financial planning and real estate. It was very hard. It was very hard to go to a conventional school, to go to a regular school where you have normal people. But it gave him independence. He began to work all by himself. He didn't need anyone's help. Nick, who was teased and bullied, had an electric wheelchair for mobility and a team of carers to help him. So Nick, he went to school, and people, of course, students around him, children around him, they did tease him, they did bully him, and he used to go on a wheelchair to school. He used to go on a wheelchair to his school, and he did have people who cared for him. Okay, around him there were carers who took care of him so that people wouldn't hurt him in any way. I was deeply depressed when I was 8 years old. When he was 8 years old, he was depressed. He said, I went to my mom crying and told her I wanted to kill myself. What does killing oneself mean? To kill your own self means to commit suicide. And what did he want to do? He wanted to commit suicide at the age of 8. Very young. Very young. Why? Why do you think he wanted to commit suicide? Obviously, because everyone is normal. Everyone can do so many things. Everyone keeps teasing him. So, that's quite normal to feel like that. So, at the age of 8, he went and told his mom, I want to kill myself. I felt cold and bitter. Cold and bitter. Two important words. Cold and bitter. What do these two words mean? Do these two words mean he's cold and bitter? When you taste neem leaves, it's bitter. Not that kind of cold and bitter. Cold and bitter means cold means he didn't feel anything. When you're happy, yeah. When you're sad, you're sad. When you're cold, you are not feeling anything. You're just depressed. You're sad, and you're like, you're least interested. You're indifferent. Okay, you're indifferent. That means you're not reacting to situations. When mom gives you a present, you say, yeah, I like it. Or you say, I don't like it. No, I don't want this. You react in some form. But here he was cold. Cold means he didn't want to react. And he was bitter. Bitter means he became very upset with his life. He was thinking, why am I like this? He began to question. So he became cold and bitter. I hated God. I hated God for doing this to me and was terrified of what would happen when my parents weren't there to look after me. So he always thought, okay, right now I have my parents, I have parents paying the carers to take care of me. But there may come a day when my parents will not be there anymore to take care of me. Then what about that day? When was he thinking about all these things? When he was 8 years. When he was 8 years, he began to think that what is my life? Why did God make me like this? He began to question and he began to think about, why did God do this to me? What if my parents will not be, in the future? What if something happens to them? What if they die or something like that happens? And who's going to take care of me? Okay, who's going to love me? There's nobody who loves me other than my parents. Who's going to do all those nice little things for me? Yeah. If parents don't do that, then nobody else will do it. So Nick began to worry and he became cold. Cold means he didn't react, he didn't think much about it. He was just indifferent. Okay, he became cold and he became bitter. Bitter means he started hating himself, situations, everybody around him. That is what bitterness is. Okay, so let's see whether Nick continued being in this cold and bitter, having this cold and bitter attitude. What kind of attitude did Nick possess? Did Nick continue to have that cold attitude and that bitter attitude? Or did he rise up and did he say, I'm going to take this as a challenge? What do you think Nick did? When he was 8, he wanted to commit suicide. How old is he now? At the beginning, I said he was a brave 26-year-old. So, what happened from 8 years to the rest, to the 26 years? What happened in this span of time? So, let us see all that in our very next class. And I want you to go ahead and read this chapter, the chapter called Attitude is Altitude. So, what kind of attitude do you have? Are you a positive person or a negative person? Do you look at things and say, things are not working out, and do you give up? Or do you say, yes, things are not working out, I am failing in life, let me get up, rise, and let me do something that will not only help me, but the people around me. So, what kind of attitude do you have? Think about it, okay? Until then, read your lesson and I'll see you in our next class.
Good morning, students. Welcome to Classroom TV. Today, we are going to discuss one of the very interesting chapter of mathematics, progressions. Say suppose 2, 6, 10. Can you say what comes next? So we are taking 2, 6, 10. So we get 14 here. By seeing the sequence, we can say we get 14 here. Let's have one more. Say suppose 2 again. 6, 18. Can you say what comes next? So if you can observe here, first let's take the previous case. 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10, and 10 plus 4 is 14. Whereas here 2 times 3, so we are multiplying here, 2 times 3 is 6, 6 times 3 is 18, so 18 times 3, that will be 54. Let's take one more very interesting series. Say suppose 1, I am taking 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. Can you say what comes next? Have you ever seen this type of series, children? Yes. So if you can observe carefully, first is 1, second is 1. By adding these two, that means to get the next term, to get the next number, we are adding the previous two numbers. So then it is 1 plus 1, it is 2. Now to get the next, you add the previous two numbers, 2 plus 1, 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. 5 plus 8 is 13. So obviously in the same way, if it continues, 8 plus 13 will give you 21. So here, if you can observe, there is some logic involved in this. There is some logic involved in it, whether it is addition or you can say multiplication. If you can see here children, you know what you call this? This is called Fibonacci numbers. What do you call this? These are the Fibonacci numbers, I think, which you have come across in your previous classes. So here, whether it is addition or multiplication or some other logic, so the numbers are arranged ascending to some rule. The numbers are arranged ascending to some rule is called progression. So how do you define progression, children? Progression is defined as the arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule. So this is what we call progression. The arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule, we call it as progression. What is that rule? See, the rule, the sequence may be by adding some constant number, the same number I mean to say, or by multiplying. So you can have few examples as we have already discussed. See, let us take, say suppose 3. Now I am adding a number 2. So when I am adding 2 for this 3, 3 plus 2 will become 5. The same 2 is again added, 5 plus 2 will become 7, 7 plus 2 will become 9. There is some rule involved in it. Let us have one more. Say suppose, let us take 5. Now here I have added, now I am multiplying here. So when I am multiplying, it is 5 times 2, it is 10. The same 2 is multiplied, 10 times 2 it is 20, 20 times 2 it is 40, 40 times 2 it is 80, it continues. So what is progression? The arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule, we call it as progression. So what is progression, children? Progression is the arrangement of numbers ascending to some rule. So in class 10, we have some types of progressions. See, these progressions are of various types: arithmetic progression, geometric progression, harmonic progression, arithmetico-geometric progression. So there are various types of progressions. But in class 10, you are restricted to arithmetic progression, that is AP, and geometric progression, that is GP. Now let us discuss in detail what is an arithmetic progression. Okay. Now let us see what is an arithmetic progression. We call it as AP. Say suppose I am taking 3, 7, 11, 15 and 19. I am taking 3, 7, 11, 15 and 19. Now, leaving the first term, see if I consider these are the terms, then this is the first term, second term, third term, fourth term and fifth term. Leaving the first term, how I am getting the second term? The second is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. What do you mean by adding a fixed number immediately preceding it? See, it is clear that we have added 4. So, how I got the second one? By adding a number, say suppose 4 I have added. So, 3 plus 4 is 7. The same number is added to the second term to obtain the third term. The same is added to third to obtain the fourth term. It continued. So, it is very clearly understandable that leaving the first term, what may be the first term? But to obtain the next term, a fixed number should be added. A fixed number should be added to the term immediately preceding it. So, such a sequence is called an arithmetic progression. So, how do you define an AP, children? So, AP is defined as a progression in which every term except the first a progression in which every term except the first is obtained by adding a fixed number a progression in which every term except the first is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. A progression in which every term except the first. So, leaving the first term, every term is obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. So, we can have some examples. So, the first example, you can say, you can take any of your choice, any of your choice. Say suppose I am taking 7, I am adding 3, then 7 plus 3 is 10, 10 plus 3 13, 13 plus 3 16, 16 plus 3 19. Let us take one more with some negative number we will take. Say suppose we are taking minus 8, suppose you are adding 5 for example. So, what is minus 8 plus 5? Will become minus 3. What is minus 3 plus 5? Is 2. What is 2 plus 5? It is 7. And 7 plus 5, which is 12, like that. So here, whatever may be the first term, I am repeatedly saying this, children, what may be the first term, but the next terms, the next numbers will be obtained by adding a fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. See, this is 10. We have taken 7 as our first number. So, we have added 3. Then 7 plus 3 is 10. Then 10 plus 3 will be 13. The same 3 is added. So, what is important here? Whatever may be the first term, the leaving the first term, the other terms are obtained by adding fixed number to the term immediately preceding it. So, that is what we say an arithmetic progression. So, an arithmetic progression is defined as a progression in which every term leaving the first, that is what except the first, is obtained by adding a fixed number, to the term immediately preceding it. Such a progression we call it as an arithmetic progression. Is it clear? Now, let us see one important point you should remember, children. In an AP, that means in arithmetic progression, the first term is denoted by A. So, say suppose, let us take one series, one AP we will take, children, of your choice, any number you can say. Say suppose I am taking minus 3 for example, I am taking minus 3. So, minus 3, we are adding 2 suppose, we are adding 2. So, what is minus 3 plus 2? This will be minus 1. Minus 1 plus 2 will be 1. 1 plus 2 will be 3. 3 plus 2 will be 5, like that. So, here what is your first term, children? So, here A is equal to 3. So, whatever is the first term, first number what is there, that is what? A. Let us have one more. Let us begin with 4. Now you are adding minus 2 for example. Now you are adding minus 2. Understand carefully, children. Now you are adding minus 2. So, what is 4 plus of minus 2? So, that is 2. Then how much is 2 minus 2? Will be 0. 0 minus 2 is again minus 2. Minus 2 minus 2 will be minus 4. Minus 6, it continued like. So, here what is your first term? The first term is 4. So, whatever it is, in an AP, the first term is always denoted by A. The first term is always denoted by A. A is the first term. Now, say suppose Now let us come to one more meaning you should understand, that is common difference. Let us see what is the meaning of common difference. This is denoted by D. The common difference is denoted by D. What is the meaning of this common difference? See, we have spoken so many times about a fixed number should be added. So, how we will get what is the number added in the given AP? Say suppose if A1, A2, A3, A4, so on AN are the terms of an AP, for example. A1, A2, A3, A4, they are the terms of an AP I am taking. So now how I am going to get the difference? See, let us have, say suppose we are taking 5, 10, 15, 20 like that. So leave the first number. The first number is 5. What is your second number? 10. Your second number is 10. So how much is added to this 5 to get 10? Obviously 5. How do you get it? How do you come to know that 5 is added to this so that the second number has become 10? A simple logic, we say it is 10 minus 5, that is equal to 5. If you take these two, for example, then 15 minus 10, this is also 5. I told you children, the number what you are adding, it should be uniform to all the numbers. The same 5 should be added to every term to get the next term. So 10 minus 5 is 5 here, 15 minus 10 is 5 here. So what is the thing we should understand here? What is the number added? How we will come to know? By taking the difference of the consecutive numbers. What do you mean by consecutive number? The successive numbers. That means one after the other. So now let us see here how we can define. Let us see how we can define this common difference. The difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP. The difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP is called common difference is called common difference. So this common difference is denoted by D. So D is the letter we use to represent the common difference. The difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP is called common difference. So now, here we have already considered these are the terms of AP, then how I am going to get the D? The D is equal to difference between any two consecutive terms. So I am taking the first and second, so which is A2 minus A1. This is same as A3 minus A2, which is same as A4 minus A3, that is same as the last term, that is AN, that is what nth term we say, AN, and what will be its previous term? See, this is the third term, its previous is second. How I got the second? 3 minus 1. Here it is the fourth term, its previous is third. So how I got it? 4 minus 1. In the same way, the last term is n, that is nth term, its previous term will be n minus 1th term. So there is nothing to get confused here, a n minus 1. It is its previous term. The previous term of the nth term is n minus 1. So if this distance is uniform, then we say that the given sequence is in AP. If the difference is uniform, see, suppose, for example, we will have one example. See, in an AP, you take any AP, say suppose 4, I am adding 6 for example, it is 10, 16, 22. Find D. That is the question. Find D. So what is the given AP, children? Given AP 4, 10, 16, 22. So how I am going to get D here? We know what is D. You take any two consecutive terms. It is not necessary that you have to take first and second. You can take second and third, third and fourth, depends on the terms given. So here only 4 terms are given. So now it is A2 minus A1, that is 10 minus 4, which is equal to 6. So how we get the common difference? Common difference is the difference between any two consecutive terms of an AP. Any two consecutive terms, that is what we say the common difference. So now let us see here. We got to know now what is a progression, and we understand what is an AP, and we also understand what is A and what is D. Now let us see, if some sequences are given how to check whether the given sequence is in AP or not. Say for example, it's given 6, 9, 12, 16, 25. For example, it is given like that. Will it be in AP? Can you check now? Will it be in AP? Let us see. The first term is 6. So, A is equal to 6. So, now if you can carefully observe children, this is A1, which is A2 here, A3, A4 and A5. So, now what I am doing, I am finding A2 minus A1 first. A2 minus A1 is 9 minus 6, which is equal to 3. Then what is A3 minus A2? So, A3 minus A2 is 12 minus 9, which is equal to 3. So, these two are fine. The same difference is maintaining. That's good. But let us see here what is happening for A4 and A3. Will it be 3? Let us see now. So, A4 is 16, A3 is 12. 16 minus 12 is not 3. It will be 4. It is 4. So, if you can see here, okay, we will check with A5 and A4 also. What is happening? A5 minus A4, that is 25 minus 16. 25 minus 16 is neither 3 nor 4, it is 9. We already discussed in the definition of AP itself. The fixed number should be carried entire the progression. So, here the difference is 3, that is fine. Here also the difference is fine. Till here there is no issue. It is following the rule of AP. But whereas these two, means with this, the difference is not uniform. Here it is 4 and here it is 9. So, can we conclude? What is our conclusion? Will the given sequence is in AP? No, the given sequence is not in AP. So, this is how, when a sequence is given to you and if they ask you to check whether it is in AP or not, this is how you have to find out. If the common difference is same entire, so you need to check all, all the terms you have to check. If that common difference is same, then we can conclude that it is in AP, otherwise it is not in AP. Is it clear? So, this is a very, very important topic now we are going to discuss, children. Nth or general term of an AP. Nth or general term of an AP. Let us see here. Let A be the first term. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. Now let us see how we are going to get the terms of the AP. So it is very clear. A1 is the first term. A1 is the first term. We know the first term is A. The first term is A. Now how am I going to get the second term? That is A2. How I am going to get the second term, children? We know for the first term you have to add the fixed difference, that is D. So A2 is A1 plus D. For the first term, the difference is to be added so that you will be getting the second term. So it is A1 plus D. But what is your A1, children? A1 is A. I am just replacing A1 with A. So I am going to get A plus D. What I am going to get? A plus D. Now let us take the third term. How I am going to get the third term here? For the second term, I have to add D. For the second term, I have to add D. So A2 plus D. But what is A2? We just got A2 is A plus D. I am replacing A2 with A plus D, and this plus D is as it is. So now this is equal to A plus, how much is D plus D, children? It is 2D. So A3 is A plus 2D. Now let us see what happens A4. We know A4 we get by adding the same common difference to the third term, that is A3 plus D. But what is A3? A3 is A plus 2D. A plus 2D plus D. So which is equal to A plus, how much is 2D plus D? That is equal to 3D. Let's go with one more. We try to find out one more term, which is A5. So how we are going to get A5? So you have to add the same common difference to A4, A4 plus D. So A4 we got it as A plus 3D. I am just replacing A4 with A plus 3D, and plus D is as it is. Then 3D plus D is A plus 4D. So if you can understand, children, if you see carefully, A2 we are getting A plus D. That is, the 2 is reduced by 1. So it is 1D you are getting. Just D means it is 1D. If it is A3, what is happening here? It will be A plus 2D. So that is 3 minus 1 is 2 here. 3 minus 1 you are getting here 2D. If it is fourth term, you are getting 3D. If it is fifth term, you are getting 4D. A plus is common. A plus is common except the first term. First term itself is A. So, if it is A2, you are getting A plus D. A3, you are getting A plus 2D. That means, for third term, you are getting 2D. It is reduced by 1. For fourth term, you are getting 3D. For fifth term, you are getting 4D. So, in a similar way, similarly, can you say what I am going to get for A10? That is the 10th term. What I am going to get for A10? So, I am going to get A10 as, yes, A plus, here 10 is there. So, reduce 10 by 1. Reduce 10 by 1, it is A plus 90. It is A plus 90. In the same way, can you say what I am going to get for A25? That means the 25th term. So, A plus is as usual. So, 25 minus 1. What is 25 minus 1? It is 24D. Like that, any term, any term. We can take suppose A30. So, what I am going to get A30? That is the 30th term, which is A plus 30 minus 1, that is 29D. So, therefore, children, we are coming to a conclusion of finding the nth term. Can you say now what will be the formula for AN, that is the nth term of AP? The nth term of AP will be A plus is as usual, children. 30 has become 29, that means it is 30 minus 1. 25 has become 24D, that is 25 minus 1. So, whatever is here, it's minus 1. So, what I am here, I have n here, so it's minus 1. What will be its minus 1? It will be n minus 1. What it will be? It will be n minus 1 d. So, this is the formula for nth term of NAP, that is A plus n minus 1 into d. How you have to read, children? It is the AN is equal to A plus n minus 1 into d. So, if you know the first term and if you know the common difference, if you know the first term and if you know the common difference, any term of the AP can be find out so easily by using this formula. Just you have to replace n. Just you have to replace the value of n with the term what you have to find out. So, this is the nth term. The nth term in general we call it as a general term. So, how we are going to get? I am going to repeat this again. Let A be the first term and D be the common difference. So, we know the first term, we know the common difference. So, what is our first term? Our first term is A here. And what is our common difference? The common difference is D here. We know what are the terms. The terms are A1, A2, A3, so on, it continues up to nth term. So, here A1, that is the first term itself, we know that all the first terms are denoted by A. So, we are write simply A. Now, how I am going to get the second term? So, by adding the common difference to the first term, we get the second term. So, it is A2 is our second term, we are adding A1 plus D. A1 is nothing but A, children. So, we just replace A1 with A, so it is A plus D. Now, A3, that is the third term. How we are going to get the third term? By adding a fixed number. What is that fixed number? The D. To the second term. So, it is A2 plus D. But we just got what is A2. We are replacing, we are substituting A2 as A plus D. So, it will be A plus D, that is A plus 2D. In a similar way, we need to find all the terms. So if it is A4, then it is A3 plus D. It is A plus 2D is here and D will be added. So it is A plus 3D. So a very important conclusion we got here, that is AN is A plus n minus 1 into D. So children, practice this by choosing on your own some A and some D and try to solve some problems. That's all for today. We'll meet you in next class with next topic. God bless you all.
Hello everyone, welcome to Classroom TV. Today in my presentation I'm going to talk about the topic cell. So let's begin. So what do you guys know about cell? Like before I get into the topic, I want you guys to observe the screen and tell me what do you notice. I can see two beautiful buildings, but what do you guys see in common? Like in these two buildings over here, what can you see that is common between both the buildings? Both the buildings are made up of a simple brick, like a brick is the base, right? I know that there are a lot of additional things for a building to be completed, but the basic and fundamental thing is brick, right? You need a brick to build a house. So brick is the foundation for these two buildings, and for us cell is the foundation, not just us, plants and animals. Cell can be compared to a brick, like it is the foundation for existence of plant or an animal. So what is a cell? Cell is a structural and functional unit of anything, like it is the basic structure of all organisms. So here you can see this is the bark, and a scientist called as Robert Hooke was the first one to observe the cells. Like he has taken a piece of the cork cell and observed it under a microscope, and what he noticed was a structure like this, like a honeycomb kind of a structure. So he is the one who discovered the cell. Okay. So Robert Hooke in 1665 observed a thin slice of cork with the microscope. He described what he observed it as little boxes, like he saw something like honeycomb structure. He is the scientist Robert Hooke. He observed the cork cells with the help of this microscope, and he noticed that there is a box like structures, and he named the term as cell. Now coming to, I want you guys to think like, you can really see cell like anywhere. Like if you have a matchbox, if you cut the matchbox and try to see under a microscope, or if you take a swab from your cheek, or you can cut an onion slice and like observe in a microscope. These are the activities which we will be showing you in the videos. But before that, I'm just giving you guys an overview. Have you guys ever observed any cell? Like think about it, like in your previous biology labs, did you guys notice any time? So you can only observe a cell with the help of a microscope. You can't see a cell with your naked eye. And that's because it is so tiny in structure, like it is not visible to the naked eye. Okay. So you need actually a microscope, because what the microscope does, it magnifies the image as well as gives a clear picture with the help of the lens. So magnifier gives a magnified image and lens gives a clear picture. Now coming to what is a cell? Like I have told you, cell is the structural and functional unit of living organisms, not just living organisms, plants and animal cells, but not just that. It can be also described as like this is a plant cell, this is an animal cell. But what do I mean by what is a cell in this particular slide is, it is holding all the things together so that this keeps functioning. Like what do I mean by that? If even one of the component is not there, like if the cell is not holding one of the component, it will ultimately be dead. So cell can be described as the biological equipment to keep the organism alive. Now, this is an animal cell over here and this is a plant cell over here. And I want you guys to think, what is the difference between a plant cell and an animal cell? Like what can you see virtually? Like, you know, what can you see in both the pictures, the basic difference? So what I can see is, this cell over here has a green color structure, right? That's because it has chlorophyll. Plants are green in color because of the presence of a green colored pigment that is called chlorophyll, whereas you cannot see the green color over here. So I'm not explaining in detail right now, I'm just asking you to just know the outer picture. So there is no green color is what I would like you guys to notice. Now also, like there is a defined structure over here, whereas the borders are not well defined, right? So you can write that borders are not defined, whereas here borders are well defined. And there is a tail like structure over here, whereas that is absent in the plants. So three main differences: it has a green color in the plant cell, and animal cell lacks the green color. It has a defined borders, animal cell does not have defined borders, and plant cells have no tail like structures, whereas animal cells do have tail like structure. So these are the differences, like the primary differences that I can notice when I see the slide. Now, before I explain in detail about the plant cell and animal cell, I want you guys to have a look at this picture, and this picture. Do you guys know what this is? This is actually an ostrich egg. Yeah, it's so huge, right? But you know what? This is a cell. I have told that cell is like not visible to the naked eye. So what I'm saying right now is contradictory, right? But there are few cells which are visible to the naked eye, and one of the example is ostrich egg. And this is a small bacterium which is in the size of 2 to 10 micrometer. And whereas giraffe nerve cell total length is up to 2 meters. So you see, like there are different sizes in a cell. Like a cell can be really small, a cell can be as huge as a ostrich egg. So I want to ask you guys something. Do you guys eat eggs, like chicken eggs? I'm just asking you this question because I want to tell you guys something that is also a cell actually. The hen's egg which you guys eat is a cell. And even if you guys don't eat, you do know like hen lays eggs, right? So that is a cell, that is a unicellular cell. Now what do I mean by unicellular cell? So there are two kinds of cells, okay? One is unicellular cell and one is multicellular cell. Unicellular cell is the one which has one cell. Multicellular organisms means the organisms which have more than one cells, two or more, okay? So this is a unicellular cell. And now, cell differ widely in shape. It doesn't just differ in size, but it also differs in shape. So what do I mean by that? Like if you guys see the different slides, some are columnar, some are cuboidal, some are like spherical, some are square shaped. So cells exist in different shapes. There is no particular thing like cell should stay only in this shape, like it should be only in this size. It's not so. Cells are diverse. They have different sizes and different shapes. Now coming to the cell diversity internal organization. So I want you guys to notice this slide and tell me, like, please don't look at the matter over here, but can you guys guess what are these both? Anyone? Don't think that I have mentioned plant cell over there, so it's gonna be plant cell and this is like animal cell. The major difference between a plant cell and an animal cell is plant cell has green colored pigment, that is chlorophyll, which helps in photosynthesis, whereas animal cell lacks it. So in this picture over here, you can see green color pigments, whereas in this picture over here, you don't see the green color pigments. So actually this is a plant cell. This is an animal cell because it does not have the green color. And this is a plant cell. And now how am I able to tell that this is the plant cell? Because green color is present. Okay. So green color, can you guys tell me now? I have repeated myself so many times, like I have wantedly erased it so that you guys can notice the difference. So these are the green color pigments that I can see in this cell, whereas I cannot see the green color pigment in this cell because this cell has chlorophyll and this lacks chlorophyll or chloroplast. So now I would like you guys to have an understanding of every part in its internal structure, but I will go in detail slowly. So what are the main structures is the nucleus. So I have a question for you guys. Have you ever been to your relative's place and like did anyone question you like, hey, you have your eyes similar to your mother, you have your nose similar to your father, you are as tall as your grandfather? Do you guys think they just blabber, like that doesn't make any sense? There is actually a scientific reason why you guys might look similar to your parents or like grandparents. It's because there is a like definitely 100% chance, and it happens that the characteristics are passed from one generation to the another, and that's called genetics. Like the genes pass from one generation to the another. Like if someone tells you you have the eyes of your father, it's because the eye color of your father has passed from like your father to you. So that's the reason you have your eye color similar to that of your parents. And that happens in this structure called as nucleus. Okay, where does that happen? It happens in nucleus. Okay, this. So nucleus is the structure where the genetic information is being stored. Okay, so if any information like DNA, chromosomes, all has to happen, that occurs in the nucleus. Now, what is cytoplasm? Cytoplasm is like the matrix, like the base. Okay, so you can see cytoplasm in both. So I'm going to put a star around the things which I see in both. I can see cytoplasm in the plant cell, I can see the cytoplasm in the animal cell. So I can see the cytoplasm here, I can see the cytoplasm here. Okay, I can see the nucleus over here, I can also see the nucleus over here. So what is the function of the nucleus, guys? Nucleus helps in passing on the characteristics, like the genes are being passed from one generation to the another. Now, cell membrane. So I can also see a cell membrane. Now what is meant by cell membrane? Like for if this is a cell, this is a cell membrane. It's nothing but a border, the outermost membrane. Okay, so outermost membrane is called as cell membrane. So I can see a cell membrane in both the cases. I can also see mitochondria. Can you guys tell me what is mitochondria? Mitochondria is also called as powerhouse of the cell. You know why? Because mitochondria is the place, like it is the structure of the cell where there is ATP production, that is the energy source. So that's why it's called powerhouse of the cell, because without power it's not gonna work. So without mitochondria there is no ATP synthesis, that is there is no adenosine triphosphate synthesis, which is useful for making the food for the plant and the animal. So that's the reason mitochondria is called powerhouse of the cell. Now vacuole is like a storage organ. Okay, what is a vacuole? Vacuole is like a storage organ. Whereas the green color pigments which is present in the plant cell and absent in the animal cell are chloroplast, because chloroplasts are green in color. Okay, before I go into what is chloroplast, have you guys noticed plants have different colors? It's not just that a plant is green in color. It can be yellow in color, it can be red in color, it can be pink in color, it can be purple in color. So does those plants lack chlorophyll? No. What happens is they have less chlorophyll and they have another colored pigment. Okay, the color that is being given to these plants occur because of something called as plastids. Okay, so chloroplasts have chlorophyll, and because if a plant is yellow in color, because they have an yellow plastid. So if you guys see a yellow plant, it means it still has chlorophyll, but in a less quantity as compared to a full green plant on its own. Now coming to, we have discussed about chloroplast and vacuole. So this is the important structure, and the another major difference which is like very important according to your exam perspective, and it's almost a sure shot question, is which cell has cell wall? So they ask, like, it can be a fill in the blank, it can be a 2-mark question, or like anything, but it's a sure question. Which cell, does the plant cell have a rigid cell wall or the animal cell has a rigid cell wall? Only plants have cell wall. Okay, so now let's go through the topic over here. So nucleus contains DNA which directs the activity of the cell, also helps in genetics. Organelles, all these are organelles, like, you know, it can be vacuole, chloroplast, all these are like the parts. So organelles are the cell component that perform specific functions in the cell. Now there are two kinds of cells, one is eukaryotes and another one is prokaryotes. You know, whenever I hear any new term, I try to break them and like learn what is the real meaning of it. So prokaryotes, pro means before, karyon means nucleus. So primitive nucleus is present in prokaryotes, or the cells that lack nuclei and membrane bound organelles are called prokaryotes, and whereas eukaryotes are the cells that contain a nucleus and a membrane bound organelles. So pro means primitive karyon and eukaryotes are the new ones. So I hope you guys are clear with both the structures. Now moving on to the differences between the plant and animal, and what are the things that are common in both of them. So in plants you can see a rigid cell wall, you have chlorophyll because of chloroplasts, you have very huge vacuoles, okay, and whereas in animals you do not have a cell wall. There are small or no vacuoles, there are no chloroplasts, because animals, we can't do photosynthesis, right? So of course we don't have chloroplasts. And for the locomotion there is flagella over here, and here there is, it's absent. And what are common between both of them is they have mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. They have Golgi apparatus, which I'll be discussing about it in my next slide. They have something called as rough and smooth endoplasmic reticulum. And they have nucleus, which helps in passing on information and maintains the activity of the cell. Cytoplasm is like the matrix of the cell, and ribosomes is like the protein powerhouse of the cell. Now, So these are prokaryotes and these are eukaryotes. Prokaryotes example are animals, plants, fungi and protists. And prokaryotes are bacteria. They differ greatly in structure. Like I told you, prokaryotes lack nuclei and lack many organelles because prokaryon means primitive. They are primitive things. Whereas eukaryotes have well developed organelles. So that is the main difference between a prokaryote and a eukaryote. Now coming to structural organization of eukaryotic and prokaryotic cell. So this is a prokaryotic cell and this is an eukaryotic cell. So in detail, let's talk about each of the part. Now coming to, I would like to draw a diagram over here so that you guys can make out the difference what I'm trying to tell. So cell wall. So if I'm trying to draw a cell, so this is a cell wall. And who has cell wall, everyone? Only the plant cells have cell wall. It can be only seen in the plant cell. And this cell wall is a rigid cell wall and it is made up of cellulose. Okay, it is made up of cellulose and it provides strength and structure to the cell and plant, and it allows the fluids to move freely. Because if there is no cell wall, the fluids are going to fall, right? So that's the reason that this cell wall is important, because it keeps all the structure in place as well as like it gives strength and structure to the cell and the plant. Now coming to the cell membrane. It separates the cell from outside environment. What does it do? It separates the cell from the outside environment. So cell membrane, this is the cell membrane. It protects this cell from the outer environment. And cytoplasm is the one, everything within the cell. Okay guys, so everything within the cell is called as cytoplasm. So outermost structure is called cell wall and this structure over here is cell membrane. Okay. Outermost structure is called as cell wall. So basically let me tell you something. This is cell wall, outermost structure. This is cell membrane. So cell wall is rigid, it keeps everything firm. And cell membrane is like a border. Okay. Inside there is this matrix that's called cytoplasm. And inside that there is nucleus, vacuole and whatnot. So I hope you guys are clear that the outermost structure is a rigid cell wall. Inner border is called cell membrane. The matrix is called as cytoplasm. And the nucleus is something where the genetic information is stored. This is the nucleus. And where DNA is stored and protected. And you can see a green color pigments that is called as chloroplast, which has chlorophyll. Okay guys. So these are the parts of a plant cell, because I'm saying that these are the parts of the plant cell because they have green colored pigment. So like you can see, the outermost structure is called as cell wall. The inner structure, inner wall is called as cell membrane. The matrix is called as cytoplasm. The nucleus is the structure where the genetic information is stored, and so nucleus also has DNA. And the another important part is like there are large vacuoles in a plant cell, whereas they are not present in the animal cell. Now if you see this diagram, I hope you guys can see that this is the plant cell because it has lot of green structures, and this is the animal cell because it does not have the green color. So this is a plant cell and this is an animal cell. And the plant cell, what are the major differences guys? They have a rigid cell wall, they have vacuoles and they have chloroplast, whereas those are absent in the animal cell. Other than these three things, pretty much both are the same. They have mitochondria, they have nucleus, they have cell membrane. Okay. So I hope we are clear with what are the parts of plant cell and what are the parts of animal cell. Let's again try to have a overview. So what are the plant cell, how is a plant cell different from a animal cell? Like if you guys can see on the screen, the plant cells have a green color pigment that is called as chloroplast, which have chlorophyll. and they also have huge vacuoles, and they have a rigid cell wall made up of cellulose. Okay, so that is the important thing. And another, pretty much they are same. Nucleus stores the genetic information, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and there is big vacuoles, whereas in the animal cells they are small or absent. Now coming to structure and functions of each and every organelle. So we are going to study in detail. Okay, so we are going to study about all of these things, each one at a time. So you guys don't have to worry about it. Once you know, actually you pretty much know what is cell membrane, nucleus, cell wall, cytoplasm. Now we are going to cover the other things in detail. Now, what is a cell membrane? So cell membrane is a phospholipid bilayer. So by the name what it suggests, so it is a phospholipid and it's a bilayer, means it is a two-layered. Okay, and it has proteins that function as channels and receptors which provides rigidity. So what it has really is, it has something called as different kinds of proteins which give rigidity. So cell membrane is present both in plant cell and animal cell. In the plant cell, cell wall is present. So cell membrane protects everything, like it keeps everything in place. So the important thing you need to remember, it is a like it has two layers of phospholipid. It has a two layers of phospholipid and it has lot of proteins, and also it gives rigidity. So these are the three things that you guys need to remember. And function is, this is an important question according to your exam. The function is, it's selectively permeable, means between the cell and the external environment. So if this is a cell membrane, it only allows something to go out or something to come in a selective basis. Like it can allow few things to go and it can say, no, I don't want you to go out, or I don't want you to come in. So that is the reason it is called as selectively permeable. So let's recap again. So the cell membrane is a phospholipid bilayer. So it has two layers and it has a lot of proteins in it. And the main function of it is, it provides rigidity to the cell. And other than that, what is the main function is, it is selectively permeable membrane. That is, it allows its contents to go out of the cell or to come inside of the cell in a selective manner. Like it says, hey, I can let you go out. Hey, I don't want to let you come in. So this is what it does. So it is selectively permeable. Now, coming to nucleus. So I have told you guys, like, see, this is a detailed structure. You don't need so much in detail. You just need to remember that this is the nucleus, and the innermost structure is called nucleoli. Okay, the main function of this is, it is storage center of the cell's DNA, and it manages cell function. So it is like a class monitor, like a class leader, like it pretty much manages everything. So one more function of the nucleus is, what did I say? It is dealing with DNA, that is the genetic material. So it helps in passing on features from one generation to the other. So the nucleus has some other structures that is called as nucleoli. So they have another spheres within them, a sphere within a sphere. So a huge sphere in the cell that you see is called as a nucleus, and the inner sphere which you see is called as nucleolus, and it has the genetic material. Now, coming to the cell wall. I have already spoken to you guys about the cell wall. So cell wall is present in plant cells and it is absent in animal cells, because the cell wall is made up of a substance called as cellulose. Okay, what is it made up of? Rigid substance called cellulose, which gives rigidity to the cell. So cell wall can only be seen in the plant cells and it gives rigidity. Okay, and it is made up of cellulose, proteins and carbohydrates. And what is the function of it? It provides support and structure. So let me repeat again. In the plant cells, you can see, what can you see? Cell wall. You cannot see a cell wall in a animal cell. And the plant cell wall, the main function is it gives a defined structure and it gives rigidity. And also it is made up of cellulose, most important, but it also contains some proteins and carbohydrates. So now coming to cytoplasm. So what is meant by cytoplasm? I told you that it's like a matrix. It's like a pool of water in which every organelle is there. So it is a gelatin like fluid, like this whole thing is the cytoplasm, sphere is the nucleus, and within the nucleus there is a small sphere that is called as nucleolus, and the outermost structure is called cell membrane, and if this is a plant cell it has cell wall. Now coming to cytoplasm. So this whole matrix over here is called as cytoplasm. So let me go through the 4 structures that we have studied so that it will be easy. So what am I trying to say is, if this is a plant cell, the outermost structure is what, guys? Cell wall, and it is made up of cellulose, and the function of it is it gives rigidity to the cell. Okay, and the nucleus has DNA, and it stores genetic material. Okay, and the nucleus has small sphere like structures, and that is called as nucleoli. Okay, and this matrix over here is called as cytoplasm. Okay, so and the cell membrane gives structure and outline to the cell. Now cytoskeleton. So what do you guys know about skeleton? It is that scary thing which is there in the biology labs, right? But actually it is the one which gives a overall shape to our bodies, because without skeletons we would actually look like a chapati dough, or any dough for that matter, because there won't be any shape. Because of the skeleton, our bones give a specific shape to us. So now what about the cytoskeleton of the cell then? So cytoskeleton means a network of thin fibrous elements made up of microtubules and microfilaments. Micro means small tubes and filaments are thread-like structures. So these are the microtubules and these are the thread-like structures. So what is the cytoskeleton? They are having microtubules and microfilaments, and they give a shape to the cell. Okay, and the function is it acts as a support system for the organelles. Like, how to remember this term cytoskeleton, guys? So without cytoskeleton the cell will be like this. Like, how without a bone, how would you think we would be? Right, we would be like a dough. So remember that example, and like that is the main function. It acts as a support system and maintains the cell shape. And what are the two main things that they have? They have filaments and they have tubules. So this is what is meant by cytoskeleton. So these are the microfilaments. Thread-like structures called microfilaments are there, as well as some other structure called as tube-like structures called tubules. Now coming to ribosomes. Ribosomes are made up of two things. One is a large unit and one is a small unit. And main function of the ribosome is protein synthesis. Okay, so the main function of ribosomes is protein synthesis. Now coming to endoplasmic reticulum. So there are two kinds of endoplasmic reticulum: rough endoplasmic reticulum and smooth endoplasmic reticulum. And what it does is it also gives a shape to the cell. But the main function is, what is the function of endoplasmic reticulum is, like for example, if we want to jump from here to there, we just move, right? But if you want from this cell to move anything into the other cell of the body, like this part of your blood cell to the another part, so that highway, like a road map like thing that drives, is done by endoplasmic reticulum. Okay, so the main function of endoplasmic reticulum is it acts as intercellular highway. Inter means between. Inter means between cells. Intra means within cells. So the function of this endoplasmic reticulum is it helps in like flow of things from one cell to the another. Okay, and the how is its structure? It is a system of membranous tubules and sacs. So endoplasmic reticulum will look, rough endoplasmic reticulum will look like this, and smooth endoplasmic reticulum will look like this. So they don't have this head needle like structures. So endoplasmic reticulums have membranous tubules and sacs, and they act as an intracellular highway. I'm sorry, I wantedly said that intracellular. Is it intracellular or intercellular? So it is intercellular highway, that is from one cell to another. So it acts as a road map, like it acts as a highway for you to go from one cell to another. So who helps in moving from one part of the cell to another? That is done by endoplasmic reticulum. And there are two types of endoplasmic reticulum. One is rough endoplasmic reticulum and another one is smooth endoplasmic reticulum. And for now, coming to rough endoplasmic reticulum. So you can see some spiky spicules like thing on top of this, right? Whereas the smooth endoplasmic reticulum is very smooth. Okay. So what is the main difference that you can see in between these two pictures is this has some thorn like substances, whereas this is like silky smooth. So the rough endoplasmic reticulum, it has large amount of proteins that needs to be exported from one cell to another, and it is covered with ribosomes. So rough endoplasmic reticulum has more ribosomes. It's completely packed with ribosomes, and it exports in quantities which are in like a huge amount of proteins from one cell to the another. So what does the rough endoplasmic reticulum do? It helps in transportation of substances from one cell to another in huge, transport proteins in like large quantities. And rough endoplasmic reticulum has lot of ribosomes on them, whereas smooth endoplasmic reticulum does not have the ribosomes. So now coming to Golgi apparatus. So stacked, like it's like a book stacked on each other with some spears all around. So this is called as Golgi apparatus. Okay. Now the main functions of this Golgi apparatus is whatever proteins were made in the endoplasmic reticulum, that is being received by this Golgi apparatus, and this what it does is it distributes to other cells. Like for example, this is the endoplasmic reticulum, it's coming here and that is getting distributed to all parts. So this is rough endoplasmic reticulum and this is Golgi apparatus. So the rough endoplasmic reticulum is transporting the proteins in large quantities, that is done by rough endoplasmic reticulum, and smooth endoplasmic reticulum also helps in transport of proteins, but it does not have lot of ribosomes, and these rough and smooth endoplasmic reticulum, what it does is transport proteins, and Golgi apparatus from here distributes it to all parts of the body. So that is the function of the Golgi apparatus. So the main function is it receives, it processes, it packages and it ships. So it is receiving from endoplasmic reticulum, it's processing and it's packing all the important substances and distributing it to all parts of the body. So are we guys clear? Like other than just mitochondria and nucleus, I have told you guys about lot of things. I have told you about what is Golgi apparatus, what is endoplasmic reticulum, two types of endoplasmic reticulum, and the rough endoplasmic reticulum is covered in that thorn like structures because it has something called as ribosomes. It's covered in ribosomes and they help in transportation of proteins, and once you get the proteins from the endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus receives it, processes it, distributes, packages it, and then it distributes it to all parts of the body. Now coming to the most important topic, that is mitochondria. So mitochondria is called as powerhouse of the cell. So here this is the mitochondria structure, and what I want you to guys to notice is it is folded membrane within an outer membrane. And what is very important is the main function of the mitochondria is it is the powerhouse of the cell. It stores the energy, and most important is that energy is converted into food. So this is the structure of the mitochondria. So what happens here is it has lot of folds which you can see, and these folds are called as cristae. They have an outer membrane and they have an inner membrane, and they are present in a structure like that is called as matrix. So what is the main function is it stores ATP. So like in the previous classes where I have discussed that ATP is the energy source, but it is not the food by itself, right? So without ATP you can't make your food. That's why it's like powerhouse of the cell. Okay. So the main important thing is it helps to prepare its food and helps in cellular respiration. Now, this is the mitochondria. Okay. So what is the main thing that you need to remember? It has an outer membrane, it has an inner membrane. These folds are called as cristae, and the main thing is it has ATP, the powerhouse of the cell. Now coming to lysosomes. Lysosomes are the spherical organelles. Like you can see there are like 3 globes like structure. They have an enzyme called as hydrolytic enzymes. So what is meant by hydrolytic enzymes? So hydrolysis means breakdown of water. So these lysosomes have they have enzymes that can help in breaking of water. So the breaking of water is called as hydrolysis reaction, and lysosomes have the enzymes to do the hydrolysis. So they have hydrolytic enzymes within a single membrane. So this is a single membrane, these are the lysosomes, and these have lot of hydrolytic enzymes. And the main function is it helps in breaking down of the food particles, invading objects or worn out cell parts. So what do you guys have to remember over here is, so this is the lysosome spherical structures, and these have enzymes that helps in breaking down of water, that is called hydrolysis. So they have hydrolytic enzymes, and their function is to break down food. So the main function is they can break down food. Now, what are cilia and what are flagella? So before you guys see the screen, I want you guys to review in your previous classes in class 8 and all. You studied that some organisms like paramecium has hair-like structures and some organisms have tail-like structures. And these are the structures that help to move. Okay, paramecium has hair all over its body, and that helps in movement as well as in food intake. And some flagella is like a organelle that helps in locomotion, that is for the movement. So the movement can be done through structures like cilia and structures like flagella. So hair-like organelles that extend from surface of the cell. So like I don't know if you guys can see this color, I'm sorry about that. Let me try a different color. So yeah, so this is cilia all over the cell surface. So when they are present in large numbers, when the cells are present in large numbers, they are called as cilia. And when they are in less numbers and have like a single tail like structure, that is called as flagella. Okay, and both of them are made up of 9 pairs of microtubules arranged around the central pair. So they have like this 9 pairs total. Around the central tubule. Okay, so both of them, both the cilia and the flagella have 9 microtubules around a central tubule. And the main function of this is it helps in cell motility, like the movement or the locomotion. Cilia is the one which has hair all over its body. It helps in movement. So I hope you guys are cleared with the cell organelles till now, and I'll continue about the organelles in the next class, and thanks for watching.
I am going to discuss today an important chapter called as Our Earth. So basically we have to understand that human beings has a tendency of misusing anything which they love. So that is the reason today we are discussing about the misuse of the earth by human beings over a period of time, over a period of millions of years. So we will discuss this chapter called as Our Earth, which talks about the misuse of the earth and its resources, and also the evolution and origin of the earth, and also the solar system and entire universe. So we'll discuss right now. So this boy, he is skipping, he is jumping on the ground, okay, this skipping. So he is using little bit part of the earth, okay, as we already know. And this is a bigger place compared to skipping. This is an entire place of a huge home. This is also on the earth. And this here in this slide you can see that so many boys are playing here. Okay, you might have observed this in our earlier days when we used to play. Even this is a ground in a small village. Even this is a much bigger ground compared to the earlier one. And this one is a huge playground. So what I am trying to say here is that all these different things which are happening beautifully on the earth, I am trying to put that in the slides. See, this is a huge ground, huge football stadium, much bigger than the place where a single boy used to jump in a single place. So this is a much bigger stadium. So when it comes to the earth, even there was a scientist by name Newton who talked about, who tried to understand why things fall onto the earth. This is called as gravitational pull of the earth, which we will see in the succeeding classes. And next, if you see, this is the dot. This is a small dot where we are standing exactly right now. So you can't imagine we are standing on a small piece of dot like this. Yes, we will see how this piece of dot called earth has come into evolution. So this piece of dot was actually called as pale blue dot, and it was proposed by Carl Sagan. So who is Carl Sagan? Carl Sagan, he was an American astronomer, cosmologist. Cosmologist is somebody who studies about the celestial bodies, something about the cosmic universe, okay. And next, if you talk about astrophysicist, because it is important to learn or to understand the meanings of these studies. Astrophysicist is somebody who will apply the laws of physics and chemistry to study the origin, evolution of the terrestrial or celestial bodies like earth, planets, comets, asteroids, universe, galaxies, like that. And astrobiologist, so astrobiology is also an important subject, very beautiful, interesting subject, where an astrobiologist studies about the functioning or about the existence of any life beyond the earth. So he is having multiple talents. You see, Carl Sagan is an American astronomer, he is a cosmologist, he is an astrophysicist, he is an astrobiologist, and also author and science communicator in astronomy and other natural sciences. So this is called as pale blue dot. This dot is photographed from where? This dot is photographed from here. So this is the pale dot which we are talking right now, and he is Carl Sagan. He expired already. Carl Sagan, and this is the spacecraft. You see here, what happened was NASA on September 5th, 1977, NASA launched a spacecraft onto the space. So with the help of a spacecraft called as Voyager 1, that is in 1977 September 5th. So this is the first spacecraft, if you imagine exactly, which left the terrestrial Earth and reached the space. Why this Voyager 1 is used and why this Voyager 1 was sent to the space by NASA? So NASA means what? See, this was sent by NASA, which means National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is a space agency of USA. So this NASA sent this Voyager 1 in September 5th, 1977. It already left. So this Voyager 1, which is already in the space, because this was sent basically to study the functioning or the characteristic of planets outside the Earth, bigger planets like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. And you know what is the present status of this planet, this Voyager spacecraft? In 2012, you have to understand that this Voyager spacecraft already crossed our solar system. That was sent in 1977, and it traveled for these many, more than 30 years of time, 35 years it traveled in the space. And now this Voyager spacecraft by 2012, according to the latest reports, this Voyager spacecraft has left our solar system. It crossed Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and it reached the interstellar space region also. That is in 2012, which is beyond our academic interest. Okay. So what is happening is, when this Voyager 1 spacecraft was sent by NASA, which is a space agency of USA, Carl Sagan requested NASA to switch on the camera of this Voyager. So there is an apparatus called as camera in this. He asked NASA to switch on the camera of this Voyager 1 to see that how Earth looks like from such a long distance, because it is already traveling beyond the Earth, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. So he wanted to see how Earth looks like from such a larger distance. So Voyager 1 has ultimately switched on the camera, and as we have seen in the previous slide, so this was the exact size or exact view in which Earth appeared. So can you imagine, we are standing on this piece of pale blue dot. So that is what we will try to understand now. So this photograph of Earth was taken on February 14th, 1990 by Voyager 1 space probe from a record distance of 6 billion kilometers. 1 billion is 100 crores, 600 crores kilometers away. This Voyager 1 spacecraft has photographed our Earth on the request of this famous astronomer by name Carl Sagan, who belongs to USA. Okay, so this was a spacecraft which I showed you already. And if you see, where is this Earth? Here. This is a small dot. Okay, because generally we think that all these such huge dots might be Earth. Our Earth is nowhere countable, nowhere seen in this huge universe. You see, it is not even visible here. So this arrow mark which is pointing at a small place not even visible to us, this is called as our Earth, because this is a photograph which was picturized from 6 billion kilometers by Voyager 1 spacecraft of NASA. So this was the Earth, okay, photograph of the Earth. And so this is what we are talking about, everything. So right now we will try to understand what is Earth, because I told you previously that we are discussing about our Earth, and we are human beings, and human beings has this basic tendency to destroy, to misuse anything which they love. Okay, so that is what even the Earth has been subjected to so much of misuse by human beings for the sake of living. destroying the other species, destroying the other flora, fauna and other natural resources of the earth, and over a period of time, and we are facing the consequences right now. The consequences which you are seeing, undue rains, unnatural incidents, global warming, climate change, every year temperature is rising. Last summer you might have observed, what was the temperature here itself? Temperature was around 44, 45, and this summer it was more than 45. Why the temperatures are increasing every year? Because of global warming and because of the misuse which was done by our human beings to our beloved earth. So we will try to understand briefly or in detail about our earth first of all. Okay, so earth is inhabited with millions of other animals, plants and microorganisms. Okay, not only human beings, we have millions of other plants, animals and microorganisms, not millions, billions of animals, plants and microorganisms. And human beings arrived on earth about 1 lakh years ago only. So we are very recent to arrive on the earth. Much before our arrival on the earth, there existed bacteria, there existed microorganisms, there existed flora, fauna, and we are the latest entrants into the beautiful place called earth. And if you see, constantly trying to change ourselves and our surroundings, in this process there is a conflict with the inhabitants of the earth. I told you, well before the entrance of the human beings into the sphere of this earth, there are so many other organisms already existing on this planet. So over a period of time, naturally there is a course of conflict between the human beings and the already existing organisms, and this conflict gave rise to the destruction of these organisms, natural resources. One thing is for sure, that human beings won. Human beings won on these organisms, but on the other side we lost the game because we ourselves are destroying our environment, our atmosphere. That we will see now. Okay, in this process, conflict with the other inhabitants of the earth, and earth as a storehouse of resources exploited and used at will. That I told you, earth is a storehouse of resources, and these resources were subjected to misuse by human beings. Bacteria will not misuse this or natural resources, or animals or plants will not misuse these natural resources. We human beings were very much intellectual beings, so we thought of subsiding, or we thought of putting pressure on these low level organisms, and we thought of ultimately gaining ground or gaining leadership over these organisms, ultimately trying to lose or trying to get in the game of trying to win this game. Ultimately we lost because we have destroyed our own atmosphere. So here, after some hundreds of years, say earth formed around 4.5 billion years ago, that is right, but we human beings are subjecting this earth to gross misuse and exploiting and destroying all the natural resources. That is known to everyone. But over a period of time, human beings generally realize, if we do some mistakes, we tend to realize at a later point of time that I should not have done that, I should not have done this. Human beings also, but time is up already. Now they are realizing that we are unwantedly destroying our atmosphere. That is the reason you see in day-to-day happenings, current affairs also, you see all the important country presidents, prime ministers, they are meeting, sitting together. They are conducting so many conferences on greenhouse gases, conferences on climate change. They are discussing, trying to come to an unanimous decision among them. But obviously human beings will never agree to each other. The Western world will dominate the Eastern world. The developed countries will dominate the developing countries. Developed countries, they are releasing lakhs of tons of greenhouse gases. Developing countries are shouting, please don't release greenhouse gases and don't spoil the earth. We are ready to come to any kind of discussion with us, but there is no unanimity or there is no agreement between the developing and developed countries. That is the reason, even though so many conferences or so many discussions, deliberations are held at high level of presidents and prime ministers. Until now, there is no favorable outcome of all these discussions. So ultimately, one thing is right. At least human beings are discussing that we are spoiling the earth, right? So now the man started thinking that I am exploiting the earth. Slow realization. So what is happening with this realization? Reckless exploitation of the earth has meant the destruction of forest, rivers, hills, fellow animals, and so as I told you that they are exploiting the resources, and at the cost of this exploitation, all the other fellow organisms, right from a small microorganism to the macroorganisms, the higher organisms like plants and animals are also subjected to this misuse. And human beings, we intellectual human beings started thinking that we are exploiting now. What is the use? Okay, so resulted in the environmental crisis like global warming or soil poisoning of soils or soil pollution, air pollution, water pollution, climate change, which we are witnessing now these days. With our naked eye you can observe why sudden rains are coming, unnatural and without any systematic order. The summer is coming, sometimes the rains have to land in our India by June, sometimes even by June monsoon is not coming, and every year temperature is rising and the glaciers are melting, the sea level is rising. Even a small rise in the sea level will submerge lakhs of other territories, you know. Even a small 1 degree, 2 degree rise in temperature will put all of us to boil like anything. And that is the consequence of these greenhouse gases, that is the consequences of misuse of the earth. So ultimately, because of this misuse, it will lead to environmental crisis. Crisis is what? Crisis is a situation where we cannot manage, everything is out of hand. Now human beings started realizing that we should do something to mitigate or to lessen or to decrease the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Okay. So a new understanding of the earth is required for our own welfare. So that is the reason I told you all the countries of the world, they are sitting, America, Russia, China, USA, India, Japan, South American, Latin American countries, European countries, Middle East countries, all the so-called wealthy countries and so-called developing countries, everyone is sitting together and trying to understand how we can decrease the greenhouse gases and how we can save our earth from being exploited. Okay, the time has come now. Okay, so here you see, from times immemorial, humans have been looking into the sky, trying to understand the objects that shine, the stars that remain fixed, each other, the sun, the moon and the planets. Because even from the childhood age we see into the sky, we look into the sky and see, and we started our childhood with a twinkle twinkle little star. I think you know. What is this twinkle twinkle little star? This little star is there all the time. That little star is not moving. We have so many such questions, right? Even now children has so many such questions. Why these stars are fixed and why we are fixed on the earth and why people say that earth is revolving around the sun. Why other planets are revolving around the sun and why there is a small distance visible between stars and stars, and what about these asteroids. So all such important things and very beautiful questions still struck our mind, for which we do not have exact answers. So we will try to find out, not now, some hundreds of years also people understood, try to understand, think about the stars, earth, sun. So we will see what our ancient humans, some for example around 1500 years before, this is 2020, some 1500 years before, how humans reacted to this twinkle twinkle little star. Okay, we will see now. So here all their activities were noted to understand how they affect us. Initially people thought that earth was stationary and others went around it. So this is called what? This is called as geocentric theory. This was proposed in 2nd century. 2nd century by Ptolemy. 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 Okay. So this person in 2nd century AD, he proposed a concept called as geocentric theory, by which he is trying to say that Earth is stationary and all the other planets, sun, satellites, moons are revolving around this Earth. This is called as geocentric theory. From 2nd century AD to 15th or 16th century, for 1500 years, people were under blind belief that geocentric theory is correct. Why? Because they felt that Earth is their God and anything revolving around God, even we do so much of productions in temples, right? Anything revolving around the Earth is believed to be very sacred. So people already very deeply rooted in their mind that Earth is center and all other things are moving, all other objects, whatever object you say, they will put around the Earth only. So for 1500 years, people believed the fact that Earth is center and all other planets are revolving. This is called as geocentric theory. Geo means Earth, okay, centric means center. Geocentric theory proposed by whom? Proposed by Ptolemy in 2nd century AD. Okay. Is that correct? That is not correct. We will see how that is not correct. About 500 years ago, that is about 16th century, I told you for 1500 years, these people believed that Earth is the center of our solar system. But in the 15th or 16th century or 1500 something, an important scientist by name Nicolaus Copernicus, he studied the solar system and he said that Earth is not the center. Earth is not the center, but the center is the sun and all other planets and all other objects are revolving around this sun. Okay, because he observed the celestial bodies. 2nd century was very olden days, and the 16th century, at least some technology will be arising right now by this time. So Nicolaus Copernicus outrightly rejected the geocentric theory and he said sun is in the center and all the other planets are revolving around the sun. This was proposed by Nicolaus Copernicus. Okay, and this is called as heliocentric theory. Helios means sun, centric means center. Okay, what happened was, at a later point of time, you know Galileo, even Galileo supported this theory proposed by Nicolaus Copernicus. Galileo said, yes, I have a very long telescope. I saw and observed the Jupiter planet from here. I am able to see Jupiter planet and something is revolving around the Jupiter planet. Who proposed this? Who is claiming this? Galileo is claiming that. And he blasted the fact that geocentric theory is ultimately wrong and whatever Nicolaus Copernicus proposed is right. Okay. This blasted the theory and also the belief minds of the people. That is the reason Galileo was arrested, he was trialed and he was sentenced to imprisonment and he was ultimately sentenced to death also because of this theory, because of his support to the heliocentric theory. Okay. So as I told you, 2nd century geocentric proposed, and the 16th century, about 500 years ago, scientists understood that Earth is not in the middle of the solar system, that it actually moves around the sun. Around the sun means that is heliocentric theory. But sun itself is also constantly moving and the countless stars in the sky are actually like our sun. Okay. During the last 100 years or so, found out that stars are born, they grow old and even die. Okay, stars, they take birth and they ultimately die. This is a natural phenomenon in our universe. Stars are actually part of larger groups of stars called galaxies, and that there are millions of such galaxies in the universe. I will explain in the next few minutes what is this galaxy and how this all universe and all. Now opined that the universe itself started some 13.7 billion years with a big bang, and that it may end several billion years later. Okay, 13.7 billion is equal to 1 billion is 100 crores, 13.7 that is 1370 crore years before the evolution of the earth took place. Now I will try to explain what is this big bang with a simple homemade experiment. I have not used much of the materials, but homemade experiment. For example, you take this is a small balloon. I blew air into this balloon, and you can observe clearly I marked 3 points with a sketch pen on this balloon, 3 points. Okay. Now I will explain how this Big Bang theory and what this Big Bang theory is saying about the evolution of the earth. So what happened was, these are galaxies, these small points are called as galaxies. So now you try to understand, if I blew air into this balloon over a period of time, the distance between these dots will increase. These dots, naturally it will increase. If you want, you also try at home. Okay. The distance between these dots increases, number one. Number two is the circumference or the space of these dots also increases gradually. Understand? The space of this dot also increases gradually, and if you still blow air into this, finally this will explode, right? That is called as Big Bang theory. That means the galaxies also expanded, and ultimately 13.7 billion years ago this phenomenon exploded and resulted in the scattering of these galaxies. Here, there, galaxies are scattered everywhere, and one such scattered galaxy called Milky Way galaxy, our solar system is existing. Okay, now we will see that. So this is 13.5 billion years ago, and you see 6 point, see, are you seeing any change in the photographs? This is 13.5 billion years ago, this is 6 billion years ago, and you see this is 4 billion years ago. See, the galaxies are scattering right here, and this is the latest one. And if you see here, this is 4 billion years ago, and this is also 4 billion years ago. Okay, and this is our present beautiful earth which we are misusing right now. Okay, so ultimately, if you talk about the effects of this Big Bang, okay, what is this Big Bang theory? This is recently proposed in 1920s only. This was proposed, this Big Bang theory. There are other, this is modern theory, there are other olden theories also before Big Bang, but Big Bang belongs to a modern theory about the origin of the universe first of all. Okay, so after Big Bang, the galaxies, stars, planets were formed, that I told you. So Big Bang exploded, space expands everywhere, and the astronomical changes took place over thousands and even millions of years. Okay, several spaceships have been sent into this space. Human beings have even landed on the moon, that we already know, because in 1977 itself there were 2 spacecraft sent by NASA, which is a US space agency. 2 spacecraft, one is Voyager 1, another is Voyager 2, which I told you already recently. Even Voyager 1 has already left our solar system and reached the interstellar space, that is beyond solar system. Okay, how much it is traveling with a huge velocity, around 60,000 kilometers per hour. It is traveling like anything. It is cruising around across our solar system and already crossed the last planet of our solar system, and it is in the interstellar region. So that is the reason human beings are still trying to send spacecrafts to different planets like Mangalyaan, our India, we try to send to Mars. Chandrayaan we try to send to moon. All such attempts are still made by human beings to study the extraterrestrial life and extraterrestrial. Recently, just few days before also, just 10 days before, there was an article in newspaper which says that human beings, or mainly the NASA, other space agencies, they are trying to mine gold in the asteroid. You know what is asteroid? Asteroids are bodies which are scattered between two different planets, Jupiter, Saturn, or between planets, whatever the bodies are traveling with huge velocities. In this asteroid, which is of the shape of a huge football ground shaped asteroid is there. Okay, not one football ground, you take 100 such football grounds. Huge asteroid is there. In that one such asteroid by name Psyche, P-S-C-H-Y-E, Psyche. In this Psyche, called, this asteroid name is Psyche. In this asteroid, scientists, they observed through their exploration, space exploration material, they found that this particular asteroid has very valuable metals, mainly gold and platinum. You know what will happen if this asteroid, which has such large quantity of very valuable metals, if we human beings catch hold of this asteroid, 10 days before only it came, this asteroid, and try to mine or try to dig that asteroid and bring out all the important valuables, you know what will happen? If we are able to extract all that huge important metals, you know how valuable it is? It is the entire wealth of the world. Entire population of the world is 7 billion around. Even the entire wealth of the world is put together 100 times, even though that will not be equal to the wealth which is extracted from this small asteroid. That is the reason even now, every day, there is an attempt or experimentation done by different space agencies across the world to try to find out what are the valuable things which can be extracted outside Earth. Okay, that is the reason, because even now we look into Google mapping, right? GPS, we see meteorology department, they predict that tomorrow rains are coming. Of course rains will not come, that is different thing. They will predict that rains are coming. All these things, how they are, you are trying, if you do not know any address of something, you immediately refer Google map. From where this Google map is coming? GPS. This GPS, this meteorology, this remote sensing, everything is happening because of the attempts or because of the exploration of these space agencies only. So several spaceships have been sent into the space. Human beings have even landed on the moon, that we already know. Spaceships have landed on the nearby planet Mars, and some have even gone beyond the end of our solar system from the Earth. As I told you, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 already left our solar system. They are in the interstellar space region, okay, which is very cool, because our solar system is very hot. Until the last planet, it is very hot atmosphere only. Once the hot atmosphere is crossed, the spacecraft will have very cool atmosphere, but because that is all interstellar region. Okay. In short, the sun and the earth are a part of a much larger universe which is constantly moving and changing. The earth and the life on it are products of these changes and influenced by them. Okay. And if you see, earth, which is a planet, rotates on its own axis and goes around the sun in a different orbit. Okay, now we have to understand our earth, how earth is rotating around the sun. Okay, and you see the orbit is the path of the earth around the sun and is called the plane of the orbit. See here. Now you see here, this is earth. Earth is revolving around the sun. Okay, earth is rotating around the sun and it is revolving around itself. So earth is rotating around the sun in elliptical orbits. Okay, elliptical orbits. One such important laws are there in physics also. You might have studied in 9th or 10th class. Kepler's laws of motion. Okay, so that is related to movement of the earth around the sun only. So earth is rotating around the sun. When earth is close to the sun, that is called as perihelion. and which is around 147 million kilometers. Okay, during this time when earth is close to sun, the northern hemisphere where we are staying will have very hot summer, right? Very hot summer. When earth is around, when earth is very far from the sun, like this is aphelion, which is around 152 million kilometers, we will have winter here, so winter season. So that is the reason, because of the movement of this earth, we are witnessing or we are experiencing hot and cold climates like summer, winter, spring, rainy seasons. Okay, because of the movement of the earth around the sun. This is called rotation of the sun. So the single rotation of the sun takes how much? Here it is there. Earth travels around the sun at a speed of 1 lakh kilometers per hour, and you see here, and it takes 365 days to complete one revolution. Okay, so here earth takes how much time? Earth takes 365 days to complete one revolution. Okay, so this entirely one revolution it completes in 365 days. Okay, 365 and a quarter day. Okay, so we'll go back and see. This is called as the revolution of the earth. Okay, revolution of the earth, and this is taking how much? This is taking 365 and a quarter day. This quarter day over a period of time after 4 years becomes 1 day. Quarter day, four periods, 1 day, and in the leap year we will have how many days? 366 days. That is February 28 and February 29. One more day is added in the leap year every 4 years. Okay, this quarter day will ultimately add up to a full day after every 4 years. So this movement of the earth around the sun causes the seasons like winter and summer. So movement of the earth around the sun causes seasons like winter and summer. Okay. And if you see, scientists are of the view that earth began to form around 4.5 billion years ago. 13.7 billion years ago, Big Bang explosion, and our universe came into existence, and 4.5 billion years ago our earth came into existence. The earth has reached its present after going through phases of dust, clouds and molten stage, finally solidified. Initially earth was very hot and was constantly bombarded by massive rocks and other materials from the space, and grew in size. Can be compared to boiling thick soup where heavier particles go to the bottom and lighter particles float up. For example, you see, you might have observed in our daily life, our mothers generally they put milk onto the stove and they boil. When this milk has reached the boiling point, maximum it is boiled, ultimately you will see a fine thick layer of the milk which is floating over the milk, over the vessel, the milk. Okay, this is called as earth crust. In the same way, earth over a period of time it is bombarded by so many other objects because it is very hot, and these objects are ultimately striking into this earth, and the earth is increasing its size, and at the same time all the other heavier metals which has larger density are going down, and all the other lighter metals or lighter objects, they are flowing on the surface of the earth. This surface of the earth is called as crust, and whatever is coming down is called as mantle and core. Okay. So lighter particles cooled at the top and formed a layer of crust. That I told you, even when the milk is boiled to its maximum boiling point, ultimately when the top layer is exposed to the cool air outside, this top layer basically cools down, and this forms a thick solidified layer which will float on the bottom milk. This layer is called as crust. So this is an anomaly exactly similar to how earth is formed. Heavier substances formed the part of the molten core, lighter substances rose to the surface and cooled. Slowly, an upper crust of lighter and cooler materials formed covering the molten interior. As the earth's interior continued to cool, it contracted and the outer crust wrinkled, forming ridges, mountains, bases, all other. Okay, so what happened was, even if you observe, even the milk, the upper layer of this milk, okay, is not very smooth. Is it smooth like our flooring tile? No, it is also having obstructions, ridges, ups and downs. In the same way, this upper layer, which has been cooled over some millions of years, this upper layer ultimately has some ups and downs. Because of this ups and downs, we have so many other landforms on this earth, like mountains or other valleys or other volcanoes, whatever are existing on the surface of the earth, that is crust, that is because of the solidification once the upper layer is cooled down. Okay, so this is the important crust, whatever the upper layer, what we are seeing, oceans and all other important phenomena. Okay, so different galaxies and this earth, and you see Earth's atmosphere consisted of gases including water vapor. Life as we know today could not have survived on it. It did not have oxygen, which is necessary for us. It took a long time for the earth, for the air we breathe to develop. The rain filled the great bases on the earth's crust with water, thus the oceans were formed. So what happened? What happened is, now we have to understand one thing, that you observe this clearly. Earth's atmosphere consisted of gases including water vapor. Now, as I told you, the earth is bombarded with so many objects which is very hot. This earth is hot, and so many objects which bombarded this earth ultimately struck into this earth, and over a period of time this got solidified and the upper crust layer got cooled down and this formed the upper layer of the earth. So this is what we are talking. Everything is okay, the pitch is prepared. Now the game has to start, right? The game is what? How the life has come to existence on the earth. That is important. Evolution of the earth is one side, evolution of life on the earth is other side. For existence of life, what we want? We want what? Oxygen. But ultimately, in the primitive atmosphere, in the primordial atmosphere, there was no oxygen. Carbon dioxide was there, methane was there, ammonia was there, nitrogen was there, water vapor was there, hydrogen was there, helium was there, but no oxygen. Very, very minute. But now, maximum gases are completely nitrogen and oxygen only. But what we have to understand is that the primordial atmosphere, the primitive atmosphere, does not have much luxury of having this huge quantity of oxygen. Okay, that is called reducing atmosphere. Why? Because there is no oxygen. Okay, so that was the difficulty. Now we have to understand how such difficult, rugged, dirty and completely ups and downs this earth turned into a beautiful planet called earth. We have to understand. Okay, that is beautiful, that is the reason we are exploiting. Okay, so for a very long period earth remained barren and lifeless. Now this barren, rugged, lifeless, oxygenless earth ultimately turned into a beautiful earth with conducive atmosphere for all the lives to exist on the earth. Such a beautiful atmosphere, how we are experiencing that beautiful atmosphere now. So then life appeared in the oceans. Okay, as I told you here, the rain filled the great basins on the earth crust. Earth crust, rain filled the basins. Because of this rain, oceans came into existence, and here it is saying that the life appeared in the oceans. Okay, here the life is starting. This life is not human beings. Okay, as I told you, we are very latest entrance into the atmosphere or into the earth. Some billions of years before, other lives already existed on the earth. Okay, so it slowly evolved into diverse plants and animals, including human beings, over 1,000,000 years of age. Okay, so the internal structure of the earth. So what we will do is, we will discuss this internal structure in the coming classes. Okay, thank you.
Welcome to Classroom TV. Now in 8th class, it's a very interesting mathematics you have. So the first chapter you have rational numbers. The first chapter, what do you have? Rational numbers. Let us see what are these rational numbers. In this class, we are going to learn what are rational numbers. See, in your previous classes, you might have come across with some simple equations. Say suppose x plus 3 is equal to 10. X plus 3 is equal to 10. This is one of this simple equation, the first degree equation. Can you say what value satisfies this? What value of x satisfies this? So we can say easily, if you substitute x as 7, so that 7 plus 3 will be 10. 7 plus 3 will be 10. We know what number is 7. 7 is a natural number. 7 belongs to natural number. So this symbol, children, belongs to, belongs to. So the natural number 7 satisfies this simple equation. You know what are natural numbers? What are natural numbers? The counting numbers are natural numbers. That means the natural numbers, the set of natural numbers, they begin with 1. 1, 2, 3, so on it goes. So these are the natural numbers. Does the study of math ended with only natural numbers? No. Say suppose I am taking one more equation, one more simple equation I am taking. X plus 6 is equal to 6. This is my second equation I am taking. X plus 6 is equal to 6. A simple equation. Can any natural number satisfies this equation? X plus 6 is equal to 6. Can any natural number satisfies this equation? Say suppose the least natural number I am keeping x, the least natural number which is 1 I am keeping in place of x. Then what I am going to get? 1 plus 6, it will be 7. So no natural number satisfies this x plus 6 is equal to 6. So there should be some other number other than natural number we need it. What is that other number? That other number is 0. So in place of x, if we keep 0, then 0 plus 6 is 6. Do we have this 0 in natural numbers? No. We do not have 0 in natural numbers. The natural numbers, they start from 1. So, the natural numbers together with 0, the natural numbers together with 0, we call whole numbers. So, this 0, it is belongs to whole numbers. So, we got, as we needed 0, the whole numbers are brought into the picture. So what do we have? So we have whole numbers, the set of whole numbers, we got them 0, it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, so on like that. Natural numbers are the counting numbers 1, 2, 3, so on. The natural numbers together with 0, are whole numbers. So to solve these kind of simple equations, we need a whole number. Does the study stop here? No. Let us see one more. Let's have one more equation. Say suppose x plus 5 is equal to 3. X plus 5 is equal to 3. What do we have, children? We have natural numbers, the set of natural numbers. We have 1, 2, 3, so on like that. Whereas whole numbers we have 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. Can any natural number satisfy this equation? X plus 5 is equal to 3. Can a natural number satisfy this? No. Can a whole number satisfy this? No. So we need some other numbers other than whole numbers. Whole numbers, actually the natural numbers are already included in whole numbers. So apart from whole numbers, we need some other numbers. We need some other numbers to satisfy this equation. It is pretty clear. In place of x, if you keep minus 2, in place of x, if you keep minus 2, then what will happen here? Minus 2 plus 5, which is equal to 3. So what is this minus 2? Is it a natural number? No. Is it a whole number? No. So apart from natural and whole, one more numbers are introduced from this concept. They are integers. What they are, children? They are integers. That means the whole numbers together with the negative numbers are integers. So we need minus 2 here. We cannot find a place for minus 2 either in natural numbers or whole numbers. We need one more set of numbers which are including the negative numbers. So they are integers. What they are, children? They are integers. So integers, the set of integers, they have the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers. This is what we got. So we have introduced the natural numbers, that is n denoted by n. Whole numbers, the natural numbers together with 0 are whole numbers denoted by w. And the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers, they are integers. Will these can solve any simple equation? Only these three numbers are enough to solve any equation? Let us see now. We will have one more equation. Let us see what is that one more equation. Say suppose 3x is equal to 2. 3x is equal to 2. Can a natural number satisfy this? No. Can a whole number satisfy this? No. Can an integer satisfy this? No. We need another set of numbers. What are those another set of numbers? Let us see if 3x is equal to 2. It is very clear. In place of x, if you substitute as 2 by 3, then only this equation will be satisfied. Let us see how. See, 3x is given, so 3 into, in place of x you keep 2 by 3, then this 3 and this 3 get cancelled, you are left with 2. Then what these are? What these are? It is not a natural number, it is not a whole number, it is not an integer. Let us have one more example. For example, 2x plus 4 is equal to 3. 2x plus 4 is equal to 3. Now you simplify this, children, as simple equations you have learned before. Then 2x will be 3 minus 4. If this plus 4 goes to the other side, it will be minus 4. Then x is equal to 3 minus 4 is minus 1 by 2. Is it a natural number? No. Is that a whole number? No. Is that an integer? No. So we have got another set of numbers apart from the 3 numbers. If you can see here, these set of numbers, they are like in fraction form. That means they are in the form of p by q. The numbers are in the form of p by q here. There is a numerator as well as denominator. If you see the numerator here and denominator, whether it is positive or negative, here also there is a numerator as well as a denominator. So these numbers, they are in the form of p by q. And one more very important point, children. Both p and q are integers. The numbers should be in the form of p by q, and both p and q, that means the numerator as well as the denominator, they must be integers. They must be in the family of integers. So p and q belongs to integers, and a very important application, one you should remember, that q should not be 0. The denominator should not be 0. What happens if the denominator is 0? You know, you have studied in previous class. What is 0 by something? Suppose 0 by 5 is 0. Remember, children, if the numerator is 0, the result is 0. 0 by something is always 0. What happens if something by 0? Say suppose you take the reciprocal of this, 5 by 0. Is 5 by 0 is 5? No. Is 5 by 0 is 0? No. So if the denominator is 0, then the value is undefined. Something by 0 is undefined, 0 by something is 0. So now let's come back to the topic. These numbers, if you can observe here, either it is 2 by 3 or minus 1 by 2, these numbers, these set of numbers, they are in the form of p by q. These numbers, they are in the form of p by q, and q is not equal to 0. The denominator should not be 0. We just learned what happened if the denominator is 0. If the denominator is 0, the result will be undefined. That is why what is the important point you should remember? The denominator should not be 0. And moreover, one more point you should remember, both the numerator as well as the denominator, that is p and q, both of them must be integers. So now we are going to learn our set of new numbers. That is the chapter now what you are going to learn in your 8th class. They are rational numbers. What they are, children? Rational numbers. So these rational numbers, they are denoted by q. So we learned what are natural numbers. The counting numbers are natural numbers. What is the least natural number? 1. The natural numbers together with 0, they are whole numbers. The least whole number is 0. The negative numbers, 0, and positive numbers, they are in a set, then we say they are set of integers. Set of integers are denoted by z. Now we are going to learn new class of numbers, they are rational numbers. So how do you define rational numbers? The numbers in the form of p by q That means there should be a numerator as well as denominator. The numbers in the form of P by Q, where what is the important class? Q should not be 0. The denominator should not be 0, and both P and Q, both of them must be integers. Both of them must be integers. So the numbers in the form of P by Q, where Q is not equal to 0 and P and Q are integers, such numbers we call them rational numbers. So are called what they are called? Rational numbers. And the set of rational numbers are denoted by Q. Q is the letter we represent the rational numbers. So you should understand. Say suppose, can you give few examples of rational numbers, children? Yes, there should be a numerator and should be a denominator. There should be a numerator as well as should be a denominator. Say suppose 2 by 3, this is a rational number. You have a numerator, that is what you have to verify. There is a numerator as well as a denominator. Is the denominator 0 here? No. Both numerator as well as denominator both are rational numbers. Both are integers. 2 and 3 both are integers. Can you have one more example? Say suppose minus 3 by 5. Denominator is not 0. Minus 3 is an integer. 5 is also an integer. Suppose I am taking only 10. I am taking only 10. For example, I am taking only minus 2. Whether these are rational numbers? 10, is it in the form of P by Q? Think, can you say 10, is it in the form of P by Q? Yes, we can write 10 as 10 by 1. 10 can be written as 10 by 1. Whereas minus 2, you can write that minus 2 as minus 2 by 1. Minus 2 also you can write it as minus 2 by 1. That is in the form of P by Q. And Q is not equal to 0. The Q is not 0 there. And both numerator and denominator are integers. Let us see, one more we will see. For example, I am taking under root of 2. I am taking under root of 2. Will it be a rational number? That is the question. First we have to verify whether this is in the form of P by Q or not. That is what you have to verify first. So what is the example we have taken? We have taken root 2 as an example. We have taken root 2 as an example and we are checking whether root 2 is a rational number or not. So root 2 you can write it as root 2 by 1. Square root of 2 you can write it as square root of 2 by 1. So our first condition that it should be in the form of P by Q. Yes, it is satisfied. It is in the form of P by Q. There is a numerator as well as a denominator. What is the second condition to be satisfied? The denominator should not be 0. So here you have the denominator 1. So the second condition is also satisfied. Both the conditions are satisfied. There is one more condition. What is that one more condition? That the one more condition is, children, it is P and Q must be integers. P and Q must be integers. There should be numerator and denominator. Yes, numerator is there, denominator is there. The denominator should not be 0. Yes, here the denominator is not 0. But the denominator is an integer. But do you find root numbers in integers? So this case failed. Because the numerator is not an integer. So we have got one more set of numbers. Here this is not a rational number. So the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational numbers. So what they are? The numbers which are not rational, they are called irrational numbers. So these irrational numbers Q is the symbol for rational, so just keep Q dash. So the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational. That irrational numbers, and after that you have got one more set of numbers, they are real numbers. That real numbers as the set of all the numbers in it. The set of all numbers in it. So can we say now, every natural number is a rational number? You take randomly, you take one natural number. Say suppose I am taking 5. I am taking 5. Is it a rational number now? Yes, 5 we can write it as 5 by 1. 5 by 1. So it is in the form of P by Q. It is in the form of P by Q. It is in the form of P by Q, and Q is not equal to 0 here. Q is not equal to 0. And both P and Q are integers. So all natural numbers are rational numbers. Is it clear? So we have defined rational numbers. What are rational numbers? The numbers in the form of P by Q, where what is the important point you should remember? The denominator should not be 0. Q is not equal to 0, and both numerator and denominator are integers. Both P and Q are integers. Such numbers we call as the rational numbers. These rational numbers, they are denoted by Q. Q is the letter to represent rational numbers. So one should understand these three conditions clearly to represent the rational numbers, to verify whether the given number is a rational or not. First you have to verify whether can we write the given number in the form of P by Q or not. Yes, if we can write, then proceed for the second case. The denominator should not be 0. The denominator should not be 0. And what is the third case? both numerator as well as the denominator should be integers. Both numbers should be integers. Is it clear? So let's recall again what are rational numbers. The numbers which are in the form of p by q. The numbers which are in the form of p by q, where q is not equal to 0, where q is not equal to 0, and both p and q, that is the numerator as well as the denominator, both of them are integers. So we learned natural numbers. The counting numbers are natural numbers, like 1, 2, 3. The natural numbers are denoted by n. The natural numbers together with 0. The natural numbers together with 0 are whole numbers. Whole numbers, that is 0 and positive numbers, if added to negative numbers, that is the negative numbers, 0 and positive numbers, they are integers. Integers are denoted by z. And after that we got another set of numbers we have learned, that is the topic what we have, the rational numbers. The numbers which are in the form of p by q, and the denominator is not 0, that is q should not be 0, and both numerator as well as denominator, that is p and q, are integers. Such type of numbers are rational numbers, they are denoted by q. And the numbers which are not rational, the numbers which are not rational, they are irrational numbers. So, all these numbers, whether it is natural or whole or integer or rational or irrational, all the numbers, they are presenting in another set of numbers, that is the set of all numbers comprising of rational and irrational. Such a set we call it as set of real numbers. So in your higher levels you are going to study about those. So present in this class you are going to learn about the rational numbers. So what are the set of numbers you have? Natural, whole, integer, rational, irrational and real. Let's repeat them again. Natural denoted by n, whole numbers denoted by w, integers denoted by z, rational numbers denoted by q, irrational numbers denoted by q dash, and all these numbers they lie in another set of numbers, that is a supreme set of all numbers, that is real numbers, they are denoted by r. I hope you understand what are rational numbers. Now we are going to learn some properties of rational numbers. See children, we have basically 4 fundamental operations. What are the basic 4 fundamental operations? Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. What are the 4 fundamental operations? Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. So now we are going to learn first fundamental operation, we are taking addition. First fundamental operation we are taking addition. What are the properties of rational numbers? On addition we are going to learn. Properties of rational numbers on addition. After that we will discuss for some problems and then subtraction, multiplication and division. Let us see for addition what are the properties we have. First you should know. The first property we have closure property. Let us see what is this closure property. What is the operation here? Addition is the operation. Say suppose I am taking two rational numbers, one rational number and another rational number. I have to add both the rational numbers. We have to add both the rational numbers. What will be the result, children? We will be getting one more rational number. We will be getting one more rational number. On addition of two rational numbers, resulting in another rational number, that property we call it as closure property. So what do you mean by closure property? You have to add two rational numbers, then their sum, then their addition of the two rational numbers. The result you will get some number. That result is also a rational number. So how we can represent it? So if A comma B belongs to rational number, this is the symbol belongs to, children. A and B are in the set of rational numbers, then their sum. So how do you represent their sum? A is one rational number, B is one rational number. We are adding. How we will represent it? We will write it as A plus B. A is one rational number and B is another rational number. We are adding both the rational numbers. That their sum A plus B is also a rational number. Is also a rational number. This property we call it as closure property. What is this property called, children? This property we call it as closure property. You take any two rational numbers of your choice. For example, let us see one example. I am taking a rational number 2 by 3, which is a rational number. I am taking one more rational number 1 by 12, for example. This is also a rational number. 2 by 3 is one rational number and 1 by 12 is another rational number. We have taken two rational numbers. Now what I am doing here, I am adding both the rational numbers. I am adding both the rational numbers. Let us see what happens if I add these two numbers. 2 by 3 plus 1 by 12. So what is the LCM of 3 and 12? So we will do LCM in a general method. I will also tell you one easy method also. First we will do the method which you know, which you are familiar. So 3 and 12 we will take. So 3 ones are, 3 fours are. Then we will be writing 4 here. It is 1 and 1. This is what you generally practice. So the LCM here the LCM of 3 and 12 is, what is the LCM, children? 3 into 4, 12, 12 into 1, 12, 12 into 1, so which is 12. The LCM is 12 here. Now let us see what we are going to get here. So we are writing the LCM 12 here. That is the LCM 12. 2 by 3 plus 1 by 12. So what we have to do now? 3 goes 4 times. 3 4s are 12. That 4 you should multiply here. So till you get practice, you just better you write like this. 2 of 12 divided by 3. If you know how to do, just you can do directly, children. Those who do not know how to get them, just this 12, whatever the LCM, that you have to divide with your denominator, with the first denominator. So plus, your numerator is 1 here, denominator LCM is 12 and denominator is 12. Children, once again I am saying, if you know how to do, then no need of this step. Is it clear? So now this is going to be 12 divided by 3, 4 plus 1. 12 divided by 12 is 1. So this is 2 4s are 8. 8 plus 1 divided by 12. So 8 plus 1 is 9, 9 by 12. 9 by 12 now convert into simplest form. What do you mean by simplest form? They should not, both numerator and denominator should not have any common factor other than 1. Numerator and denominator should not have any common factor other than 1. So here you can cancel it with 3. 3 3s are 9, 3 4s are. So after adding two rational numbers, we got some answer here. Is it a rational number what we got here? Let us check. 3 by 4 we got. 3 by 4 we got. It is in the form of P by Q. It's clear. Q should not be 0. So the denominator is not 0 here. It is 3 by 4. The denominator is 4, which is not equal to 0. And what is the other condition to be satisfied? Both the numerator and denominator are integers. Both numerator and denominator are integers. So here 3 is an integer and 4 is also an integer. So 3 by 4, clearly it is a rational number. So this property we call it as closure property. So what is closure property? When two rational numbers are added, the result is also a rational number. So before getting into the next properties, children, I want to teach you the easiest method to find LCM, which can be done by seeing the numbers. Let us see what is that easy method to find LCM. Let us see what is that easy method to find LCM. Say suppose you take the numbers. For example, there are 3 rational numbers. The 3 rational numbers are, I am taking case by case, children. First case I am taking, say suppose 2, 4, 8 for example. The numbers are like that. The denominators are like that. You have to find the LCM of this. So what you have to do? You select the bigger number among all the given numbers. You have to select the biggest number. So among 2, 4, 8, it is clear 8 is the bigger number. That can be said by seeing the numbers. So first step what you have to do, you have to select the number which is the bigger among all. Now what you have to do, you take one number. First you take the first number. What is your first number? 2. So what you have to see that is the 2 will be a factor of 8 or not. That you have to see. Yes, 2 divides 8. 2 4s are 8. 2 4s are 8. Then come to the next. 4 also divides 8. 2 divides 8. 4 divides 8. So leaving the bigger number, if the remaining all the numbers, if they divide the bigger number, then the LCM will be 8 only here. So first what you have to do, you have to mark the number which has more value of the given numbers. Leaving that number, you take the remaining numbers. If this is divisible, you have to see whether the other numbers divides the bigger number or not. 2 is dividing, 4 is also dividing. So the bigger number is 8. The LCM is 8. Let us have one more for practice. Say suppose 6, 9, 36. I am taking 6, 9, 36. So now the bigger number is 36 here. 6 divides 36, 6 6 are 36. 9 also divides 36, 9 4s are 36. So clearly the LCM is 36. I know one doubt is running in your mind. What is that? What happens if some number, if it do not divides? Let us have. Say suppose the numbers are given 2, 3, 8 for example. As usual procedure, first you round up the bigger value, 8. Now you verify, 2 divides 8, it is very clear, 2 4s are 8, but can the 3 divides 8? No. 3 will not divide 8. So in that case what you have to do? To get the LCM, you multiply this bigger number into 2 first. You multiply the bigger number into 2. Now 8 2s are 16. Now you verify. Yes, 2 divides. 2 8s are. But can 3 divides? No. 3 will not be divided. Then what do you have to do again? You multiply this into 3 now. With 2 you have verified? No. So into 3. 8 3s are 24. 8 3s are 24. Now you verify. Yes, 2 divides 24. 2 12s are 24. 3 also divides 24. 3 8s are 24. So leaving the numbers bigger, remaining 2 are dividing here. So therefore the LCM here will be 24. So on practice you will be getting much easier, children. So on your own you practice, you take some numbers and you try to find out the LCMs. Because in this chapter everywhere we need this application LCM. So I hope you enjoyed the class. We'll see you in my next class. God bless you all. Stay tuned.
Hello students, how are you today? Welcome to this session of English on Classroom TV. Life today is impacted by many things, yes? Life today is impacted by many things. And there is one something that we are all very focused on and that has influenced our life very much. And what is that one something? Can you name it? Yes? Yes, you are right. It is digital technology. Digital technology. Do you see your parents standing in the long queues at the ATM machines or at the banks for that matter? Do you see them doing that now? Not much. Not much, yes? Why? Why that change? That is because of digital currency. Okay? Now, there is, for any kind of product to be launched or people to even move from their place, we have to make use of technology. That is how much technology is ruling our lives, is making a very positive impact, of course, on our lives. For example, even to go to your grandparents' house, it probably can be 2 or 3 streets away from your place. But what do? We sit in the luxury of our homes and we book a cab. And that cab comes right to our doorstep. So that's how much we are dependent on technology. Right now there are no schools. Do you have schools? Are you going to school? No, not really. Why? Because of the pandemic. And do you feel that you're not connected with your friends? Not much. Why that change? That is again because of social media. Yeah, and what is social media all about? It's again technology. When every aspect of human life, every aspect, be it diet or fitness or gaming or even employment for that matter, when every aspect is being governed or impacted or influenced by technology, why not education? Yes, why not education? Education also has stepped up to the pedestal of being available right at your fingertips. You just need to, probably change the channel on the TV or probably use the mouse on the computer. So it's available right at your fingertips. The coronavirus pandemic, what did it do? It made life online. Yes, it made life online and staying at home, all of you are staying at home, yeah? So staying at home is our patriotic duty. That means if you are staying at home, you are a good citizen of the country. So staying at home is our patriotic duty, and studying at home. Do you like to study? Yeah, studying at home is our parents' expectation. I don't know how many of you like to study. Few people may be very, very interested. They may love to study. Few of them may not. Yes, that's okay. Whatever, however you are, it's okay. No problem. But our parents during this pandemic, we are at home, and what is our parents' expectation? That we study at home. And what is the government's expectation? That we stay at home. So stay at home and study at home. So let us start our first lesson. The lesson is, I'm not going to tell you the name of it, but before we start our lesson, let's look at 2 pictures that I have for you. 2 pictures, these 2 pictures. What do you see in these 2 pictures? Keenly observe. Observe. What do you see in these 2 pictures? Now, don't tell me it is, Mahendra Singh Dhoni and it's a movie clipping, and that I know. I know that. What else do you see? When you see anything in your life, anything, any picture, anything, critically evaluate it. That means you look at it keenly, observe each and everything and try to get something out of it. That's where, you keep your mind working. Now, in these 2 pictures that I have for you, what do you see? Yes, very good. If you have got it right, I am very happy for you. The first picture, it's nuclear family. Nuclear family. What does nuclear mean? Nuclear is a small family that consists of father and mom, mother and child or children. Okay, you have father, mother and you have children. Is yours a nuclear family? Do you just have your father, your mother and you and your brother or sister? Yeah, children. Is your family like that? If your family is like that, then you're living in a nuclear family. Okay? Now, we have a very big family over here. What kind of family is that? Yes, you are right. This is a joint family. It's a joint family. Joint family is where you have grandparents and you have uncles and aunts and you have parents, your parents, and you have your aunt's children, your uncle's children, that means your cousins, and it's you people, children. So you have many families of one, you have grandparents and their children living together. That's called a joint family. So do you live in a nuclear family or a joint family? Yeah? So every family is good. Now here in this story again we have a family situation and you need to understand by the end of the class whether the family is living in a joint family situation or is it a nuclear family. Now, in these two pictures, you understood that this is nuclear family. Nuclear family is where you have father, mother and children. And you have joint family where you have grandparents, their children and children's children. Okay? So, let's move on to our lesson. The name of our lesson is The Tattered Blanket. In this story also there is a family. There is a family and if you observe when we go ahead with the story that family did not have the family bonding. How many of you love your mother? Yes, I love my mother. How many of you love your father? Yes, how many of you love your brother or your sister? Yes, we have those family bonds. We love our family. But in the story, The Tattered Blanket, things are not so happy. As you grow older, you kind of change. Everybody changes, not just you. I change too. As we grow older, we change, and that's what happened in the story. So let's go ahead with the story. The name of the story is The Tattered Blanket. The Tattered Blanket. Now, when it comes to English, you need to understand two things. When something is presented to you, when any kind of story is presented to you, or any kind of poem is presented to you, you have to understand what genre of literature does it belong to. Genre means, what does genre mean? Genre means type. What type of literature does it belong to? For example, the movie Bahubali. Bahubali also belongs to a certain type of genre. What is that genre? Yeah? What's it? It's an epic film. It's an epic film. Everyone knows that. So, when you read any story or any kind of poem in your books, it's very important that you understand the genre. Genre means type. What does genre mean? Genre means type. Okay. So, this here, the tattered blanket, it's a short story. What is it? It's a short story. Short story. Okay, it's the story it's in the story format. So, it's a short story. And another thing that you should know is, number one, you should know the genre, and number two, you should know the author. It's very important that you appreciate the author for his or her work. Whenever you come across any story or poem, first of all, try to see the genre. And number two, you should see the author. So, this here, the tattered blanket is a short story. So, the type is, it's a short story. And who is the author? Who is the author of this short story? It is Kamla Das. It is Kamla Das. Now, Kamla Das, she's a famous writer. She's a famous Malayalam writer. And she wrote many books. She wrote many short stories. She even won a Nobel Prize. You know when a Nobel Prize is given? Kamla Das, she's a famous writer. She's a famous Malayalam writer. She not only writes in Malayalam, but she also writes in English. Okay? And she's a famous writer. And she even won many awards. She won many awards for her literature. Now, so who is the author now? The author is Kamla Das. What's the genre of literature? What type of literature are we reading today? It's a short story. So, the tattered blanket is a short story written by, very good, Kamla Das. Now, here I have a picture of tattered blanket. What does the word tattered mean? So, the word tattered means torn. The word tattered means torn. Usually, when something is torn at home, when any of our clothes are torn, do we like to wear torn clothes? No, we throw it away or we give it to some beggar on the street. Yeah, but we never wear torn clothes because it's something that we just don't do. Now here in the story is about a tattered blanket. Can you write stories like that on just anything in the world? If you can, then you are a writer. Okay, so she could write on a tattered blanket, and that's a very wonderful story that she has written. So let's go ahead and read the story. Now, tattered means torn. So here in the story, she had a torn blanket. One of the characters in the story had a torn blanket with her. Okay, let's read the story from our English books. Whenever you have your English class, I want you all to have your English books with you. Okay, so have your English books with you, have a pen in your hand and underline wherever necessary and take down notes. So let's open our books to our very first lesson called the tattered blanket. Now, before I start with the story, I'll just give you a basic idea of the story. Now, here in the story, we have three people. We have three people only three characters. Only three characters. Can you think of a movie that has only three characters? Not easy, because in our movies you have so many characters. What are characters? Characters are the people whom you come across in a story. Yeah. So if you are a fan of, let's say, Chota Bheem, I know probably you're too old for Chota Bheem, but if you have watched Chota Bheem, then you would observe that in Chota Bheem, there are not just 2 or 3 characters, there are many, many characters. You have Chota Bheem, and then you have the little girl, and the monkey, and many, many other people. Yeah, so they're all characters. Now, in the story, The Tattered Blanket, there are only 3 characters. And who are those 3 characters? We have Amma here. We have Amma, okay, and we have Kamala, and we have Gopi. So, our 3 characters are Amma, Kamala and Gopi. Now, let's look at these 3 characters. Who are they and what do they do? Now, Amma, she's 83 years. She's 83 years and she's very sick all the time. Okay. She has something called amnesia. What is amnesia? Amnesia means forgetfulness. She kind of forgets things. Are you forgetful? Yeah. You may be forgetful, but you are not, you don't have amnesia. That's just because you need to focus a bit more. Okay. So, Amma here, she had amnesia. That means she was very forgetful. Then we have Kamla here, who is Amma's daughter. And Kamla, you see that she's wearing white clothes. In the olden days, olden in the sense, olden for you, yeah. So maybe 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, 2 or 3 decades ago, if you wear white, usually it means that she is a widow, that she is a widow. What does widow mean? She is a widow. So what does widow mean? Widow means someone whose husband has died. She is a widow. So here we have a widow named Kamla. She is Amma's daughter. And we have a character who has just entered the scene and his name is Gopi. And let us see the interaction that these people have in the story. Now, Gopi is a government employee. He's making good money. He's living in New Delhi. Have you been to Delhi? I've been to Delhi. I've enjoyed that a lot actually. I've been to Delhi once, only once. It was good. You have many things for, very, not much. They're very cheap. You can buy anything for a very cheap price, for less price. Okay, so that's Delhi. But anyway, he was living in Delhi, Gopi, and we have Kamla and we have Amma. Now let's go ahead and read the story and try to understand the development that takes place in the story. When he arrived unexpectedly at his home in the countryside in his office car and got down at the gate, his mother, who was lying in an armchair on the veranda, made a futile attempt to get up. Okay, so he arrived unexpectedly. Unexpectedly means nobody even thought about it. Okay, he did not call up his Amma and say, "Hey Amma, I'm coming home for dinner, cook something nice for me." He didn't do that. He just dropped home, he was unexpectedly there. He came home in a car. And when Kamla Das wrote the story, cars were not so common as they are now. So, Amma was sitting outside and she could hear the car and she was trying to get up, but she couldn't. It was a futile attempt. Futile means it was a waste attempt. Because her body is not capable of actually doing it on herself, of moving on herself. Okay, she tried to move, but she couldn't. She tried to get up from the armchair, but she couldn't. Who? It was Amma. And when did she want to move? When a person came into the house, she wanted to get up and see who it is. Now, Kamla, there is somebody at the gate, she said. somebody in a car. Kamla, her eldest daughter, a widow, who was sitting huddled up on the tinna on the veranda, her eyes and ears covered with a thin bed towel, got up reluctantly, walked slowly to the gate, and screwing up her eyes, peered into the darkness. So, Amma wanted to get up. Why? Because she heard the car sound. She heard the car sound and she wanted to get up, but she couldn't. So she said, Kamla, there's someone at the gate. Could you please go and check who it is? Now, Kamla was, she was all huddled up. Huddle means, the way she's sitting right now, it's all huddled. That means when you're very cold, what do? You sit close, you sit with your arms close together, with your legs close together. That position is called the huddle position. And Kamla was sitting that way. And usually when you're all cozy and nice, and somebody says, go, somebody is at the door, go open the door. How do you feel? You feel like, Abba, I don't want to open the door. Yes, the same way Kamla felt. Kamla was a widow. She was sitting over there. She was huddled. In a huddled position she was sitting, and Amma said, go look, there's someone at the gate. So she reluctantly means, what does the word reluctantly mean? She didn't want to get up. Okay, she didn't want to do it. So reluctantly she got up and she was looking like this. Who is that? Because it was dark. So she couldn't see so properly. So she was just trying to see who it was. And who was it? Yeah, let's continue reading. She saw a bald, fat, middle-aged man walking in through the gate. Oh, Gopi, she said in her grating voice, why this sudden unexpected visit? Kamla, who is it? Her mother asked loudly from the veranda. Gopi, the man said, there was a meeting in Trivandrum and I just stopped on my way back. Who? Kamla, who is it? There was a note of alarm in Amma's voice. Amma, why are you so scared? Kamla, Gopi's eldest sister, asked her a little awkwardly, as if you're seeing Gopi for the very first time. Amma, it's me, Gopi, he said again. Okay, so there was a man who came inside the house, inside the gate, yeah, and he was Gopi, and he came in and he said, Kamla said, oh, it's Gopi. She said in a grating voice. What is grating voice? Grating is very harsh, unpleasant. Oh, why are you here? Like that. Okay. So when we don't like to see someone, or when we don't like to talk to someone, we have that grating voice too. And here Kamla had that grating voice because she was not so happy with her brother Gopi. So Kamla was like, why are you here? Then he came and said, Mother, Gopi, I'm Gopi and I'm here to meet you. I was actually on my way to Trivandrum. Okay, I had some work at Trivandrum, and on my way home, I thought, fine, let me meet you people and then go back to Delhi, is what he said. Now, Amma was not able to understand who it was. Okay, she could hear Gopi, Gopi, but she was not able to, her mind was not able to comprehend. Comprehend means understand who it was. So she was like, Kamla, who is it? And she had a very, it was an alarm voice. What does alarm mean? There was an alarm in her voice. That means she was scared. She was scared. So Kamla was, why are you scared? It's just Gopi. And you're pretending, you're acting as if you're seeing Gopi for the very first time. Then it's like, then she but remember, what did I tell you about Amma? Amma has something called forgetfulness, good, amnesia, very good. So she didn't recognize Gopi, obviously. So, Gopi, what does he do? He bends down and he says, Amma, it's me, Gopi. He tells Amma. But, let's see what happens. He bent down and brought his face close to her, wrinkled. Wrinkle means when your face is, when you're young, you have a very soft and smooth skin, etc., etc. But as you grow older, you start having wrinkles. That means you have folds on your skin. So, he brought his face close to his Amma's wrinkled cheeks. Amma, it's me, Gopi said. Gopi, Kamla, I can't believe it. Has his school closed for vacation? So, Amma is not able to recollect who Gopi is or was, because she's unable to, relate to who Gopi is in her mind. So, she's saying, oh, Gopi, so his school is finished now. He's on vacation. Is he on vacation? So, probably she's thinking that Gopi is some boy in their neighborhood. Yeah. So, she's unable to relate to Gopi being her son. Amma is often like this these days. She doesn't recognize anybody, Gopi's sister explained, but sometimes her memory is quite sharp. Then she asks me if you have sent any letter. I tell her everything is fine with you, Vimla and the kids. What's the point of telling her that you haven't written for a year? Poor thing, I wouldn't dream of making her unhappy. So she says that, see, this is the situation with Amma. Who says this? Kamla. Kamla tells Gopi, said this is the situation with Amma. Amma is unable to remember anything. And sometimes when she does remember, she does ask about you. She asks if you have written a letter. She asks if, how are the kids? How is Vimla? Who is Vimla now? Vimla is obviously Gopi's wife. So, how is Vimla? How are the kids? And is Gopi writing letters? And what does Kamla do? Because anyway, Amma doesn't know what's happening. So, she says, yes, Amma, every day Gopi writes letters. But is Gopi actually writing letters? No, Gopi is not writing any letters, but Kamla, to make Amma feel better, she says, yes, he's writing every day. I got a promotion last year. After that, I'm always on my toes. And there are chores quite often. I don't get any time to write letters. Why don't you ask Vimla to write, or doesn't she get time too? What are you mumbling over there? Amma said loudly. I heard someone coming in a car. Who is it? I told you it's Gopi. But Gopi is in Delhi, isn't he? Yes, Amma, it's me. I've come from Delhi. Who did Gopi marry? Amma says, suddenly lowering her voice. I mean, what's his wife's name? Okay. So now here, what does Kamla say? Kamla tells Gopi that you are not writing letters, but just to make Amma feel better, I tell her that you're writing letters. And Gopi tries to, give his side of the story, and he says, well, the reason I'm not writing a letter is because I don't have time. I'm always on my toes, and I rarely have time to write letters. Then Kamla asks, is Vimla also busy? Vimla can write letters, but nobody writes. So then Amma again asks, who is it? Who is it? Because she forgot. Okay, there's someone in a car. Who is that person? Then Gopi says, it's me. It's me, Gopi. I've come. But again, she's like, oh, did Gopi come from New Delhi? Gopi's like, yes, mom, I'm here. I have come from New Delhi. Then, who did Gopi marry is the question that she asked, because she is so forgetful. Don't you remember her name too? You've forgotten her name too. Don't you remember Vimla, District Collector Nambiar's eldest daughter, Gopi's sister said. Oh, I forgot the name. Was there a letter from Gopi today? There was. He writes every day. So here she forgets her daughter-in-law's name. Amma forgets her daughter-in-law's name. Daughter-in-law is Gopi's wife. Okay, and she forgets her name, and Kamla reminds her that it is Vimla. She is the collector, the district collector's daughter. And then Amma asks, so is Gopi writing letters every day? Then what does Kamla say? Yes, he does write every day. But is Gopi writing letters every day? No. I'm terribly upset if I don't get any letters from him every day. He knows that. That's why he writes every day. Look at the way she talks. Gopi's sister turned to him. Just as I told you. You know nothing about what's going on here, do you? Who is that? Amma. Amma said again. Who is that in a car? It's me, Gopi said. I had come to Trivantapuram. I thought I should drop in to see you, Amma. So, she says that, she tells Kamla, see Kamla, the reason my son Gopi writes letters to me every day is because he knows that if he doesn't write letters, I am very upset. Upset means sad. And for that reason, he's a very good son. He writes letters every day. And so Kamla says, see Gopi, this is the way she talks. I need to keep reminding her and helping her memory stay fresh. But this is how she talks. But you know nothing about what's happening over here. You are in Delhi, you are working, you are spending time with your family, but you are not spending time with your mother who needs you at this time. Then Amma again asks, who is it? Who is that who came in a car? Then Gopi says, Mom, Amma, it's me. I had come to Trivantapuram. And I thought I should just drop in to see you and then go to that place. Who is your Amma? So Gopi was talking to Amma, and Gopi referred to Amma as Amma, but she didn't understand that it was her son. She couldn't relate to that. So she says, who is your Amma? What is her name? Where does she live? Is it far from here? Look at the question, look at the number of questions that she asked Gopi. So, who is your Amma? What is her name? Where does she live? And is it far from here? So now Gopi really doesn't know what to say, because he did not, he in his mind never thought that he would see his mother like that. Because when he left, his mom was hale and healthy. Okay, her memory was fresh as spring. Everything was fine. But after so many years, when she is now 83, he has come to visit her, and now she doesn't even remember who her son is. So when he calls her Amma, she says, who is your Amma? What's her name? Where does she stay? Is it too far from here? So these are a few questions that Gopi is asked. So Gopi doesn't know what to say. So Gopi says, fine, I'll just play along with her questions. So he says, yes, it's quite near. Wherever my mom stays, it's quite near, because he's standing right there. So my mom stays quite near somewhere. Kamla explains, I really don't know how to help mother remember, because she doesn't remember anything, and I don't know how to bring her memory back. Now Gopi thinks, okay, there is no use of trying to remind her, so he doesn't make any effort whatsoever. Okay, so what does he do? He just puts his briefcase on the tinna. This is the tinna right here, the tinna. Okay, and he puts his briefcase on the tinna and he opens his briefcase. What do you think, Gopi? What do you think Gopi had brought in his suitcase? Do you think it has a lot of gold and silver and money? Yeah? When we go to our relative's house or when we see our parents after many, many years or months, usually we take something for them. Yes? When your dad comes home from office, he brings something for you in a plastic bag or some bag that he has. When your mom goes out, usually she may also try bringing something for you. Here we have a son who visited his mother after many, many years. He has a suitcase with him and there's something in the suitcase. He opens the suitcase and he puts those things outside, and they were clothes and files and shaving set and etc. and etc. But nothing for Amma, nothing for Kamla. That is so sad. So Amma keeps talking to Kamla. Amma keeps talking to Gopi. Sorry. Do you know my son Gopi? Amma asked him. He is in Delhi, a government officer. He has Kesari Yogam. He draws a salary of 2,500 rupees. Do you know? Yes, I know him. Tell him to send me a blanket. There is cold mist in the morning. If I catch cold, it doesn't leave me for a very long time. Tell him to send a blanket, won't you? A red one. I had a blanket, the one he brought for me when he was studying in Madras. It's all tattered now. Just a ball of knotted yarn. Tell him to send me a red blanket, will you? So, Amma tells Gopi, Amma asks Gopi, Gopi, do you know, she says, of course she doesn't say Gopi, Amma asks Gopi, do you know my son? My son, he's settled in, his name is Gopi and he's settled in New Delhi. He has a government job, he's making 2,000, how much? 2,500 rupees. Do you know him? Then Gopi says, yes, I know him. She says, tell him something. See, when he was studying in Madras, he brought me a blanket. But now that blanket is tattered, it's torn, and I cannot use it anymore. And in the mornings, early in the mornings, there's a lot of mist. Mist is the water droplets, mist. It is water droplets from the sky, and you feel very cold when it's misty. So she says, because of the mist, I feel too cold. So could you please ask him to get me a blanket and tell him that I want a red blanket. She even has a color decided. She wants a red blanket. The word here is the word in the earlier paragraph is Kesari Yogam. What does Kesari Yogam mean? Kesari Yogam means well settled. It's a Malayalam word. Okay. Now, so she says that I need a red blanket because of the cold weather in the morning, and that cold weather is because of the mist. What is mist? Mist is water droplets that fall from the sky. On a car's windows, on the windows of a car, or on the windshields, or all these things, what do you have? What do you see in the morning? If you are riding your car, or if you're driving your car in the morning, or if you ride a car in the morning, if you take a car ride in the morning, you will see that the windows are all covered with white something. What is this white something? That is mist. Okay. So, here, because of the mist, mother was feeling too cold, and she says, I think I need a blanket. Not I think, I need a blanket. And which color does she need? She needs a, which color? Red blanket. She needs a red blanket. I'll tell him, he nodded. Please don't forget to tell him. The mist is not good for me. I think I'll stretch myself out for a bit. I've been sitting too long in the armchair. I have pain in the neck. Gopi's sister put Amma in bed and came back to the veranda. You didn't come to see Amma, did you? Delhi is too expensive. You know I have 4 kids to look after now. I can't make both ends meet with my salary, and one has to keep up one's status. It will be a great help if I can raise some money by selling my share of the family property. I came to talk it over with you. You'll sell your land and go away with the money. I know you won't come back anymore after that. Don't say that. I'll come when I have time. Your time? He saw the irritation on his sister's face. It took you more than 5 years to find time to come here. Amma is 83 years now. I don't think she will pull any longer. It took you so long to visit her after the last time. But Amma can't remember who I am, he said, smiling feebly. But do you remember your Amma? Who asked this question? Kamla asked. Okay, so she tells him that please don't forget to tell my son that I need a blanket because it's too cold. And she says, I feel too tired. I want to go and rest on the bed. So Kamla takes Amma to the bed and she puts her to sleep, and she comes out again and she talks to Gopi. Now she understands that Gopi is not here to see Amma. Gopi is not here to see Kamla. Then why is he there? She says, you're not here to see us. Then he says, yes. See, in Delhi it's so expensive. Living there is very, very expensive. Apartments, lot of, rents are not cheap there. Okay, it's expensive. So living there is expensive, and we need to maintain our status. Okay, because I have a government job, I should maintain my status. I should have a car, I should have a big bungalow, and to maintain all these things, I need money. And I have 4 kids, and raising 4 kids, maintaining status in the society, all that needs money. And for that reason, I want to sell my share of the property. So Kamla was very much annoyed, and she says, so that means you'll never come to meet us. So what does Gopi say? Gopi says, anyway, Amma doesn't remember me. So she says, after 6 years you're coming to meet us, and now after this land is sold, you'll never again come and meet us. He says, no, I'll come when I have time. Your time, you took 6 years to come now. So that means you'll never come back again. And Amma is 83, and you don't know how many years longer she may live. Okay? And how does Gopi react? Was he sorrowful? Was he sad? He was not sad or sorry. He said, anyway, Amma doesn't remember me. What is the use? Even if I come, if I don't come, Amma doesn't remember me. So that's not a big deal. What does Kamla say? Kamla makes a very striking point over here, and she says, do you remember your Amma? Okay. Of course, because she's 83, she forgot. But you are young, you are hale and healthy. Do you remember your Amma? Do you see your Amma? Do you visit your Amma? Are you taking care of your Amma? Yeah. So Kamla Das here wants to portray the downfall of the society. There was a time when every child, everybody in the society respected their parents, took care of their parents. But today we are living in a society where children are not respectful to their parents, and they are not bothered to take care of their parents. So Kamla Das, the author of The Tattered Blanket, wants to portray the downfall of the values that exist among people in the society. Okay, so tomorrow we'll discuss the different words, the glossary, the new words that you have come across today, and tomorrow we'll also discuss the question and answers. You have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello students, how are you all? Hearty welcome to you to the Classroom TV. In day to day life, we come across such terms like, I hope that you are all charged up, full of energy and using your powers. Now if you look at the terms here, these terms charge, energy, power, all these terms we use in our day to day life also, and their meanings will vary in context, but the same terms have some specific meaning in physics. These are physical quantities, these are called as physical quantities, and they have specific technical definition. More such terms are there which are used in physics and also day to day life and vice versa. So the topic which we want to start today is also made up of such terms. You are aware of such terms reflection, mirror, images. We use them in our daily lives also, and as you have studied in previous classes, they have some specific meaning. They are physical quantities in physics. For example, now reflection, as you have studied before, is what? Bouncing back of light rays into same medium when it strikes opaque surface. So suppose light ray is traveling in one particular direction, this is light ray, and it strikes a surface, then it bounces back. So traveling and bouncing back is not just limited to one case. It travels, this is incident ray, and it bounces back into the same medium. This bouncing back of the light rays when they strike an opaque medium is called as reflection. And such opaque medium, the opaque medium or the opaque objects, these opaque objects which do reflection, they can act like mirrors. So the surface where reflection takes place, if that reflection is very high, then those surfaces are called as mirrors. We have studied in previous classes. And what is the result of reflection taking place at the mirrors? If the light rays are getting reflected at the mirrors, or if the light rays are focused on the mirrors, then these mirrors will reflect almost all the light rays, and as a result of the reflection at the mirrors, what you get is images. Images are formed, and you can see those images. Example is plane mirror. Daily you use plane mirrors. When you see yourself in a plane mirror, if you see yourself, then you will see your own image. So as you know, this is a plane mirror, object is here and its image is formed here. So this is about the terms which we use in our daily lives and we apply in physics also. And therefore, we should know the technical definitions when we are studying physics. Which brings us to the first topic of class 10, which is reflection of light at curved surfaces or spherical mirrors. Reflection of light at curved surfaces or spherical mirrors. Now, what we will do, this topic, the reflection of light at spherical mirrors or curved surfaces, as you can see, it consists of two terms. One is reflection of light, and other is spherical mirrors or curved surfaces. In previous classes, you have studied reflection of light by plane mirrors, as we were discussing before, by plane mirrors, and we have studied all the various attributes. What we are going to do in this chapter is that first we will briefly revisit the reflection of light, in a sense that we will have to apply them to the spherical mirrors. So our revision will be specifically keeping in mind that we are going to study spherical mirrors or reflection at curved surfaces. So we will briefly revisit that. Then what we will do, separately we will study the specific characteristics of spherical mirrors. They will be obviously different from plane mirrors. And then what we will do is that we will apply reflection of light and the characteristics of the spherical mirrors together and see how the image formation takes place. Now, just briefly we want to revise about reflection of light. We know that considering light, how the matter reacts to light, how the matter reacts to the light rays, the matter can be classified into transparent, then translucent and opaque. Three different types of media will be there with respect to light rays. Those which transmit light are transparent, as you can see this. Those partially transmit light, translucent, and those which absorb the light or reflect the light, they are opaque. And this is where the reflection takes place. Obviously the reflection will not take, the glass is example of transparent surface, reflection will not take place at glass. Why we are going through this is that generally whenever we look at the mirror, for plane mirror for example, simple, which we use daily, all we see is a glass, and therefore in the mind of many students is that glass itself is a mirror. But as you can see that at mirror, what is taking place? At mirror, the only thing taking place is reflection. Mirror, what is taking place? Reflection of light at mirrors. And when we look at the mirrors, we see that it is glass. But here we are seeing that glass is a transparent, it transmits light, it does not reflect light. So that means that concept is wrong. Here reflection takes place only at opaque surfaces. Then why don't we see this opaque surface when we are looking in the mirror? Then what exactly the mirror is made up of? That we will understand, and that we are going to apply to the spherical mirrors. So one thing is for sure, that reflection will not take place at transparent surfaces, it will not take place at translucent surfaces. Reflection of light will take place only at opaque surfaces. Now here different opaque surfaces have different capabilities or different percentage of reflection. How much light is striking them and how much light is bouncing back off them, that will determine the amount of reflection which is taking place. If the opaque surfaces are highly reflective, then they are called as mirrors. Those opaque surfaces which are highly reflective, which reflect more than 90% of the light falling on them. And those surfaces which reflect more than 90% of the light falling on them, they are considered as mirrors. Mirrors means reflecting surface, and mirrors doesn't mean glass at all. So how can we get the surfaces which are highly reflective? Metals have this inherent characteristics. In general, metals have this inherent characteristics of reflecting the light. We can further improve the reflection, the rate of reflection, by polishing the metal surface. So in general we can define mirror to be as, so what will be the definition of mirror then? We have seen that metals are reflective, and polishing metals further increases their ability to reflect the light. So that brings us to the technical definition of mirrors. So highly polished metallic surfaces are called as mirrors because they reflect almost all the light which is falling on them. So here again look at this figure. In this we have two parts are there, and this is another. So here this is a metallic, thin reflective metallic surface, and it is covered by glass. So why it would be covered by glass? Any mirror means metallic surface, why should it be covered by glass? So as discussed before, glasses are transparent. So what will happen? here all the light rays which are striking the mirror, which are directed towards the mirror, the glass will allow them to pass through. The glass is allowing them to pass through. And what is happening? It is transparent, glass is transparent, therefore it is allowing, and it is striking now the reflecting surface. Now the reflecting surface will reflect the light rays back, and the glass will again allow the reflected rays, light rays, to pass through and bounce back into the same medium. So glass doesn't block the incident light rays and reflected light rays, but what it does is that it protects the reflective surfaces from wear and tear. So it maintains the smoothness of the reflective surface. The polished reflective surface which we have used, it maintains its smoothness. So therefore what we see is that glass, but behind that glass there is a highly reflective metallic strip might be there, or silver coating might be there. A strip on which silver coating is deposited, silver being highly reflective, it is preferred as in a commercial use of mirrors or scientific use of mirrors, and glass is used as a transparent protective layer. It allows the light to strike the mirror, and it also allows the light which is bouncing off the mirror to fall in. Now this is the mirror, and this is the scientific symbol of the mirror. Remember, now this is a plane mirror, this is a scientific symbol of plane mirror. So plane mirror is two dimensional actually. So plane mirror, any plane mirror will be like this. This is a plane mirror. Now while drawing, we consider this plane mirror only as a line, so that it is easy for us to have a pictorial representation. So remember, whenever you see such a diagram, actually it is a plane mirror. So in real life it will be something like this. And one more thing, plane means two-dimensional structures. Plane means two-dimensional structure. So it need not be square, rectangle, it can also be triangle. Since triangle is also a plane figure, so plane mirrors means a metallic strip, silver coating is deposited here, and glass covering is there. It will also act like a plane mirror. Any shape which is two-dimensional will be called as plane mirror. So you may find different shapes of plane mirrors, sometimes circular plane mirror, sometimes square plane mirror, sometimes rectangular plane mirror, and its representation is like this. Although you see a line here, and again you concentrate here, this is the reflective surface, and where these lines are drawn is the opaque surface. That means light will be incident on this side only, the other side is opaque side. So this is a symbol of plane mirror. Now why we are studying this? Because we are going to apply it to the curved surfaces also. That means one side will be reflective and other side will be non-reflective. Even for the curved mirrors, when you are drawing the schematic, you should take into consideration this. So opaque side will be represented like this always, whether you are drawing it for plane mirror or you are drawing it for curved mirror or any type of mirror. Remember that. And again, why it is necessary is that there has to be some sign convention. While studying, it is much better that we observe one particular sign convention. We always keep the object to the left hand side of the mirror. In real life, object can be to the right side, left side, up, below, anywhere. But while studying, while doing the calculations, what we do, we follow one particular sign convention. Left hand side, the object is placed on the left hand side and the rays will be traveling. So this side only can be considered as where the reflection is taking place, and other side reflection is not taking place. So therefore we draw these lines to indicate that. That will be applicable to curved mirrors also. This you have studied in previous classes, but as I said before, we are revisiting them, keeping in mind that we want to apply the same things to curved mirrors, and how they can be applied, means whether any changes have to be made or directly they can be applied to the curved mirrors. That is our emphasis, that we are keeping in mind. We are not just revising them, We are not going to study plane mirrors here, we are going to study curved mirrors, but the important concepts, the technical things which we are going to apply to curved mirrors, we are revising them. And whenever reflection takes place, at that time there is an object is there and ray will come out of that object and strike the mirror. So that ray is called as incident ray. Then where the ray strikes the mirror, that is called as point of incidence. Any mirror is there, plane mirror we will consider. The ray which is coming from the object, that is called as incident ray. This is called as point of incidence, and here perpendicular is drawn, that is normal, and bouncing back. So these are the important terms, normal and reflected rays. One by one we will see them. So normal is a perpendicular drawn to the reflecting surface. Now again, now we will not use the term plane mirror. Normal is a perpendicular drawn to the reflecting surface. That can be curved mirror also at the point of incidence. So important thing is that on a mirror you can draw number of perpendiculars. Again we will, so here you can draw number of perpendiculars, but that perpendicular, these are all perpendiculars, that perpendicular where the incident which drawn at the point of incidence will be called as normal. So two things are important to remember about normal. They are perpendicular to the reflecting surface. They are perpendicular to the reflecting surface and they are drawn at the point of incidence. Remember these two things. This we are going to carry forward to curved mirrors. Drawn at the point of incidence and perpendicular to the reflecting surface. Quick. So this is how, this is the point of incidence, and here we have drawn making 90 degree. This is normal, and the ray, this is incident ray, this is point of incidence, and the ray which bounces back is a reflected ray. These are the basic terminology regarding the reflection: incident ray, point of incidence, normal and reflected ray. So what will be the incident ray? In order to remember, ray coming from the object and striking the mirror, that is incident ray. Now this same incident ray bounces back. Like a ball thrown on the wall, the ball bounces back. That is not a new ball. Same ball is bouncing back. So there is no difference between incident ray and reflected ray per se. Same incident ray bounces back. The reflected ray has suddenly not come into existence. Some new ray is not emerged out of the mirror. Same incident ray bounces. This is the incident ray and it bounces back. So that means it's not that from here some new ray has emerged out. Same ray is bouncing back. That is reflected ray. One more thing, what is the significance of normal is that all the angles in reflection are measured with respect to normal only. Many times students make a mistake of considering this angle, the angle which incident ray and reflected ray make with the reflecting surface. This is wrong. You draw the incident ray, so the question which we should be asking is that why we are drawing normal? Already incident ray is there, reflecting surface is there, incident ray is there, reflecting surface is there, reflected ray is there. Then where is the need to draw normal? Why unnecessarily keep on increasing the things which we have to do? Why unnecessarily increase the complication? That's not the case. Actually drawing the normal simplifies the thing. In physics, that is the basic thing. We want to simplify the thing. We don't want to complicate the things. We want to make the understanding easy. And for that, whatever is required, we are doing that. So whenever you are studying physics, don't look at that unnecessarily complication, unnecessarily it is difficult to understand. Actually, if you look at it, physics makes things easier, then your outlook will change completely. So why do we draw normal? To make the angle of incidence and measure angle of reflection. So what is the angle of incidence? The angle which incident ray makes with normal. And what is the angle of reflection? The angle which reflected ray makes with normal. So here I and R. So what is angle I? What is the angle I then? Angle which the incident ray making with normal. And what is angle R? Angle which reflected ray makes with normal. Now and these are not the angles of incidence and angles of reflection. Remember, normal and incident ray and reflected ray are on the opposite sides of the normal. Now we want to find out, is there any correlationship? This is how reflection takes place for plane mirror at least, and now we want to see how it will take place in curved surfaces. Now for any angle, incident ray, this is one incident ray, but in practice the incident ray might strike the surface in any angle, at whatever angle. This is one incident ray, this is another incident ray making some other angle. So all the incident rays striking the plane mirror might make different angles with the normal. So how the angle of reflection is related then? Let's check out. And in this way, can we formulate some law? So we find that light is reflected back. When the light strikes the mirror, the light is reflected back such that